We'll call this, and we'll do our land acknowledgement. At this time, I'd like to acknowledge that we meet on the traditional lands of Treaty 6 territory and the Métis homeland, and acknowledge the diverse Indigenous peoples whose ancestry's footsteps have marked this territory for centuries, such as the Cree, Dene, Saulteaux, Blackfoot, Nakota Iska, and as well as Métis and Inuit, and now settlers from around the world. So now we'll begin with the roll call, and I believe we see, looking around the room, Councillor Palmer.
Good morning.
Councillor Salvador.
Good morning.
I believe Mayor Knack, you're online.
Good morning.
Okay, thank you. And I know Councillor Tang is going to be running a few minutes late, and I see we're also joined here by.
Good morning.
Oh, okay.
I'm here.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. And I see we're also joined here by Councillor Clark, and
good morning.
I believe online is Councillor Stevenson.
Good morning.
And am I missing anyone else?
Councillor Wright's online. Good morning.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Wright and Councillor Principe.
Good morning.
Now we'll move on to the declaration of pecuniary and conflict of interest.
Sorry, just a point of order. Did we do emergency protocol yet?
Oh, good point. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, councillors. So just before we get started with the business of the meeting, I'll go over the emergency response plan for the room. In an emergency, everyone must evacuate through the nearest safe exit. Those seated in the gallery will take direction from security, and council will take direction from myself. After evacuating the room, please proceed to a stairwell, take the stairs to ground level, and evacuate the building through the doors marked emergency exit and go to the muster point. Do not take an elevator or walk through the city room. Anyone with limited mobility should identify themselves to security during an evacuation, and please speak with security if you require first aid. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we'll move on to the declaration of pecuniary and conflict of interest. Before we consider today's agenda, I will ask all members of council present if they have any pecuniary or conflict of interest to declare regarding any of the items to be discussed. A pecuniary interest exists when an item could monetarily affect a member of council, their employee, or a family member. A conflict of interest exists when an item could affect the private interests of a member of council, their employee, or family member. Do any members of council have a pecuniary or conflict of interest to declare? Seeing none, hearing no declaration of conflict of interest, we will move to the adoption of the agenda. And could I get somebody?
So moved.
Thank you. So now we'll move the approval of the minutes from the May 13th, 2020.
Councillor Elliott, could we vote on that first?
Yes, good point. Please vote.
Yes, for me.
Thank you, Councillor Tang.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Mayor Knack. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that is carried. Oh, okay, please.
I'm happy to move the approval of the minutes from the May 13th, 2026 Executive Committee meeting.
Thank you. Please vote.
Yes, for me.
Thank you, Councillor Tang.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Mayor Knack. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that is carried. And I do not believe we have any protocol recognition today. So now we'll move on for items for discussion and related business. So for anyone of interest, please select the items for debate. If not, I will. So, Councillor Salvador?
Yeah, I'll select 7-1, 7-2, and 7-3. And I see we have speakers on 7-4 as well, so I'll select that.
Okay, thank you kindly. Anyone else? Okay, with that being said, then we can, I believe, just want to make sure that we will close this for what's been covered off right now. Is that correct?
Yes, if you can take a motion to approve the remaining items.
Can I get
So moved.
Okay, please vote.
Yes, for me.
Thank you, Councillor Tang.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Mayor Knack. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that is carried.
May I read back what committee is completed this morning?
Please.
So this morning, Executive Committee has passed the recommendations in the following reports without debate. Item 7.5, Transit Software Single Source Contract. Item 7.6, TELUS Wireline Voice Services Single Source Agreement. Item 7.7, Extension of Northern Commerce Sole Source Contract. And item 9.1, Legal Matter, Instructions for a Legal Matter.
Thank you, and just want to confirm, do we vote to close the public hearing on those items?
There is no public hearing on those items.
Okay. Now we'll move into the and vote on reports not selected has been taken care of, and request to speak. Can I ask one of my colleagues? Thank you.
So I will move that executive committee hear from the following speakers in panels when appropriate for 7.1 and 7.2. Clerk, can I just say that there are 15 speakers, or should I read them all out?
You do have to read the names.
Okay, no problem. Okay, so give me 1 second. Okay, K.O. Day Southwood from Canadian Federation of Independent Business, who is remote. Hope Docking from Cozy Comic Games in person. Kevin Duangmani, who is remote. Matthew Satchwell from 33 Games, remote. Renee Williams, Edmonton Arts Council in person. Megan Dart, Fringe Theatre in person. Heather Thompson, Edmonton Chamber of Commerce, remote. Derek Kwan, Interactive Arts Alberta in person. Madison Cote, Interactive Arts Alberta in person. Todd Janes, Stony Plain Road and Area BIA in person. Roberta Taylor in person. Luam Kiefel Merriam, 124th Street and Area Business Association, remote. Panita McBrien, remote. David Ridley, Edmonton Heritage Council in person. Christopher Chansey, Interactive Arts Alberta Indie Asylum, remote. In panel 2, we have Kira Inez, remote. Brendan Turcott, remote. Brady Harris, Edmonton Downtown Business Association in person. Ann Nguyen, Alberta Avenue Business Association, remote. David Plamodin, Alberta Avenue Business Association, remote. Eric Estrada, Alberta Avenue Business Association, remote. Andrew Hui in person. And for 7.3, Alberta Avenue Arts Development Expression of Interest results, we have Christy Morin, Arts on the Ave Edmonton Society in person. Vivian Manesk, Reimagine Architects in person. Vidran Skopak, Reimagine Architects in person. Shane Erickson, Qualico Developments in person. Mike Saunders, Qualico Developments in person. Nicholas Carell's Qualico Developments in person. Don Newton, Arts on the Ave Edmonton Society in person. Randall Fraser, Arts on the Ave Edmonton Society in person. Michael Wolf, Sparking Minds and Changing Lives Resource Center in person. Jesse Watson, remote. Franklin Akbo, African Society for Culture, Economic Development and Arts in person. Jeanne Bridget Lehman, Canadian Women in Action, remote. Aranesh Carr, African Society for Culture, Economic Development and Arts in person. Sanjay Nathan, Happy Feet Dance Studio, remote. Yolene Naidu, New Era Modeling and Pageantry Royal Agency, remote. And in panel 2, Kimo Mansoure, remote. Tane Torres, Artsphere in person. Alan Bolstad, Alberta Avenue Community League in person. Camila Voki, remote. And for 7.4, Edmonton Public Library lease approval, Cody Tomanek, Edmonton Public Library, remote.
And for panel 2 of item 7.2, we have Laureen Verabo and Al Chapman.
We will add those as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now we'll move on to Councillor, pardon? Okay, request I can't even speak this morning, my apologies. Can we vote on this, please?
Yes, for me.
Thank you, Councillor Tang.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Mayor Knack. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that is carried. We'll move on now to 2.4, requests for specific time on agenda. We have none, unless there's something come to the last moment. Okay. Councillor inquiries, we have none. Report to be dealt with at a different meeting, we have none. And request to reschedule reports, and we have none on that as well. Unfinished business, we have none. And now we'll move into item 7, public reports, and we'll have the first panel to come down to speak on item 7.1, please.
We'll bring admin down for the presentation first.
Yes, thank you.
Good morning, members of Executive Committee and City Council. My name is Kim Petrin. I'm the Deputy City Manager for Urban Planning and Economy. We have reached an important milestone as today's discussion relates to Council's economic development priority. We are pleased to be here to present 2 cross-referenced reports and seek your support on advancing this work. To share today's presentation, I'm joined by Alyssa LaLiberty, Branch Manager of Economic Development Branch, and several other city staff are here to answer questions. We also have our team Edmonton leaders on the delegation for this presentation. Darren Edgar, CEO of Edmonton Global, Luke Azevedo, CEO of Edmonton Screen, Tom Vinica, CEO Edmonton Unlimited, Arlindo Gomes of Explore Edmonton, Vice President of Business Development. Next slide, please. Economic development is city building, leading to business growth, increased investment and tax revenue, a vibrant, thriving downtown, and a resilient and diversified economy. City Council's new economic development priority was declared in February this year, and it provides the framework to help guide development of the Edmonton Advantage strategy, corresponding recommendations for the upcoming budget cycle, and outcomes and indicators to guide strategy implementation at Council's direction. Economic development is broad in its application. Any dollar spent in an economy creates economic impact. However, Council's priorities provide a more precise focus on the actions and outcomes where city efforts should be made. The actions included in the Edmonton Advantage were carefully designed to leverage Edmonton's unique economic situation, address what we heard from economic development partners, be driven by Council priorities, and generate the greatest impact on Council priority outcomes and indicators. Our presentation today serves to demonstrate that Council's economic development priority can be accomplished through the updated strategy and supported by Edmonton's economic development agencies. The strategy guides what actions the city will take, and our partners will continue to be included in its implementation. Next slide. We will start with the findings from the agency review that have been incorporated into Edmonton Advantage. Next slide. As a refresher, the report is the result of the motion summarized on the slide, which was made in December of 2024. At that time, there were questions as to whether a multi-agency model for economic development was the most effective and appropriate. While there are other economic development partners in the ecosystem, this motion focused on Explore Edmonton, Edmonton Global, Edmonton Unlimited, and Edmonton Screen. Nichols Applied Management was contracted to provide an independent review and findings, which included research and engagement with the agencies in scope. Next slide. Although the work, budgets, and outcomes of each agency support economic development, there are nuances to the mandates of each organization. City Council acts as a governor, shareholder, or funder with each economic development agency. Administration's Economic Development Branch is responsible for business retention and expansion for businesses looking to start, relocate, invest, operate, and grow in Edmonton. City Council is the governor of the city's economic development strategy and approves capital and operating budgets while city administration implements the strategy's direction. The agency model allows organizations to apply for funding or grants not available to municipalities and partner with other levels of government and their respective agencies, and often work more nimbly than an in-house model. Each agency has joined us today to provide a brief overview of their organization and support for Council's economic development priority. Next slide. I'll pass things to Arlindo to get us started.
Thank you, and good morning. My name is Arlindo Gomes, and I am Explore Edmonton's Vice President of Business Development and Venue Management. Explore Edmonton is the city's destination marketing and management organization. We attract visitors by creating and promoting Edmonton experiences, contributing to prosperity and the quality of life through the visitor economy. The visitor economy is the economic activity generated by people who travel to a destination for leisure, business, or events. In Edmonton, it's an industry that attracts $2.6 billion in annual visitor spending. Explore Edmonton is one of the key economic development agencies in Edmonton. While we focus on the visitor economy, we also work closely with local partners because economic development is city building, and visitors are part of that building a great city. The money they spend stays here, supporting local jobs, helping businesses grow, and creating tax revenue. We've made it a priority to work with partners to expand our reach and collectively tell Edmonton's story. For example, the Canadian men's national soccer game last week that Explore Edmonton attracted to the city. The game itself was an economic driver with a total economic impact of over $20 million for our city. We amplified that impact by partnering with Edmonton Global, Edmonton Unlimited, Edmonton Screen, and Invest Alberta to bring business leaders and investors to an investor summit in Edmonton. People are drawn here because of a soccer match, but we worked with our partners to ensure they also experienced Edmonton as a place to invest, do business, and build partnerships. We're also proud to be partnering with the city and economic development partners as part of the Place Brand framework. We appreciate that Council's economic development priority specifically identifies the importance of arts, culture, and sports in economic development, and the importance of positioning Edmonton as a premier destination for visitors and a dynamic city for residents. Explore Edmonton's work delivers on this priority by attracting visitors, bringing in major events, supporting investment attraction in collaboration with partners, operating the city's 2 major venues, producing major events like K-Days, Canadian Finals Rodeo, and Farm Fair International. In recent years, we've helped support dozens of new and enhanced visitor experiences across Edmonton, including Indigenous tourism experiences, culinary tourism products, guided tours, and outdoor recreation experiences. A tangible example is the work we've done with Delavoye Chocolatier to support his business and his product to become export ready. This means we're able to market his chocolate making experience to international audiences. Explore Edmonton helps drive a city economy that is more dynamic, more affordable, and more fun. Advancing Council's priorities, the city plan, economic development strategy, and more. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you about our place in Edmonton's economic development ecosystem.
Next slide, please. I'll pass to Tom from Edmonton Unlimited.
Awesome. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today. We're encouraged by the City Council's focus on economic development, and because we believe entrepreneurship and innovation are critical to Edmonton's long-term prosperity. Thank you. Sorry. At Edmonton Unlimited, our winning aspiration is simple: to create a critical mass of entrepreneurs working to scale technology and innovation companies towards global impact. When those companies succeed, they create jobs, attract investment, commercialize research, diversify our economy, and strengthen Edmonton's competitiveness on a global stage. We describe our work through a simple framework: step in, step up, step forward. Step in is about helping more people step into entrepreneurship. We work to create pathways for people to explore, test, and pursue their ideas. Step up is about activating the community around those entrepreneurs. Successful companies are built with the support of mentors, investors, industry leaders, customers, and experienced founders who are willing to share their knowledge and open doors. We help create those connections and encourage more people across our community to contribute their expertise and their experience. Step forward is about helping companies progress through the critical steps of their growth. From incorporation to first customer, first employee, first investment, and ultimately scale, companies face different challenges at every stage of their journey. Our role is to help founders navigate those critical steps, connect them to the right resources at the right time, and support their growth into companies capable of creating significant economic impact here in Edmonton and beyond. Just yesterday, we brought in top venture capital investors from Toronto who took 30 one-on-one meetings, as well as provided learning to our community through a panel and workshops. From these formal and many informal conversations that day have come several strong leads towards investment into these companies, never mind the effect of their expertise on our founders. The companies that participated are everything from startups to scale-ups. They occupy downtown space and bring vibrant people to work and live in our city center. They also occupy industrial real estate here in the city where they build products for the world and, yes, even for space. Our visitors from Toronto were amazed at the quality of the companies that are building here and the ecosystem that is developing. Our role is to continue to foster and support that ecosystem. We're also beginning to see the long-term impact of investing in entrepreneurship. Over the last 2 years, Edmonton technology and innovation companies have generated more than $600 million in company exits. These exits are evidence that companies built here in Edmonton can compete, grow, and create significant value. What's exciting is what happens next. Founders who experience success go on to start new companies, invest in emerging entrepreneurs, and mentor the next generation and create more jobs. That's how ecosystems grow, and it's why sustained investment matters. The support we get from our city is critical, not only to maintain this momentum, but also because it unlocks significant investment from the federal and provincial governments. We are grateful for the city's support and take very seriously the stewardship of those investments. We look forward to continue to work alongside Council and our community partners to help build an economy that is innovative, resilient, and globally competitive. Thank you.
Thank you. Next slide. I'll ask Darren Edgar, who's joining us virtually from Edmonton Global.
Hi, everyone. Good morning, Mayor Knack and members of Council. It is a great opportunity to be here today. It's been some time since we did our last engagement with Council, so a lot has changed and can highlight a few of those things today. As everyone knows, Edmonton Global is the regional economic development organization for the Edmonton metropolitan region. We're owned by our shareholder municipalities, and we operate as a single coordinated voice for the region on the global stage. By design, from the ground up, we're regional and committed to our shareholders and their mandates. We serve as the region's connection point for global investment and trade, a connector, catalyst, and commercial engine for economic growth, working with investors, governments, and partners to position the Edmonton region as a competitive, credible, and easy place to invest, grow, and do business globally. Everyone saw the agency review that is informing today's conversation and today's report and our discussion today. Since that time, Edmonton Global has sharpened its focus, and we're on the cusp of sharing more publicly our new strategic plan with shareholders and partners. Our purpose is clear. We are here to accelerate the region's economic transformation by attracting and enabling global investment and trade at scale. We are uniting the region behind a single investor-ready brand. In practice, though, our primary objective is to internationalize the Edmonton region's economy, embed our region into global investment flows, trade networks, and value chains. And there's a couple of ways that we do that. We have two interconnected areas of work. We attract and enable the high-value investment, things that come here to support diversification, innovation, and growth. And we prepare our businesses locally in our priority sectors to enter global markets early and more effectively, both the outbound and the inbound. What the independent review confirmed is that our mandate is clear, distinct, and as well as to the economic development work done by the City of Edmonton's own internal team. We're not competing with anyone in this local ecosystem. What we're doing is we're extending the region's reach beyond our local ecosystem. Pardon me, I'm just experiencing some technical issues. I'm just going to page down. Here we go. Our RIS speak to that, as well as according to the agency review, for the expenditures that the City of Edmonton invests into Edmonton Global, we are returning that back to the region alongside our shareholders. One area that the review did identify as a gap, the cohesive place brand strategy, is one that we are directly supporting and we feel really strongly about. We're excited to see that the city is moving this work forward, and we look forward to partnering on what we believe is a critical foundation for the region's global competitiveness. And we're grateful to have had the opportunity to provide input into that strategy as well as the one that we're talking about today. So our thinking, building the foundations required to scale impact and deliver tangible results for this region year over year. We're really proud of our partners and we're proud of being part of this ecosystem, and we're grateful for the partnership of the City of Edmonton and this council, and we look forward to continuing this work together. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today.
Thanks, Darren. Next slide, please. I'll invite Edmonton Screen to provide remarks.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today. My name is Luke Azevedo. I'm the CEO of Edmonton Screen. We create here. 3 words that mean something specific. The talent is here, the stories are here, excuse me, and the businesses that drive our film, TV, and digital media sectors are here. Our job is to make sure it stays that way and grows sustainably. Part of Edmonton Screen's role is to ensure that we're creating the environment for the creative economy to prosper. We're connecting emerging talent to careers so they stay here. We connect local studios to investments so they grow here. And we connect Edmonton to the world so productions, publishers, and partners come here. We don't do this alone. We're co-stewards of the creative economy alongside our civic partners here today and other organizations such as Edmonton Arts Council. Since 2022, Edmonton Screen has supported $102.1 million of film and television productions, 60 games shipped, and 6,174 jobs across our region. This has helped businesses sustainably grow here. We market Edmonton's advantage all over the globe. Last month, our team was at the Cannes Film Festival and LA, meeting with major studios and streamers, attracting them to produce in Edmonton and Northern Alberta. Next week, Edmonton is hosting the first ever Game Industry Summit as part of GameCon Canada, bringing publishers and investors from across the globe right here to our city, and they're committed to Edmonton for the next 5 years. We drive investment. Screen productions, industry summit, and festivals like Fascination Film Festival, the Edmonton International Film Festival, and the Oscars Film Festival bring people, dollars, and profile to this city. We're building towards something bigger. Canada has one of the most developed Indigenous screen sectors in the world, with $347 million in production volume in 24-25, the highest we have on record. And Alberta captures only 5% of this. As home to the second largest urban Indigenous population in Canada, we have an enormous opportunity. With the guidance of prominent Indigenous filmmakers and in partnership with Indigenous communities, we're positioning Edmonton Screen as allies in establishing Edmonton as the Indigenous film capital of Canada. This isn't just cultural ambition. It supports the city's commitment to economic reconciliation, creates jobs, attracts production, and uplifts the entire sector. We're heavily involved in advocacy work, in the video game incentives at both the provincial and federal level, and through the Greenlight Alberta program, with built-in partnerships of the post-secondaries and industry right here in Edmonton, we're training the crew and talent that productions need to come here and stay. The Edmonton Advantage makes it very clear. No action is completed in isolation. That's how we operate, collaboration with intent. The screen sector creates skilled jobs, attracts investment, keeps young talent here, and tells Edmonton's story to the world. Thank you very much.
Next slide, please. The agency review found that the individual agency mandates are generally clear and complementary, with no significant duplication of efforts. Collectively, the agencies are generating measurable outcomes, including major tourism economic impact, investment attraction, and increased startup activity and job creation. Edmonton's ecosystem includes all the core functional components required to support investment attraction, sector development, tourism growth, and innovation. However, the review identified a gap amongst the agencies. There's limited structured support for mid-stage business scale-up and retention. Next slide. The review resulted in 4 main recommendations, as well as identifying an opportunity related to governance. It is important to note that while these recommendations are focused on the agencies noted in the council motion, there are a number of other organizations and resources in the ecosystem that provide related support. These other supports were not included in the scope of the review and therefore were not identified in the review conducted by Nichols. The findings and recommendations from this review have been incorporated into the Edmonton Advantage, which we will cover next. I'll now pass over to Alyssa to provide highlights on Edmonton's refreshed economic development strategy called Edmonton Advantage.
Next slide, please. Edmonton Advantage is an evolution of the 2021 Economic Action Plan, refined through extensive engagement and research to align with Council's economic development priority. While Edmonton's economy demonstrates strong fundamentals, resilience, and growth, The strategy specifically addresses the need to make improvements to the city's business environment. Moving forward, the focus is on raising awareness of Edmonton's economic advantages, accelerating business and industrial growth, and shifting the city's internal culture to better support the local business community. Next slide. Partner feedback and critical questions have helped us focus Edmonton Advantage and build a strategy aligned with council priorities while leveraging the momentum from the 2021 Economic Action Plan. This collective group of economic development partners who informed this strategy are a reflection of how Edmonton's community excels at coming together to build solutions. Next slide. At the heart of the strategy is the vision. Edmonton has a diverse and prosperous economy that thrives locally and globally, creating opportunities to succeed and contribute. Edmonton Advantage is built around 3 pillars, which symbiotically support and enable the actions under each pillar. These pillars were first introduced during the Council Economic Development Orientation session and, based on ongoing feedback, have remained consistent throughout this process. Enabling a strong business environment focuses on supporting business startups and growth by making Edmonton an easy place to do business. The actions here include supporting businesses of all sizes and sectors to easily start, stay, and grow in Edmonton. Marketing the Edmonton Advantage is all about promoting Edmonton's unique strengths through place brand. It involves developing and sharing a compelling value proposition to raise awareness of the city's opportunities for business, capital, and talent on a local, regional, and global scale, making Edmonton a premier destination for visitors and a dynamic city for residents. This pillar resonated the most with economic development partners during our April refinement workshops, where they could most see themselves and their inclusion reflected. Driving investment is focused on attracting capital and investing in catalytic infrastructure. Increases in industrial investment and downtown vibrancy are key actions. Leveraging Edmonton's vibrant arts, culture, and sports scene to attract more world-class events will contribute to hotel occupancy and venue utilization while driving more traffic downtown. Actively using Edmonton's existing assets, such as its land, talent pool, and infrastructure to become a top choice for investment will drive growth in areas such as property value, business expansions, and new businesses and buildings, all having an impact on non-residential tax revenues and job creation. We'll take a closer look at each of the actions. Existing activities are resourced, while new items for 2027 to 30 will require additional resourcing. Next slide. The City of Edmonton has implemented a multi-year strategy to modernize its regulatory framework, cut red tape, and accelerate processing times for businesses and industrial developers. The Client Liaison Unit continues to enable coordinated and efficient permitting. The city also supports Edmonton business growth by integrating local, diverse, and sustainable purchasing criteria into its contracts. By hosting events, utilizing a digital procurement process, and offering innovative pilot programs, the city reduces barriers and expands opportunities for Edmonton-based businesses to sell to the city. This will continue. In 2027, Taking Care of Business will roll out additional initiatives, including offering express application options based on complexity and risk, optimizing inspections, and allowing more flexibility to accommodate construction schedules. The initiative is also improving customer service channels, including telephone and in-person options, and using plain language in online channels. While the city has a responsibility to regulate construction and development, Taking Care of Business starts to shift the approach to service-oriented regulation that recognizes what businesses need to achieve with their investments, not just what the city needs to regulate. Action 1.1 will benefit a broad range of businesses in terms of both size and sector, and helps to address the agency review recommendation of enhancing business retention and expansion support. This work also has reputational benefits that can be incorporated into an integrated place brand. Next slide. Business-friendly support services are available to any business of any scale or stage in Edmonton. This is often the first door for businesses into city support and includes help to navigate the city's licensing and permitting processes, grant programs, connections to relevant city departments, and referrals to other business support organizations. Most businesses taking advantage of business-friendly services tend to be new or small businesses. As part of implementing the Edmonton Advantage, we will increase our capacity to focus on business retention and expansion that increases the non-residential tax base. In 2027, Action 1.2 includes recapitalizing of the Edmonton Edge Fund and Chinatown Vibrancy Fund. Next slide, please. A proposed review of business-friendly Edmonton programs and services will ensure that existing and new economic grant programs will increase or improve commercial property use, contributing to the non-residential tax base. These programs include expanded eligibility and funding for brownfield site remediation and redevelopment, and incentives to both decrease commercial vacancies in business improvement areas and to spur new commercial or mixed-use development in priority areas of the city. In terms of the agency review recommendations, Action 1.2 will enable increased scale-up and BRE support through new and recapitalized grant programs and increased business-friendly Edmonton team capacity. This action was identified as most important for Pillar 1 by economic development partners during April engagement sessions. Next slide, please. Establishing a strong place brand for Edmonton is a long-term relationship-driven commitment that shapes how Edmonton is understood and trusted. The brand amplifies Edmonton's strengths and presents a clear, credible, and consistent value proposition that attracts investment, talent, and opportunity. More specifically, this action is the mechanism to develop the invest pillar of the city's place brand work to ensure it is aligned with broader place brand actions and amplifies the economic development strategy. Time and again, we have heard from the business community about the need for a bolder, clearer, and more compelling Edmonton narrative. This action was identified as most urgent by economic development partners during April engagement sessions. Next slide, please. Market studies make data-informed recommendations on what actions the municipality, its partners, and the sector should undertake and prioritize to achieve the largest economic outcomes. This action is focused on the sectors and areas that are deemed to hold the most potential for growth and new investment. By moving forward in a measured way, the city will complete high-value market studies for business improvement areas, retail, tourism, and priority growth areas. Based on feedback received since the council report was publicly released, we have taken a closer look at the implementation plan and will move the completion of the BIA market study to 2027, pending budget decisions. We are committed to working with our business improvement areas to develop district-level economic data, land use planning expertise, and recommendations for the best economic development support for our BIAs. This action and Action 2.3 on the next slide were identified by economic development partners during April engagement sessions as the most important actions under Pillar 2. Next slide, please. Launched in 2024, Edmonton's Shop Local campaign aims to boost local business revenue and awareness by highlighting that a significant portion of spending at local shops remains within the city's economy. The initiative has evolved from offering promotional deals in 2025 to utilizing experiential touchpoints like farmers markets and storytelling in 2026, with plans to incorporate arts and culture in 2027. While the campaign focuses on influencing consumer behavior rather than providing direct business support, it is projected to assist at least 1,200 local businesses by 2030 with the capacity to support many more. Next slide, please. Edmonton is recognized as Canada's #1 sports city, and that's something to celebrate. Edmonton is a well-established host city for major events, including large sports tournaments and concerts. The city has an event attraction plan with dedicated funding to support 12 world-class attracted events. As we heard in the agency review, Explore Edmonton also plays a role. Beginning in 2027, this action is intended to address gaps in our ecosystem. It will see the creation of an event infrastructure plan that identifies and prioritizes new or refurbished venues and assets that ensure Edmonton continues to be a leading destination for large events. This will be done in collaboration with Explore Edmonton and the event ecosystem while in alignment with the refresh of the approach to recreation planning. Additionally, there is a need to enhance coordination within this ecosystem in order to better measure the impact at a systems level. Having more partners regularly working together can help us to leverage different strengths to attract major events and enable local events. Enhancing systems for measuring the economic and reputational impact can validate that we're on the right track and continuing to make progress. While each event attracted and hosted is unique, this action intentionally has a broad scope in order to have a more significant impact for the city, its residents, businesses, and its reputation. Next slide, please. Edmonton's downtown is the heart of our city, serving as its economic engine and the largest employment node with nearly 90,000 jobs and over 1,900 businesses, which is why investing in it matters. Action 3.2 acknowledges and aligns the Downtown Action Plan and work already underway. This momentum was highlighted in a memo sent to Council on May 26th, showcasing the progress on the 8 actions under the Downtown Action Plan since its launch in May of 2025. Looking forward to 2027-30, enhanced maintenance and beautification of public spaces, as well as offering a Downtown Action Plan fund, remain a focus. A new downtown business attraction program, including staff and support for the nighttime economy, will be implemented. This action will also address the increase to BRE support recommended by the Economic Development Agency review. Innovation and education districts will be implemented, and downtown entertainment districts expanded with investment attraction programs. This is designed to increase downtown businesses by at least 40 and create 120 new jobs. Next slide, please. The city's long-term fiscal sustainability requires increased industrial growth as it significantly contributes to our tax base. Embedding the Industrial Investment Action Plan, or IIAP, under Action 3.3 was intentional, as it is a significant economic development action and a key driver of growth in the non-residential tax base. The IIAP annual update will return to Executive Committee on August 12th with a detailed report on progress and recommendations for this action and next steps for 2027-30. More recently, a renewed federal funding has positioned the defense sector as a premier industrial investment opportunity. Edmonton is uniquely primed to capitalize on this rapidly growing industrial market, drawing directly on the strengths and strategic sectors identified in the IIAP. By actively leveraging our established industrial plan, expertise, and targeted programs, we are ensuring Edmonton secures its share of high-value defense investments. Next slide, please. Community Revitalization Levies, or CRLs, are one of the city's most impactful financial tools used to support catalyst projects in revitalization areas of the city that are facing persistent and substantial challenges to redevelopment. Generally speaking, the projects funded by CRLs lead to both direct and indirect tax uplift and economic growth. Embedding CRLs in Action 3.4 of Edmonton's economic strategy connects this major catalytic investment being made by the city. Administration brings funding requests within the approved CRL plan as projects and programs are ready for council approval. The next CRL annual report is planned for late in the first quarter of 2027. Next slide, please. Edmonton is experiencing growth and affordability at the same time, which creates improved competitiveness and investment opportunities. Because of this, economic opportunities for the city emerge unexpectedly and require swift action to take advantage of them. This is especially true when other jurisdictions are competing with similar incentives for the same opportunity. This new fund is intended to enable the city to make strategic economic investments in order to help grow businesses and the non-residential tax base. Work to design this fund will begin, and if supported, will launch in 2027. Next slide. Businesses in Edmonton are growing. The advantages Edmonton offers creates the right conditions for further investment, and with this also comes the opportunity to better support business attraction and expansion in Edmonton. This action will see the city expand Edmonton's business attraction and expansion capacity through the addition of 3 new dedicated staff positions. Informed by an updated value proposition and place brand under Action 2.1 and market studies under 2.2, targeted tactical marketing domestically and through working with Edmonton Global internationally will be implemented. The proposed tax incentive under this action was identified by economic development partners during April engagement sessions as the most important for Pillar 3. Work to scope out this new tax incentive will begin in 2027. Next slide. We know that both members of City Council and our economic development community are committed to businesses that operate at nighttime, also referred to as the nighttime economy. Outside of the Downtown Action Plan, Edmonton Advantage doesn't specifically mention the nighttime economy. However, in developing this strategy, we have been conscious of how it will support businesses that operate in the evening and nighttime, focusing primarily on hospitality, entertainment, and experiences like arts and culture. Action 1.1 underpins our broadest efforts to make it easier to start, expand, or add a business in Edmonton. This includes businesses with a nighttime focus and clientele, which may include permits unique to their venue and operations. Clearer and easier permitting helps businesses get up and running faster, and for many businesses in the nighttime economy that lease their space, becoming revenue positive faster helps offset startup and operating costs sooner. Action 1.2 helps business owners navigate the regulations and requirements pertaining to their specific businesses. Business Friendly Edmonton's top client type categories include food, beverage, and entertainment. Action 2.1 speaks to our value proposition for businesses, our brand and reputation. When these are strong, nighttime business owners have more reason to invest because our reputation is helping to expand the market through more visitors and more Edmontonians seeking local experiences. Action 2.3 will see the city's Shop Local campaign expanded to include arts and cultural experiences, which are often nighttime oriented. Action 3.1 will see more events hosted, resulting in more attendees and visitors. These drive traffic to hotels, restaurants, and other attractions, many of which are focused on nighttime operations. And finally, Action 3.2 focuses on the downtown, the heart of our nighttime economy. In this action, proposed for 2027, is a downtown business attraction program, including staff and support for the nighttime economy. Next slide. Although the city is not a shareholder of BIAs, the city recognizes that BIAs are a unique set of the city's economic development partners, representing nearly 5,000 Edmonton businesses across 13 defined geographic areas. Enabled by city bylaws under authority given the city by the Municipal Government Act, BIAs are business associations that are funded by their business members and governed by elected volunteer boards who set direction, budgets, and hire staff like executive directors who serve the business members. The city provides BIAs with support ranging from governance advice and infrastructure maintenance to collecting and dispersing BIA tax levies to each association. To enhance local BIAs, the city administers the Storefront Improvement Program, Centre City Optimization Program, and the BIA Enhanced Services Grant, which funds targeted priorities like security, litter, capital city cleanup grants, and graffiti removal. Edmonton Advantage proposes to go further. In addition to the actions that directly benefit all businesses, including BIA member businesses like improved permitting, procurement, increased business-friendly Edmonton one-on-one supports and grants, Place Brand and the expanded Shop Local campaign, a new commercial vacancy reduction grant, and a new commercial redevelopment grant are included for BIAs. All of these supports, coupled with the BIA market study, will provide recommendations to enhance competitiveness through targeted municipal actions. Next slide, please. Measuring performance and delivering results is an expectation. As Kim highlighted earlier, Council has identified indicators for the economic development priority as a mechanism to demonstrate progress. Edmonton Advantage demonstrates strong alignment with these indicators, which will be reported on annually at a minimum. In addition to these indicators, there are over 65 economic measures included in Edmonton's economic dashboard, which are updated twice annually. The city also provides an economic update on a quarterly basis and an economic outlook twice annually. Both the Downtown Action Plan and the Industrial Investment Action Plan have their own unique set of performance measures that enable us to dive deeper into the impacts of these focus strategies. Economic development agencies that we heard from today also report annually to provide additional measures on performance in Edmonton related to each of their respective mandates. A report on the Edmonton Advantage outcomes, indicators, and measures will be provided on an annual basis to demonstrate how resources are being applied to support Council's economic development priority and generate the best results for Edmonton.
Next slide. These reports are presented today for information, and we welcome feedback and further direction. We encourage your support of Edmonton Advantage. This allows immediate action on Council's economic development priority so that the outcomes are achieved in the immediate term. Much of the new work planned for 2027 and beyond will be subject to resources made available through the 2027 to 30 operating budget. A service package is being prepared to support this future decision. Edmonton is extraordinary. As one of Canada's youngest and fastest growing cities, Edmonton is home to a diverse population of 1.25 million. We are actively cultivating a resilient, diversified economy designed to attract investment and global talent. Driven by ambition and the distinct Edmonton advantage, our strategy will position our city as a global economic powerhouse. Thank you, and we welcome questions after the speakers.
Thank you very much. And before we bring down the first set of speakers, we're going to just do a few agenda management pieces. I think we've learned that the speaker on 7.4 was just to answer questions. They didn't need to speak, correct?
Confirmed.
Perfect. And I don't believe any members of committee or council have questions on that. So I can take a motion to bring that one forward just so we can move that off the agenda.
So moved.
Thank you, Councillor Palmer. Please vote to bring forward item 7.4.
We have the vote.
Thank you. Please display the vote. And that is carried 5-0, and I'll just take a motion to approve the recommendation in the report for item 7.4.
So moved.
Moved by Councillor Tang. And we've said there are no questions, so please vote on the recommendation as listed in the report for the lease approval.
We have the vote.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 5-0. I believe we have at least one new speaker to add. I believe if I can take a motion to add Eric Estrada for items both 7.1 and 7.3, I believe.
So
7.3 is where we're
Just 7.3,
adding
okay.
him to 7.3. So
Thank
moved.
you. That motion is accepted. Please vote to add that speaker to item 7.3.
We have the vote.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 5-0. The last thing we'll do just in terms of agenda is for those of you who are here for the Alberta Avenue discussion, the item 7.3, which are about 20 or so people, we can safely tell you we will definitely not get to you before lunch. So if you're welcome to hang out, but also if you want to go do other things, you're more than welcome to go do those other things. With the number of speakers we have on the item we're currently on, which is again another almost 25 people, we will definitely be going through to lunch. We might not even get through all of the speakers before lunch, let alone questions of speakers, let alone questions of administration plus motions. So if you are here for Alberta Avenue, at the very, very earliest, you can come back at 1:30, but realistically, we're not even getting to you at 1:30. And based off the number of speakers, it's going to be a tight agenda to see if we can make it all the way through that item before the end of the day. So just wanted to give folks the chance to not have to sit in chambers if you don't want. So with that said, we will move on to the speakers that we have for items 7.1 and 7.2. And as mentioned, we have two panels, so I will just call your names, and then for those in person, if you're in person when I call your name, please make your way down, and the clerks will make sure they get you seated in the right place. So just hang tight. Yeah, I think I have. Perfect. Yeah, I think so. Let me make sure I have. Hold on. I'm gonna add those two. Yeah, let's do that. Thank you. Those are for panel 2. So why don't I start with panel 1 and I'll add the rest after. So on panel 1, it's going to be Coyote Southwood, who is online. I see them there. Hope Docking in person. If you're here, Hope, please come on down. Next is Kevin Duangmani, and they're remote, I think. Kevin, are you there? Yeah, I see you're there.
Yes, I am.
Next will be Matthew Satchwill. And Matthew, are you online or in person? Not yet. Okay, next will be Renee Williams. In person, yep, there's Renee. Megan Dart is next, also in person, perfect. Number 7 is Heather Thompson. Do I see Heather?
Hi.
Oh.
I'm virtual.
Heather's virtual. Wonderful. Number 8 is going to be Derek Kwan. Yeah, there's Derek. Next will be Madison Cote, also in person. Come on down. Followed by Todd Janes, who I think is also in person. Yep. Roberta Taylor is there. Yep. Luam Kifilmariam is here. Yes, come on up. And Panita McBride is going to be after that. I see Panita's name online. David Ridley is here. Come on down. Christopher Chansey, who is virtual, and I see them online as well. And so that will be all of our speakers for panel number 1. And I think I'm only missing one person right now on that list, and so they'll have a chance if they pop in to join us. We're getting everyone settled in. Okay, now that everyone is settled in, I'll just take this moment to go through some of our expectations as we have public speakers here. So, as we've done that piece. That's what I'm looking for, the expectations. So, as we've already started the discussion from our city administration, I do want to share my expectations for the conduct of everyone participating to ensure a safe and inclusive environment and workplace. And these expectations apply to both in-person and virtual attendees. Hearing from the public is an important part of Council's process, so we know the full diversity of opinions that exists in our community. As meeting chair, my role is not to moderate the nature of the content being discussed, but to ensure behaviors support a safe, respectful, and neutral space for my colleagues, city employees, and the public. So disrespectful comments, including those directed at individual staff, members, or other speakers, profane language or gestures, and behaviors such as shouting, cheering, or clapping, or political campaigning will not be tolerated. In addition, use of the raise hand feature, chat, emoticon response, or AI note-taking tools in the virtual meeting are not permitted. I will direct the clerk to have security remove anyone violating these expectations. So I'll not provide any additional warnings. Once removed, the person will not be permitted to rejoin the meeting. The meeting is being live streamed and everyone is welcome to online. The only exception to the rule typically on clapping is if we are welcoming our City Hall School friends. We always welcome them here with a round of applause or any type of formal protocol. So that would be the only time we would accept applause. Otherwise, no applause, no cheering, no jeering, no anything. You can nod your head vigorously if you feel like you need to do something. That's about as long as it's silent nodding, you can silently nod as much as you like. So with that in mind, let us begin with our speakers on panel number 1. Coyote Southwood, please go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning, Mayor Knack and members of council. My name is Coyote Southwood, and it's a pleasure to be here to speak on behalf of the Canadian Federation of Independent Business. Slide 2, please. C5E represents 103,000 independently owned and operated businesses across Canada, with 11,000 in Alberta and 2,000 here in Edmonton. As a nonpartisan organization, our members set our policy direction through representation and surveys. The majority of our Edmonton members are small, long-established businesses with razor-thin margins and 10 employees or less. And this reality shapes all of our recommendations today. Slide 3, please. The city knows that Edmonton currently faces a business-unfriendly perception, a lack of awareness regarding Edmonton's value proposition, and a tax-based imbalance where residential growth outpaces non-residential growth. Today, I'll speak to you about adjustments to the Edmonton Advantage strategy that can help change that. Edmonton's Economic Action Plan for 2025 highlights that 97% of the city's businesses are small businesses. So for the city to make meaningful progress on its key performance indicators, it's vital that these entrepreneurs are accounted for in the refresh. Slide 4, please. Edmonton small businesses tell us that the most harmful issues they face are property taxes, crime and safety issues, red tape, and public construction projects. It's important that the Edmonton Advantage addresses these issues to boost business confidence and show the city is serious about improving the business environment. Slide 5, please. Here we can see that 2 of the top 4 challenges facing small businesses are being addressed in some part through enabling work. But why aren't these included as part of the strategy itself? They are critical to boosting small business confidence in the city and challenging that business unfriendly perception. Small businesses need to see that the city is taking issues like safety and construction mitigation seriously. For businesses impacted by construction, particularly by large projects like along Stony Plain Road, seeing construction mitigation measures in the Edmonton Advantage sends a signal that the city has been listening. We encourage Edmonton to look at Calgary's recently introduced business-friendly construction policy for some inspiration, and incorporate the impact of public construction on businesses as a strategic outcome in the strategy. Now, while the Edmonton Advantage strategy sets increasing business investment as a core action, with real growth in the non-residential tax base as an outcome, the strategy does not outline how it makes the investment climate better for the city's existing businesses. Pillar 3 specifically talks about offering a tax incentive for new major commercial and industrial construction. And while this is laudable, 97% of the city's businesses, small businesses, have no specific action directed to support them. Slide 6, please. According to most recently available data, Edmonton has the second highest tax burden on the average non-residential property among its peer municipalities in Western Canada, and that's above Vancouver, Winnipeg, and Saskatoon. When we look to the cities, what we heard report that's supporting this strategy, collaborators commented that high property taxes, inconsistent policy, and perceived lack of a pro-business city council are deterrents to investment. CFIB's data shows this to be true. Slide 7, please. That's why CFIB recommends the city introduce a small business property tax subclass, which would be a meaningful step towards improving affordability and competitiveness for Edmonton's entrepreneurs. Property taxes are a fixed cost, and for many small businesses, they continue to rise regardless of revenue or profitability. A dedicated subclass would help better align tax policy with ability to pay, providing targeted relief to locally owned businesses that create jobs, support neighborhoods, and reinvest in the local economy. Edmonton can look to Toronto and Ottawa as practical, well-established examples of how a small business property tax subclass can be designed and implemented effectively. Toronto now provides a 20% reduction for the subclass, while Ottawa provides a 15% reduction, both with matching education tax relief from the province, which supports thousands of small businesses annually. CFIB is also recommending the government of Alberta do the same for the education portion of property taxes. CFIB's calculations show that introducing a 20% subclass rate reduction in Edmonton for properties valued up to $1 million would result in close to $5,000 in savings for small businesses. For the Edmonton Advantage to succeed, the city must help reduce the cost of doing business for the city's entrepreneurs. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Next up is Hope Docking. Please go ahead.
Thank you.
Not quite. Let's get a little closer to that
A
microphone
little closer to the mic.
Yeah.
Thank you.
There we go.
My name is Hope Docking. I have been a game developer for 6 years, and I am one of the co-founders of Cozy Comet Games. We are Alberta's first game developer worker cooperative, and we're currently working on a project funded by the Canada Media Fund called Otter Half, which is a game about otters holding hands as they navigate the challenges of the river together. My journey in video games started when I first played Dragon Age Origins as a teenager, which is a game that was made right here in Edmonton where I lived by local developers with local voice actors, but it was internationally recognized for excellence. Later, I got the privilege to work with many of those talented developers on the games that inspired me, working on Mass Effect and Dragon Age. I was also one of the first unionized video game workers in Canada under UFCW Local 401, our local here. I've spent my career in video games thinking of how our unique industry at the intersection of technology and art could treat the workers in it better and be more sustainable overall. I believe that Edmonton is one of the best places to live and to make games. However, the industry that I came into no longer exists in Edmonton. By the time I was laid off, I was joining tens of thousands of other developers whose jobs had been eliminated, including workers who'd been at BioWare for decades. My only reprieve was the support of a union that still fought to get us a contract, back pay, and severance, but they couldn't make them give us our jobs back. Keyword Studios, which is an international company partially supported by the Canada Pension Plan Investment Board, could cut its losses here by never hiring jobs like ours in Alberta ever again. And this is a theme that I've seen repeated all over Canada and have felt the effects of personally. While large corporations are appealing because of the supposed economic stability and influx of jobs they will bring, it hasn't worked out in the long run, especially when those studios pick up and leave. Now, the bright side is that Edmonton has such a large number of world-class developers who are starting to open their own studios and make their own games. In the last few years, I've been with Cozy Comet Games trying to take steps to create a sustainable studio that can create great games for years to come. During this time, I have met so many others who are working on the same goal, and each one of them has a chance to create the game that will revitalize Edmonton as a leading city for video game development once again, but they need that support to get started. Unfortunately, I have found that many of the local opportunities for support fall short of what independent developers need the most in 2026 and beyond. Looking at city-funded support that might give small studios the much-needed head start to build traction, it feels like indie game developers like me have been a little forgotten. We're too artsy for tech, but we're too technical for the arts. We fit into the category of entertainment, but we do not have the same needs as television and film. Well, Cozy Comet and I personally have benefited from microgrants we've received from local bodies like Edmonton Screen. It's not difficult to notice that in recent years, there is no longer funding for the projects themselves, but instead funding to support developers' ability to pay for participating in other things like conferences or other professional development, which we are very grateful for. I do struggle to understand the long-term intended impact on the industry. This takes the money out of our ecosystem, often sends it outside of Canada completely, and does not focus on the sustainability or the future of the ecosystem. What was able to convert me from a laid-off game developer back to a full-time indie co-owner of a studio was support that allowed me to focus significantly on our game and support the community. Cozy Comet was accepted into Baby Ghost, which has an Alberta arm that was done in partnership with Interactive Arts Alberta, which provides specific game business knowledge and also funds. Thanks to those funds, we were able to put forward our Canada Media Fund application and receive prototyping, which is recoupable funding. Interactive Arts Alberta's Walkthrough Collaborative Centre is providing us with physical office space and community connection through exhibitions and conferences to where we can connect with other developers and aid each other through all of our developments. If this council wishes to support Edmonton's games industry and help us build back up to being an internationally recognized center for developing video games, I would recommend investing in things that are specifically for game developers and by game developers, like Interactive Arts Alberta. The ecosystem will not grow by luck or by trying to convince large companies to stay. Local teams are going to be here no matter what. We don't have large conglomerates in other countries to sneak back into when times get tough. But empowering the world-class developers we have here in Edmonton will create a sustainable ecosystem of developers who will stay and build a resilient future that will pay dividends later in economic and cultural value. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next on our list is, again, Kevin Duangmani.
Thank you. Hello, Mayor, members of the Executive Committee, City Council, and Administration. My name is Kevin Duangmani, and I am the founder of the Resplendent Cave Game Mastering Services. I design and publish for tabletop role-playing games and also organize gaming-related events. Right now, I work on a variety of projects that include developing games that assist nonprofits in accelerating their fundraising and running Dungeons & Dragons programs for school and library programs. I chose to build my games in Edmonton because of the incredible talent that resides here. This city has world-class designers, artists, and writers. It is the base for the famed BioWare studio that created Baldur's Gate. Edmonton is the host for an incredible game discovery expo. It's a festival city that celebrates the arts, so why wouldn't I build my games anywhere else or here? However, I have found that the supposed studio supports that exist in Edmonton haven't supported me well during my game development journey. Whether it's ideation, mentorship, or asking for help in bringing a product to market, I have found that the supports that exist here are too broadly defined and unhelpful. I have not found specific programs that touch on the design, development, manufacture, marketing, and publishing of games, and much less for board games, which I specialize in. Instead, we small developers need bespoke support that's relevant to our industry. The supports that exist for film and tech are not relevant for games. It's a different industry entirely, and we need a collaborative game developer hub to accelerate what we do. We need workshops and programs to address the specific challenges in the gaming industry. We need something like the Walkthrough Collaborative Center. This co-working space is operated by Interactive Arts Alberta, and this is where I'm working out of right now, and what they do, we need more of it. If it wasn't for them, I never would have found the people that I needed to meet to provide me guidance and mentorship. If it wasn't for them, I wouldn't have had the space to store the essential equipment that I need to serve thousands of patrons at a comic expo. If it wasn't for them, I would have failed to build a profitable business and give back to my community. So what I'm asking for the city is to fund the growth and expansion of the Walkthrough Collaborative Hub, the game developer hub for us to accelerate what it is we do best, and that's making games. I want the city to acknowledge that the game industry needs supports that are tailored specific to its unique needs, because in doing so, independent developers won't have to struggle like I did to find support. They will become self-sustaining faster, they will export Albertan and Canadian content quicker, and we as a city will become stronger. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, they weren't here before. We'll just call again for Matthew Satchwell. Matthew's not in person. Matthew, are you online? Okay, no, that's not yet. So next we'll move on to Renee Williams.
Good morning, Mayor, Council, and Administration. I'm Renee Williams, the CEO of the Edmonton Arts Council. It is a privilege to speak with you today on behalf of the Edmonton Arts Council about something that is not only close to our hearts, but essential to our city's future, the role of arts and culture in building a thriving, resilient, and economically vibrant Edmonton. I want to thank administration for hearing our sector during the engagement process and layering new language into the plan that is inclusive of art and culture. That said, there is still more work to be done. Too often, arts and culture are framed as nice to have, something that enhances the city, but not something that drives it. But here in Edmonton, we know better. The arts are not a side story. They are central to who we are and to where we are going. A recent economic impact analysis from the Edmonton Arts Council shows that arts and festival organizations in our city generate over $171 million in economic activity every year. That same sector creates and sustains more than 1,400 local jobs annually, supporting artists, technicians, administrators, and countless other professionals. This remarkable workforce can be found supporting a production at a local theater company and then seen bringing a show to life at Rogers Place. But the impact of arts and culture goes far beyond dollars and cents. Arts and culture are among the most powerful tools we have to build belonging, strengthen community, and create a city where people want to live, work, and invest. In Edmonton, 87% of residents attend at least one arts event each year, and 85% agree that arts help bring diverse communities together. If we think about that for a moment, we live in a time where divisive conversations are alive and well. The arts are doing the opposite, bringing people together, creating shared experiences, fostering a sense of civic pride and place. Festivals, theaters, galleries, music venues, and public art installations are not just programming, they are gathering spaces. They are where we meet our neighbors, where we celebrate our diversity, and where we tell our shared story. And this has a direct impact on our economy as well. A city that is vibrant, culturally rich, and full of creative energy is a city that attracts talent, investment, and tourism. Businesses choose to locate in places where employees want to live. Skilled workers choose cities that offer quality of life, and arts and culture are a key part of that equation. Edmonton's arts sector also mobilizes thousands of volunteers, engaging communities at every level, and supports partnerships with Indigenous communities, social organizations, and youth programs. This is all evidence of city building. Arts and culture intersect with everything: economic development, social well-being, education, health, mental health, and downtown revitalization. They animate our public spaces, transform underused areas, and turn infrastructure into experiences. They are not just part of the city, they shape the city. While I'm in favor of the general direction of the Economic Action Plan refresh, there are opportunities to further expand on the contributions of the arts and culture sector in the strategy. Today, I ask you to consider the following. Enabling a strong business environment is not just a seasonal tactic, it is a year-round strategy. Edmonton is a vibrant festival city 365 days of the year and proudly celebrates the story of our grassroots events, highlighting the creative economy as a formal economic cluster. Creative industries are recognized as fast-growing sectors that generate jobs, foster innovation, and increase competitiveness across the broader economy. Marketing the Edmonton Advantage provides the opportunity for arts and cultural organizations to create meaningful experiences to market to visitors and residents alike. Moreover, arts and culture contribute to economic resilience and diversification. Driving investment requires solid foundations. The creative economy is that solid foundation that is essential for the visitor economy to thrive. Rights holders, business owners, and event organizers want to see and experience a vibrant city before they decide to be here. The arts and cultural sector can support that foundational work to realize significant future economic impact. What we know to be true is that collaboration between sectors is imperative for economic success and resiliency. Intentional inclusion of the creative economy will bring economic prosperity for years to come. I believe that further engagement with our sector is critical for the continued development of a meaningful strategy. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Next is Megan Dart. Please go ahead.
Good morning. My name is Megan Dart. It is my great joy to serve our community as the Executive Director of Fringe Theatre, producers of the Edmonton International Fringe Theatre Festival, and stewards of the Fringe Theatre Arts Barns, a 32,000 square foot, 3-theatre venue in the heart of Old Strathcona. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak today. What I would like to offer today is a perspective from the arts and culture sector. I encourage the city to more prominently recognize arts and culture and homegrown festivals and events as essential economic infrastructure and as a critical delivery mechanism within this strategy. When we talk about building vibrant, resilient cities, we're really talking about building places where people gather, connect, create, and belong. And few things do that better than the arts. Economically, the arts are one of the fastest acting forms of local stimulus a city can invest in. Patrons who frequent the arts spend more money in restaurants, hotels, retail shops, parking lots, and transportation systems. But municipally, our funding has remained stagnant for a decade. The Edmonton Fringe Festival is North America's largest, longest-running fringe theatre festival, and one of the top 5 worldwide, alongside the Adelaide and Edinburgh Fringes. Every August, we transform Old Strathcona into one of the most vibrant cultural districts in the world. Today, we are recognized as a major tourism driver that helps keep Edmonton on the map as a creative destination. In 2025, nearly 20% of our ticket buyers came from outside Edmonton, and publications including Lonely Planet, Condé Nast, National Geographic, and Wanderlust magazine have highlighted Edmonton Fringe as an experience worth traveling for. Those accolades don't just benefit Fringe, they benefit Edmonton. At Fringe Theatre, we demonstrate every day how arts organizations contribute directly to economic development. The Professional Association of Canadian Theatres reports that every dollar spent on theatre tickets generates approximately $5.94 in local economic impact. In 2025, we sold nearly 150,000 tickets. Based on that calculation, Fringe generates an estimated $20 million in economic activity from ticket sales alone every year. That's before we account for the more than 800,000 site visits we welcome over 11 days of festival to celebrate our free, family-friendly programming. Those Fringers shop, dine, visit attractions, support local businesses, and stay in hotels. But the overnight stays only tell a very small part of that story. Last year, we returned nearly $1.5 million in base ticket sales directly back to artists. More than 800,000 of that stayed right here in Alberta. That is money flowing directly into the creative economy. The arts creates reasons for people to connect. Connection creates density. Density creates habits, and habits drive economy. That cycle is economic development in action. Just as roads move people and goods, cultural infrastructure moves people into community. In addition to welcoming hundreds of thousands of visitors, every year we engage 1,000 volunteers, support 1,600 artists, and build community with more than 2,000 donors and 60 local businesses and sponsors. Festival goers attend on average 3.4 times over 11 days compared to 1.2 times at similar events similar in scope and scale. 96% say their experience exceeds expectations, 92% recommend it to others, and 95% say they are more likely to support a business that sponsors organizations like Fringe. That's more than customer satisfaction, that's emotional attachment to place. Through our festival and year-round programming, we help market the Edmonton Advantage 365 days a year by telling the story of Edmonton as a city that is creative, welcoming, entrepreneurial, collaborative, and full of possibility. Beyond festival, we support more than 500 arts events annually and invest more than $1.1 million in subsidized access to space, mentorship, and professional development. Each year, we employ 220 arts workers and cultural professionals, and importantly, we serve as a training ground for the broader visitor economy. The sound technician mixing a musical in our Westbury Theatre is one of only a handful of specialized high riggers with IATSE Local 210 who make it possible to bring in major sporting events and touring productions to Rogers Place. The accordionist who leads our late-night cabaret band is also the organist entertaining thousands of Oilers during the hockey season. These aren't separate economies. They are the same workforce. The arts are currently acknowledged in the plan, but their contribution to talent attraction, tourism, neighborhood vibrancy, business development, quality of life, and place branding could be elevated and integrated more intentionally. I enthusiastically encourage you to please ensure the roles of arts and culture is more visible throughout the strategy and fulsomely funded through the Edmonton Arts Council. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker is Heather Thompson.
Good morning, and thank you for allowing me the time to speak on this important economic investment for the city. On behalf of the business community, the Edmonton Chamber of Commerce is pleased to provide feedback on this economic action plan. I also want to thank City Administration on the extensive engagement and consultation process. To start, we believe that these are the right pillars, and my comments will mainly focus on the first pillar, enabling a strong business environment. So to start with, we would like to see beautification and cleanliness and action. This plan assumes that this is part of economic development, but it isn't named as an action, and we think it needs to be, backed by substantially more investment and funding. When people are spending time in sparkly, clean, public and commercial areas, they are more confident and will spend more time, and that will translate into spending more money. We know that there are storefront and vacancy grants, and this will help, but they're not the same as investing in an environment where those storefronts sit in. Not to mention, this impact would have a huge impact on the perception of public safety. For example, we appreciate the urgency and the action in Pillar Action 3.2 to continue the work of the Downtown Action Plan. Second, with regards to the grants, the Edmonton Edge Fund is real measurable ROI, and Euro numbers prove this with 17 projects, 7 million in business revenue growth, nearly 5 million in local capital. And that's what high yield tool looks like. By contrast, some of the plan carries a number of smaller grants that will be spread thin. We like to see those micro grants condensed so the money can fund fewer, larger investments that yield for the whole business community. For example, ensuring clean streets for Edmontonians, clean sidewalks, so businesses can feel safe operating and take pride. And this will directly incentivize investment. Third, around the KPIs, mainly are written in a way that doesn't actually measure or paint the picture that there will be real growth or improvement in the business community. For example, something we'd like to see in the implementation plan would be a KPI or potentially a goal that says something to the effect that downtown would represent 15% of the municipal tax base. Another example could be 10% decrease in retail thefts throughout the commercial corridors throughout the city. And it'd be great to have targets that tie in the investment of these outcomes. I'll add one point. One of our members, Alin Samdri from Jaffer Inc., who chairs our policy committee, recently wrote to a member of council with candid observation. He said, this plan acknowledges the issues, but it doesn't yet reflect the substantial work that the Chamber and the Downtown Business Association have published over the past year. And that's the opportunity here. A plan meant to make Edmonton business friendly that is built with genuine engagement from the organization closest to the businesses, including ones that are willing to offer the hard feedback. And the Chamber has offered to stand up a business advisory council, a fiscal task force, and to work along the city. And that offer will stand and continues to stand. This plan should serve as a backbone for investment and an investable environment for consumers, residents, and businesses alike. Name beautification as priority and cleanliness, consolidate grants into real returns, and measure what actually signals growth and build upon it. One quick point I'd like to, with regards to the 7.2, the Economic Development Agency's review, I do see that there is a gap in domestic economic development, and that has been highlighted as something that needs to be solved. Over the years, the Chamber has had an opportunity to be part of filling that gap to ensure our members and the business community are represented and given opportunities to make more money, and we will continue to do so. If the city is to undertake this internally, I would like to underscore the importance in funding to ensure there is staff and scope support. However, we do know the economic function will ultimately perform to have a higher outcome when it lives outside of bureaucracy of the government. These organizations need to be agile and nimble so it can react faster to the investment market. Government structures lack flexibility and often find it difficult to operate at the speed of business, and nor should it. If we want the agencies to support businesses, we want them to run like a business. We see this successfully in Calgary and across Canada, and even at provincial level like Invest Alberta. I appreciate your time and to share on behalf of the Chamber of Commerce. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next is Derek Kwan. Please go ahead.
Hello. Thank you, Mayor and Council and Administration, for this opportunity to speak. My name is Derek Kwan, and I'm a lifelong resident of Edmonton. I'm proud to live here and to operate both a nonprofit and a business here. I care deeply about this city. I come here before you today as the president of Interactive Arts Alberta, or IAA, and as an independent game developer. Today you will hear from us, a number of independent game developers, and Indie Asylum in Montreal. Collectively, we'd like to give you some important context into how our community has received services and support from the economic development agencies. In short, although there has been some positive effort that we very much appreciate, the support our sector has received has been both anemic and misaligned. Before you hear from the others, I'd like to tell you a little bit about IAA's approach to growing our local games industry. Since 2014, we have supported Edmonton and Alberta's games industry through the Game Discovery Exhibition, or GDX, our Indie Festival, the Walkthrough Collaborative Centre, our free interactive arts community hub on White Ave, and Baby Ghost Alberta, an accelerator for independent game studios. Our vision is that Edmonton and Alberta are one of the best places in the world to make games. We accomplish this through our mission to grow capacity for games culture and game development, and to do it in an inclusive, diverse, equitable, and accessible way. I was also the sole representative for the game sector on the Connections and Exchanges Advisory Council in 2017, the Edmonton Arts Council's plan to position Edmonton as an arts, heritage, and cultural city. Our work at IAA aligns to Connections and Exchanges, leveraging the unique value of our arts and culture community to create long-lasting, sustainable value for a region through game development. At IAA, we primarily support independent game developers, or indies. While indie can mean different things, to us, indies are individuals and studios who have full control over their creative process and intellectual property, and whose ownership is local. You could consider us the buy local, go global movement of Edmonton and Alberta's games industry. IAA is also a community economic development organization. We aren't only concerned with jobs or profit, especially if these things are transitory. Rather, we are interested in creating a sustainable and resilient ecosystem for the people who work in the industry, who return tangible value back to the city through community attachment. Our organization fosters an environment where our stakeholders not only survive, but thrive together. From an alignment perspective, we are very much aligned with Council's priority around economic development. We support business startups and growth through our accelerator and incubation activities in our community hub in White Ave. We create an environment where, when successful, our local studios are willing to reinvest back into the local ecosystem. We prefer not to rely on FDI, which, while a lovely cash infusion into our local economy, can be ephemeral and apt to reduce our ecosystem's resilience when we become overly reliant on it. The games industry is inherently global. When our local ecosystem has strong indies whose products are selling across the world, the contributions that our indies make back to the local economy are also highly beneficial. We become an arts and culture destination with Play's brand, which is something we highlight through our indie festival, GDX, whose main purpose is to showcase our local talent to the world. As this is a review of the economic development agencies, we as indies have a general critique of the supports and services offered by the EDAs. Essentially, EDA supports, especially for entrepreneurship and investment seeking, are too broad and often irrelevant for interactive media. Unfortunately, there's almost no direct support that targets the games industry ecosystem. And we think this is because the EDAs struggle to understand our sector. Our products have long development life cycles, and the investment environment is highly specific and ever-evolving. As Edmonton Screen manages the games portfolio, we have specific critiques for this agency. The EDA review had some significant gaps around how the games community was analyzed. The focus appears to be on film and television rather than games, and these sectors are completely different and require vastly different interventions. These gaps are things such as the jurisdictional scan only considering film offices in Ottawa and Quebec rather than interactive digital media support organizations like Indie Asylum. The game's shipped metric that Edmonton Screen uses to measure success is misaligned. It doesn't measure economic impact and is also vague. We don't know what constitutes a game shipped. It is unclear what business retention and expansion programs are available for indies as well, and the Games Council is also too small to be useful. It does not allow for enough voices to be serviced around our collective needs. Furthermore, no value has been placed on the value of analog designers that analog and board game designers have in the sector. Board games and tabletop games have a significant talent crossover with digital, but are ignored. And finally, specific grant supports that actually help indie studios have either decreased or been eliminated in recent years, are inconsistently awarded, and overall only sometimes meet the needs of the few. Our ask is that we're looking for municipal support similar to Montreal's Indie Asylum, a cluster-based incubator and games industry powerhouse. Our interactive arts community hub in Whitehave is a precursor to the asylum. Supporting our hub allows us, as independent game developers, to be self-governed, to support one another in community, and to institutionalize the knowledge, skills, and abilities that will allow us to be sustainable regardless of EDA support. The hub is essential for growth. Small indies to medium and large-sized enterprises will occur. Ongoing support will create an environment of community feedback loops that sustain our ecosystem through additional employment or in direct investment into each other's projects and studios. We do not want the fate of indies in Edmonton to be defined by organizations that provide broad rather than specific sector supports. Film is film, tech is tech, games are games. We need to stop pretending they're the same thing.
Thank you very much. Next up is Madison Cote. Please go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Madison Cote, and I'm the Executive Director of Interactive Arts Alberta. Thank you, Mayor, Council, and Administration for this opportunity to speak today. I'm here to fill in the business case for the ongoing municipal support for IEA, as we are an important gap filler where the other economic development agencies are struggling to support our sector. We are a community economic development organization that for over 10 years has provided invaluable aid to our indies. With your support, we can do even more to boost our local businesses and make our cultural industries an economic pillar. Our role, as both economic development workers and independent game developers ourselves, we deeply understand the industry and challenges that we collectively face. We champion our indies. We spend time in our community with them. We're the first to try their prototype games, and we're the biggest allies as they search for funding and begin promotion of their products. We spend time with student developers and talk to them about pathways forward. We advise new indies on how to develop their companies, and importantly, we have successfully funded our operations through grants that directly inject both direct and in-kind support back into the community. In the past year alone, we have injected over $2 million in direct and indirect economic support and impact right into the city of Edmonton. I have the pleasure of connecting with developers at the ground level and seeing their everyday needs. After we opened the Walkthrough Collaborative Center on White Avenue in 2024, it quickly became apparent while we were still behind the leading jurisdictions, we were taking a huge leap forward with our capacity to serve interactive artists and developers. Over the past year, we've been proud to run our first Baby Ghosts Alberta cohort, which provided $100,000 directly to 4 Edmonton studios. We have also provided free support to half a dozen studios on their Canada Media Fund applications, the majority of which were successful. And we have assisted our in-house indie studio in residence to ensure that they were signing a fair publishing contract. Because of our work, we have been designated as a Prairies Hub for Baby Ghosts, meaning that we now provide support for worker-centric business model education across the entire Prairies provinces. In collaboration with Explore Edmonton, we continue to provide free independent game developer booths worth tens of thousands of dollars to our indies, especially from underrepresented communities whose stories and products deserve visibility on the global market. But that doesn't include the countless weekly workshops, playtest sessions, and our largest event, the Game Discovery Exhibition, which is North America's largest independent games festival by attendance and the only in-person anti-racism conference in North America. Games often take a minimum of 2 years to develop. For first-time studios, this means that they have zero revenue going in, and making games is really hard. This is why, for as long as we're able, we are committed to providing free booths to exhibit at GDX and to find product market fit. All of this we provide in the spirit of ecosystem development and elevating our indies. For market access, we have continued to support developers as they attend exhibitions and conferences, and we'll always connect them with the folks that we have developed relationships with over the years, as we have established a rich and very in-depth regional reputation worldwide. Despite a lack of operational funding, we've injected more direct support to indies in this ecosystem than comparable EDA programs. Our challenges with the existing EDA support programs is that we are filling gaps, and that the gaps are quite large. We do our best to work with the EDAs to provide information and community connection back to the people whom we serve, but we have been stymied by what appears to be a competitive approach by some EDAs to the ecosystem rather than a collaborative one. Since 2020, we have provided connections and industry contacts, going so far as to set up mutual meetings with Edmonton Screen. We have also introduced Edmonton Screen staff to our local and international contacts, including Indie Asylum and folks at events like Gamescom in Cologne and Montreal's MIGS. We do not get the sense that there is an impetus for mutual reciprocity. Importantly, what I'm hearing from people who I serve is that there is not enough support. Larger grant programs and ones that went directly to the developers rather than third-party arm's-length costs have been slashed and cut from the organizations that were meant to support them, and there's a sense of resentment from those who started their studios later, missing out on the same level of support that others have received. As well, I'm hearing about them being forced to participate in programs that do not completely service their needs in order to receive support at all. Most concerning is that we are challenged by Edmonton's reputation and how it is being perceived as a result of misaligned EDA supports. As for our ask, we would like you to hear from Indie Asylum later today about the value that they provide to the Montreal ecosystem and consider how we might replicate their success here in Edmonton. Part of my work has been conducting a worldwide jurisdictional scan, and we have looked at other models from New York to Tokyo to Los Angeles and more. The Indie Asylum has created a unique model that has positioned the city of Montreal to continue to be the powerhouse of games in this industry that we know we want it to be, and we want to replicate that success, but with a unique Edmonton flavor. We're looking for municipal support outside of EDAs that is specific to the games industry here in Edmonton.
Thank you very much. Next up is Todd Janes. Please go ahead. And sorry for everyone when I cut you off, since we have so many speakers. I'm generally fairly ruthless on that, and I'm even more so today. So, Todd Janes, please go ahead.
Good morning, Your Worship, and members of council and administration. My name is Todd Janes, and I have the privilege of representing over 500 businesses within the Stony Plain Road BIA as their executive director. On the way in this morning, I noticed a mural that many of you will know. It says, "Take a risk. It's the most Edmonton thing you can do." Ironically, that was a manifestation of the last time the city of Edmonton went through consultation around what place brand means to Edmonton. Ironically, we are here again, and it doesn't seem like that was that long ago. I want to thank administration for the work that they've done on establishing the revised economic action plan. The problem is that the report alludes to the fact that Edmonton is targeted as business unfriendly. Yet what is not truly addressed in that is that business attraction and retention is competitive. And Edmonton is losing its competitive edge to surrounding municipalities, and the actions seem to just reinforce a lot of the same activities. Maybe we need to take a risk. The light industrial and industrial attraction capacity for Edmonton is limited. I feel in many ways we've lost a lot of that. A lot of the foci seems to be around light industrial and downtown again. The city plan was passed a number of years ago, which represents 15 districts throughout the city of Edmonton, yet it seems disproportionately there is significant investment in downtown Edmonton. I'm not saying that that's a bad thing, but I'm saying there needs to be better quality in how we support a larger city, how we support our nodes and corridors, how we look at economic development differently. One of the things that seems missing, and the Nichols report also alluded to that, is that while the partner agencies do good work in their specific jurisdictions, there is a large gap in local economic development. I feel that work should be done by an entity similar to perhaps Explore Edmonton or Edmonton Unlimited, and to do work that really situates the majority of our businesses and where the tax base originates from. We do not have that in an arm's length, independent stakeholder group that we do with these other economic agencies. I think that's a big misstep. Municipal government should be there to provide regulation, support, and nurture, but a lot of the work of local economic development isn't being done, and I think Edmonton is missing out. As I look further into the report, I'm curious that it doesn't really address additional pathways for new Canadians, Indigenous, Métis, and entrepreneurial investments from many of our small, independently owned, racialized businesses. I think that's a miss. I actually think that the actual KPIs that are listed here are far too blunt. While I recognize the need for overarching measurements, I also think there needs to be greater precision around that. Maybe it's around 90 days or less for business licenses to be completed, number of jobs created, number of renewing businesses, those that actually survive, and also reduction in vacancy rates. I want to thank administration, and I'm really excited to continue this discussion because one of the great things that administration has done is the business survey. I think it's a great base to begin our business recruitment and retention activity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up is Roberta Taylor.
Good morning, and thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to Council. My name is Roberta Taylor, and I am a freelance analog game designer here in Edmonton. I have been making games full-time for 4 years and off the side of my desk for 15, and Edmonton has been home for most of that time. The type of games I make range all the way from games that are sold in hobby markets around the world to games for local not-for-profits such as the Imagine Institute here in Edmonton, and they needed help creating a game to use in small rural communities as a suicide prevention tool. The reason that I'm speaking to you today is because analog and digital games have this huge part in community, in culture, and in our economy in Edmonton, and we have, as has been previously mentioned, so much talent and so much potential, and so much of it doesn't fit in other boxes. Interactive Arts Alberta has been a wonderful tool because they're the first organization I've encountered that recognizes and aims to work with that huge overlap in skill and ability between analog and digital games, and that also recognizes that these are educational tools, these are art, and these are products that we bring to an international market. And so I'm just here to encourage Council to take their requests to heart because they're having a huge impact on a lot of people all through the city, and lots of people who you would never normally realize need that help and support. So thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you very much. Next up is Luam Kiflemariam.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor and councillors. My name is Luam Kiflemariam, Executive Director with the 124th Street and Area Business Association, representing over 400 businesses, the vast majority of them small and independent. My central message today is this: the strategy is strong on large-scale investment attraction, industrial growth, and downtown mega projects, but comparatively weak on supporting the thousands of small businesses and BIA improvement areas that already drive Edmonton's local economy. I will highlight 8 brief concerns, maybe 7 if I run out of 10. The BIAs are referenced in this document but not treated as core partners. BIAs appear mainly as eligible location for commercial redevelopment grant as the subject of future BIA market, although I do acknowledge and thank Alyssa for moving that BIA market study to 2027 from 2029, which was written in the original report, and in general references to commercial areas. What's missing is a dedicated BIA investment program, a BIA-led economic development program with clear budgets and outcomes. The plan right now is to study BIAs, not to invest in them now, even though BIAs are already delivering on-the-ground economic development. Number 2, deep resourcing for industrial growth, limited tools for main streets and BIAs. The Industrial Investment Action Plan is backed by multiple dedicated staff positions, new hires, major tax incentives, infrastructure programs, an industrial growth hub, land supply forecasting, first movers infrastructure funding. In comparison, small businesses and BIAs mainly receive the business census, a shop local campaign that reaches a few hundred businesses a year, a future market study. We're not asking you to reduce industrial efforts, but to recognize the size of the gap. Main streets and BIAs do not have a comparable toolbox. Attraction is emphasized, but retention and small business growth are underdeveloped. Across the document, there is repeated emphasis on investment and business attraction, international events, new development, and assessment growth. There's much less attention to business retention and success, independent business growth, vacancy reduction, and commercial affordability outside of downtown. KPIs and key questions remain unanswered. How will existing small businesses be retained and helped to scale? How will vacant storefronts and BIAs be filled? How will rising costs be addressed? Number 4, shop local is positive but insufficient on its own. The Shop Local campaign is a main citywide initiative directed at small businesses and estimated to help about 300 businesses a year. It's helpful, but it's fundamentally a marketing effort. What's missing are tools that address structural challenge such as modernization or small capital grants, incentive for small business expansions, succession planning, or transition reports. A campaign can raise awareness, but it does not resolve the costs and capacity pressure our members face. Downtown is heavily resourced. Other BIAs are largely absent. The strategy includes major commitment to Downtown Action Plan and its fund, Entertainment District, Event Park, Ice District, the Winspear Expansion, Jasper Avenue, Vision, Downtown, Quarter CRL projects. The significant investment. However, there is very little equivalent focus on BIA districts outside of downtown. The risk is a two-tier model where downtown receives sustained, concentrated investment while other BIAs receive small, fragmented support. This is why our members increasingly are asking why only downtown for support. 6, the success matrix focus on assessment, not business or health. There's largely absent matrix that reflect the health of existing small businesses and BIAs, such as business survival, retention, independent business growth, foot traffic, commercial occupancy. Limited response to day-to-day cost and risk pressure, as mentioned by the Federation of Independent Business Association. We're hearing construction disruption, access challenges, public safety and perception of safety, escalating rates and operating costs. This plan doesn't tackle this. In closing, I want to acknowledge the work that has gone into the strategy. It is strong on industrial development, large-scale investments, and downtown revitalization, but to be truly balanced, it needs business retention and success, BIA revitalization, vacancy reduction, small business growth, and BIA's frontline economic development partners. Recognize as.
Thank you very much. Next up is Panita McBride. Please go ahead, Panita.
Hello, Mayor and Council. It's a pleasure to be here. My name is Panita McBride. I'm speaking today as a private citizen and as of about a week ago, a downtown business owner. I have worked in and around the economic development ecosystem for the better part of a decade. And I have a couple things specifically I wanted to be here to talk about today. So economic development professionals, especially in a bureaucracy, really want economic development to be a science that fits into a box. And it often is. Industrial, for example, really does often come down to the basics of land, infrastructure, and dollars. And that work is important. And that is not what I'm here to talk about today. What I want to talk about is the rest of our local economy and the factors that don't often fit neatly into the traditional economic development boxes, and to hopefully influence a bit of how you're framing this work in your mind as you contemplate budget decisions later this year. I'm going to warn you, this is going to sound a little bit ridiculous. After 5 years of visiting and learning and analyzing major cities across North America, I am convinced that the real difference between the success or the failure of a local economy is not most of the stuff that's in that report. in front of you today, the list of reports in front of you, it actually just comes down to vibes. Street front activation, great bars and restaurants, nightlife and festivals, live music, theater, film, retail and hospitality that's genuinely interesting, experiences and festivals that generate authentic online content that inspires and motivates people, and meaningfully shapes perceptions about a place. Day-to-day experiences that give a place a story worth telling. And I want to quickly endorse one of the messages from CFIB in the chamber today. Those enablers in attachment 4 are absurd to throw in there as orphaned footnotes. Those are critical pieces. And they're pieces that are often in the hands of other city departments, not in UPE. And so your UPE team is great. They know what they're doing. They'll often take you 3 steps forward. And then another city department will take you 2 steps back. It happens again and again. Some of those things are referenced in that report. I'm going to throw out patio fees as another example. And so every department must be held accountable for their impact on the local economy. UPE can't do this work alone and can't be held accountable for this work on their own. The question underneath all of economic development is, what is the story about this place? Are people inspired and confident enough to invest here? That feeling drives the decisions that actually move economies. So the main reason I'm here to talk to you today, I want to be specific about one thing. In my work today, I'm working with small, local, entrepreneurial developers, people who care about heritage, street front character, about supporting small business tenants and creating buildings and blocks that make people feel like they want to spend time and money there. Think about the Oliver Exchange building, think about the Pendennis building, think about the Barbrico building and the Mercer warehouse. In the current economic conditions we're in and construction costs and everything else, for projects like those, the grants that are in section 1.2 in your implementation plan before you today are absolutely essential. So things like the storefront improvement grant, interior improvements, the proposed commercial vacancy reduction program. If we want, when you think about blocks and buildings that are deteriorating, that are just sitting there, that are, being speculated about, someone's sitting on that land for who knows how long. If we want someone to step in and actually do something with those buildings, those programs are going to be a difference maker. The dollars historically that were in there were maybe not quite enough per project to make a difference. So maybe there needs to be an increase there per project. But that's the one point I really wanted to stress today, that when you're making budget decisions, those programs make a huge difference. And there are going to be difference makers between a building that we all want to see transformed, whether it's going to sit there for another 20 years rotting, or someone local and small and creative stepping in and actually being able to do something with it. I also wanted to really quickly point out, separate to that point, that arts, culture, and the creative economy and the nighttime economy, I think, deserve a much heavier presence in this work than what is in front of you today. I think Edmonton Arts Council and Arts Habitat are economic development agencies in their own right, and should be a part of this conversation in a bigger way. And I'm out of time. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Next up is David Ridley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor and Council. And thanks to the work of so many in city administration and the larger community for the work reflected in this report. With my colleagues here, Renee Williams of the Edmonton Arts Council and Al Chapman, who will speak later with Arts Habitat Edmonton, and speakers like Ms. McBrien. They've covered a lot of the ground that I would cover. The heritage ecology and the history ecology in Edmonton is different in scale and in many ways quieter than the arts and other aspects of the cultural community. But the measurable impact of Edmonton attractions such as Fort Edmonton Park, Royal Alberta Museum, the Aviation Museum, and then the cultural festivals, and a myriad of smaller events, exhibits, tours, gatherings, and everyday activities really connect Edmontonians and the larger community to heritage and history. And of course, we don't regard these, I know those in this room don't regard these as leisure activities, but they're really in their own right incubators that inspire individuals and communities, drawing on Edmonton's historical experience, its cultural memory, and its spirit and its traditions rooted in the past. So these things underlie the creative energy that propel both cultural as well as economic and business activity. But quickly to note, the city's emerging draft heritage places strategy, which I believe will come to City Council in September, will identify heritage as a contributor to economic development. That's been spoken about in forceful ways this morning. Job creation, tourism, and a stronger tax base. Alberta's arts and heritage sector, which includes heritage, contributes nearly $12 billion to provincial GDP and supports up to 86,000 jobs, so it's very active. I think preserving the heritage aspects, whether that's specifically designation, but really the character of Edmonton's commercial corridors and BIAs, Old Strathcona, 124th Street, Alberta Avenue, and many others, that delivers measurable economic, social value. I'm aware of a recent study in Calgary where the benefit of its emerging heritage commercial districts, I shouldn't say emerging, they already exist, Stephen Avenue and Inglewood, valued at more than $80 million. So I'm not aware, and my apologies if it exists, a more up-to-date study in this for Edmonton. But certainly this is an aspect of enhancement for many of our business districts. And then through the Edmonton Heritage Council, the city's investment in heritage is multiplied, largely in the not-for-profit community, as funded organizations leverage grants to secure matching dollars, volunteer activity from government and community. So these all strengthen and contribute to the Edmonton advantage and really the matter of perception and the value proposition of Edmonton. So I just wanted to finish, really briefly indulge in a little bit of historical rumination. This is going to be early in this. I know this is to come because the details are essential, the comments that have been made this morning. But the importance of framing or branding, if you like, in this work is something essential, has to be rooted in something essential about our heritage and history. And we might, as a city and a sector, indulge a bit more in myth making. And what I mean by this, myths are, of course, big stories that carry large truths, and they also cover over other truths that are perhaps difficult and inconvenient. The long-serving Edmonton Arts Council Director, John Mann, who was an Edmontonian by choice, but came from Calgary, where they know a thing or two about myth-making, spoke of the importance of the early contact and trade era here in Amiskwaciy-Waskagan, or Edmonton, which was an important outpost of a trading empire. And it was and still is the meeting place of cultures, and really people figuring out the need for interdependence, ingenuity, and creativity in this place, given the challenges of its remoteness and its severe climate. And it's also true, it's a story about colonial power, exploitation, and dislocation. But to say the least, there were and still are relationships, and those abide. And so it's not mine to offer, but perhaps, the Naheoan word, Wakotowin, referring to the interconnected nature of relationships, communities, and natural systems, and really a larger circle of kinship, is the frame for the Edmonton advantage in culture, business, and economic planning. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Last speaker on this panel is Christopher Chansey. Please go ahead.
Hello, everyone. I'm the weird one from Montreal speaking today. I was asked to speak upon my experience as the general manager and co-founder of the Indie Asylum video game incubator accelerator that's here in Montreal. So I'll start by maybe giving some general stats about the video game industry. The video game industry generates $5 billion in revenue, eclipsing all other media, and this is in Canada alone. 90% of that revenue is exportation outside of Canada, meaning it's new money coming into the provinces from the US, Europe, Asia particularly. Digital products are also untaxed between countries under the NAFTA, which makes things easier in the current context of tariffs. The barrier to entry to making games is extremely low. We need people and computers, which makes it very economically efficient businesses when they're done successfully, as most costs are invested directly in salaries with no need for raw materials or shipping. Because of this fact, game developers are in the privileged position where there isn't actual competition between these companies. Everyone is making games in different genres, art styles, targeting different audiences, platforms, and shipping at different times. Actually, game studios have every incentive to collaborate and share knowledge and technology in order to ramp up and collectively achieve more success. In 2017, while I was on the board of the Quebec Video Game Guild, it was apparent that the challenges that almost all video game studios face are threefold. Private funding is scarce, meaning that video games are often not well categorized to be included in startup funding programs, and there's just a general lack of local private investment. The second one was marketing and discoverability. While schools and international studios teach workforce how to make games, decision-making as to how they're sold are often taken overseas, so there's just generally a lack of knowledge here. And finally, managerial aptitudes. Most studios founded are from creative artists, designers, and programmers. It's extremely rare for someone with an administration or a finance background to start a video game studio. So these three problems are still quite present, I think, in Edmonton's ecosystem, as I saw when I gave a workshop at a town hall in your city with video game developers in 2023. With this in mind, we created the Indie Asylum, a not-for-profit incubator accelerator based out of Montreal that would teach people how to do these things right, with the goal of creating a community of studios that would help each other grow and achieve success. We created a boot camp for entrepreneurs in the game sector that would teach them the basics of business and administration, marketing, and how to raise funds. We created an incubator offering free office space and mentorship for high potential studios. And finally, we created a private investment fund that could support studios after their incubation to raise funds and develop their first and second projects. We started out with only 3 studios, collaborating and mutualizing costs back in 2017 in a small office space in Montreal. Today, we're 22 studios and over 250 developers under the same roof, sharing 30,000 square feet here in the Mile-End. In recent years, the City of Montreal has supported our hub, as well as the Ministry of Economy in the province of Quebec, to help us scale our activities. The hub employees are relatively younger, between 20 and 35 years old, and contribute over $500,000 yearly to the local economy of Montreal's Mile-End, so restaurants, cafes, nightlife, and the like, as well as generate significant amount of exportation revenue for the province. The studios from the Indie Asylum last year alone generated over $25 million in revenue and $20 million in external project funding. A lot of the complexity studios face is that the path to success normally requires 4 to 5 games to be shipped in order to get the experience, build the technology, and grow the community that you need to finally succeed. By creating a community hub, all of our studios share their mistakes so others avoid them, and share their successes so they can be replicated. And this has created a true acceleration where we now have studios who are sustainable after their first or second game ship. Therefore, we support initiatives in other provinces, and this is why I'm here today, because we support Interactive Arts Alberta and their Walkthrough Collaborative Center. We support them through mentorship of how we've done things and basically just guidance as to how they should operate. And we hope your policies will too, as these are the kind of grassroots initiatives that create a social economy and can actually create solidarity between scalable and sustainable businesses down the line. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, and thanks to all of our speakers on this panel. I'll just do one final check-in on the one speaker that wasn't here, Matthew Satchwell. I don't see on the board. They're not in person. Okay, great. So now we're going to move to questions of our speakers, and I don't know who selected what. Councillor Salvador. Happy to defer as they're developing questions. So Councillor Tang is on the board. Councillor Tang, want to kick us off?
Yeah, sure, I can do that. Yeah, that was a lot. So very diverse perspective. So thank you all for being here, spending the morning. I want to start with Heather online. Heather, are you there?
I think we've lost Heather.
Okay, did she log off?
Looks like it.
Okay. Then I might turn it over to the gaming industry because you're well represented today. Good job. I think that's great. Maybe Derek, I'll start with you because I think you've been at it for quite some time with IAA and the work there. And I think collectively I'm hearing from a lot of folks in the gaming industry that yes, city has all these agencies. None of these agencies fit our needs, and therefore you should consider supporting a separate entity, in that case, IAA. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes.
Okay. A number of years ago, I recall Edmonton Screen did develop their strategy to include interactive and launch their grant program. You were there. I remember that. Programs like that, in your opinion, is not sufficient.
Yeah, I would say that it's partially like some of it is sufficient, but like overall, probably not.
Okay. Because I think I'm struggling in that city has limited funds. Do we want to scatter it to different groups? Because come budget, there will be a lot more people here asking for funding. Do we scatter it, hope something sticks? Or do we try to be strategic and concentrate some of that, and we develop the program, the policies, the environment to provide support that way?
I think you should look at the results, right? So, and also, like we take a community approach to things, and I think the community knows what's helpful. So, I also think we are exceptionally efficient with the money that we've received, and we've essentially put it back into our economy.
As most grassroots organizations are.
Yeah. So I think, like, I would say, you know, it's really helpful, I think, to take a scattered approach sometimes. And that said, you know, like there's got to be enough, like there's got to be a threshold for which resources are deployed. And I would say that's something to also consider.
Okay. Oh, Heather, you're back.
Yes, hi, sorry, I'm here.
Just on that, you know, I think you were hearing from some who would like to see a more scatter approach, but look at the results-driven scatter approach, or more concentrated, condensed, but strategic investment, which I think I heard you mention. I think in this strategy, if anything, I see more grants. I guess thoughts on that?
Yeah, I like, those are the two options, you know, one with the measurement of the grant versus the condensed. I mean, I like both of those, but I think the option is when we're scattering grants, it's really hard to manage and predict what that ROI is. I would agree with you. From our perspective, it did look like there were more micro grants that were being part of it. And I was part of the consultation process. And so I think that did come up a lot. And, you know, on behalf of the different BIAs and a few of the key business leaders, they were asking for more of those grants. From the Chamber's perspective, we would like the more concentrated approach just because we see that there are key elements missing for the entire business ecosystem. And until those things are addressed, we would like to have the more targeted, larger investments on behalf of all businesses and not just the grants that will work for a few businesses at this point.
Okay, I think I'll come around. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Councillor Elliots.
Thank you, Mayor. My first is Speaker Southwood. Are you still online?
I am.
Okay. My question for you is, I know you indicated about, I think you alluded to creating a small business tax break for businesses in Edmonton. What recommendation would you have? Do you have something in mind, or are you just putting that out there for administration to come up? Can you elaborate?
Yeah, so what C5E is recommending for the city of Edmonton is to introduce a small business subclass on the non-residential property tax rate. So what cities like Toronto and Ottawa have done is introduce a 20% reduction and a 15% reduction on that. And they also have accountability frameworks in place to, you know, ensure commercial tenants are receiving that reduction in the property taxes as well. And we think that's something that could be implemented at, you know, minimal cost to the residential tax base, with a huge benefit to the non-residential tax base at the same time.
Okay, thank you for that. And my other question for you, and if I've taken your words out of context here, please correct me, but I believe you indicated that you and your colleagues believe there's either a perception or reality that Edmonton is not investment friendly. Is that accurate, what you stated? And if so, can you provide some context on why you and your colleagues feel that way?
Absolutely. So I'll look at our survey results from prior to the last municipal election, so September 2025. We saw that nearly 9 in 10 small business owners in Edmonton said they believe their council has not paid enough attention to small business issues, and less than a quarter felt that their business was being treated fairly by the city of Edmonton. So I think this perception really poses a barrier to small businesses, when they're looking at expanding in the city. We've heard from businesses that would rather expand or move their business to some of the periphery municipalities because of that. And at the end of the day, it really comes down to the costs that these small businesses are facing. There needs to be a more competitive tax environment in the city for these businesses.
Okay, thank you for that. And I'm going to move to Speaker, is it Todd Janes? And once again, I'm paraphrasing here, just hope I get my language correct. I think you indicated that you said that there's a large gap in local economic development. Is that accurate for what you stated?
Yes.
And I know you said that maybe this is Explore Edmonton could take on this role. I just want to find, no, I got that wrong?
I think Explore Edmonton has a very clearly defined role of events attraction to the city. So Explore Edmonton does often use the imagery and stories created in BIAs, whether it's through placemaking or events or activities, to sell Edmonton to the world. But none of that funding comes from Explore Edmonton to support the creation and development of that.
Okay, and do you have any recommendations from your lens, from your BIA for shrinking that gap that you reference?
I think a number of speakers have talked about that and recognize that there are things in the economic action refresh that looks at addressing some of that, and I too would applaud Alyssa's quick work in addressing some of the concerns of BIAs. Around that, I think whether it's storefront refresh or other programs, the issue is, though, that the municipality perhaps could create those grants or structures, but I think there needs to be a separate body that works towards that, similar to what Explore Edmonton does for events attraction, similar to what Edmonton Global does, or similar to what the Screen Institute does to, I believe the gentleman said great things about, to tell our stories to the world in which these creators live.
Okay, thank you so much, and I'm out of time.
Thank you very much, Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you, and thanks to all our speakers for being here today. I really appreciate your insights. I want to just touch base with our speakers who are here representing the creative economy and arts and culture. One of the things that I noticed, even looking at cross-jurisdictional approaches, other cities do seem to really elevate or include arts organizations and the creative economy as fundamental partners and drivers in economic development. And I appreciated what was raised around just formalizing that as an economic cluster. I'm wondering if you can share, what would you like that to look like going forward? And I'll go to Speaker Williams, please.
Thank you so much for the question, Councillor Salvador. I think one of the most important things after presenting to the community Public Services Committee in 2025 the update on connections and exchanges at the behest of then Mayor, Council and committee members. The three entities that are part of that strategy, Edmonton Arts Council, Edmonton Heritage Council, and Arts Habitat Edmonton, were then asked if we had been consulted by the economic development arm of the city, and if not, wanted to see that consultation happen. We had one engagement session with the economic development team, an afternoon where the three entities got together to talk about it. And I think my comments today really highlight that while Edmonton Arts Council, and I'll speak specifically to our organization, we are not necessarily a purely economic development driven organization, we do contribute in such a robust and meaningful way. And so for me, what I would like to see is increased engagement and opportunity to be in conversation with Edmonton Unlimited, Edmonton Global, Explore Edmonton, because as I noted in my comments, the creative economy is the foundation by which all of those entities I've just named thrive. That is how the visitor economy thrives, and quite honestly, it's what those organizations turn around and use to attract events, right holders, sell business and investment opportunities here. So it's a greater opportunity to engage and contribute even further.
Yeah, absolutely, and completely agree. I'll be following up with administration about that as well to see if some direction can be provided to enhance that clarity and ensure that the creative economy is absolutely part of this strategy and these conversations. I wanted to jump to, actually, I'm going to stay on that train for a little bit longer and go to Speaker McBrien as well. I know at the end of your presentation, actually, is Speaker McBrien still on with us?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, great. Yeah, at the end of your presentation, you also underscored the importance of arts, culture, and the creative economy. And I wonder if you can speak to that in the context of creating experiences that shape perception in our communities that you spoke so eloquently to as drivers of economic development.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. So while I was still in my role at the EDBA, got to participate in the ESIP development, so the Edmonton Cultural Infrastructure Plan, on the steering committee, and that was really eye-opening for me. I think, and I've heard from the arts entities that they're working together better than they ever have before. All of this work is interconnected. So I think a lot of the answer to, I think your question is in that cultural infrastructure plan. I think thinking about spaces, both commercial and maybe city-owned and, parks, all kinds of spaces where they are cultural spaces have an impact on the economy. And that includes, and the tricky thing is often when there's grant programs available, or there's, art-specific programs available, it's only for nonprofits. And then businesses or developers who want to do things that not only create jobs, but also add vibrancy, create unique experiences, they're completely left out. And so there seems to be gaps in the middle of all of these things. So I think about live music venues that are privately owned, like the Starlight Room or the Aviary. Like those are critical pieces of arts infrastructure, but they're nonprofits. So I'm sorry, I'm rambling a little bit. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, no, that's really helpful. I do have a follow-up on that, but I don't have time, so I'll come back.
Thank you, Councillor Palmer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question is for Speaker Chansey. Are you still there from Montreal?
Yes.
Thanks for your conversation. I was interested, you mentioned that there was investment from the provincial and the city of Montreal. Can you elaborate on that a little bit?
Yeah, so we started the hub in 2017 and basically bootstrapped it ourselves for a long time, much like Interactive Arts Alberta are currently doing and other associations. But in 2023, after a really healthy track record, the City of Montreal invested $900,000 over 3 years for us to help infrastructure, so grow our office and add services to what we were offering to the studios that are in our hub. And the province, so the Ministry of the Economy injected 1.5 million as well over 3 years in partnership with the City of Montreal. And this was more to extend our services and develop services for marketing, discoverability, publishing, all those kinds of things. And since then, we've received even more funds from government because every year we keep growing and our numbers keep growing as well. So it's only green lights so far, knock on wood. Yeah, I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, no, that's great. And I just wanted to know, was it the City of Montreal that was really pushing it from the province, or was it the province coming to the city?
It was kind of like a mix of both. We basically decided to finally do a tour of just political representation as entrepreneurs. It's not something we often do, especially in the video game space. So we decided to go and see the different ministries that touch the video game industry. That's economy, innovation. We met with, bunch of different ministries, immigration, and a bunch of different ones. And from there, basically, a conversation started because there was a structured program that was already in place, what we could apply to. And by applying there, it would kind of leverage for another and another. And then they decided to do it as a conglomerate instead. So that's how it went.
Yeah, it's much more helpful when you have multiple funders in there and for long term. You said 3 years.
And to be fair, also, we're privately funded, right? So I would say that government funding is about 45% of our total budget per year. So we operate at about 2.4 million now in what we do. So just to give you a ratio.
No, that's really great. Thank you for that. Now my question would be, for Interactive Arts Alberta, would it be Speaker Kwan? Is that the best person to speak?
Sure, yep.
Okay, and sure. And have you gone to other levels of government, and have you been successful in that?
We do have some, I guess, scattered support from the other levels of government. So we've received like the NRED grant. We've also received other grants through like the Canada Media Fund as well. So we do have a number of grants that like we've also applied for a number of times and been successful. So we're essentially 100% grant funded right now. I think the goal is like Speaker Chansey to hopefully privately fund this through the success of our indie studios. We're not there yet. We're building toward that, but that's the goal. Is we as a community are self-sustaining.
How many years do you think you are like towards that kind of private funding as well?
It's tough to say. I would say like a few years ago I would have said we were 10 years behind Montreal. With Chris's help, with the ecosystem, the Canada-wide ecosystem that is incredibly helpful. I think we're probably more like 6 to 7 years behind now, and I think that's kind of my thought. I mean, in many ways, if we create the environment for indie studios to want to collaborate, it could only take one to help at least our space be sustainable. That's the kind of environment we're trying to create is like, hey, like it's helpful for us to all be in the same space, all sharing the same problems, all solving things together. And I think that understanding of that benefit of that mutual aid approach will enable that to accelerate even faster if we can help our studios be successful.
Okay, amazing. Thank you for that. And thank you to the whole gaming industry for being here. Speaker Thompson, are you there? I don't have enough time. Are you?
Yes, I'm here.
I have concerns myself about all of the scattered grants, and I feel like a lot of times people tell me they just want lower property taxes. As the Chamber of Commerce, would you agree that if we were to focus on one thing, it would be lower taxes, or should we continue in these grant approaches?
I think ideally, I mean, I would like to see the budget be spent in a way that offers ROI. And if it's grants, if it's incentives for investment, that would be great. Ideally, we want to see a bigger pool of revenue so we don't have to keep going back to the well of property taxes.
Thanks.
Thank you very much. Just checking in with my committee colleagues, I heard Councillor Salvador might not have a full round of questions, so we can try to finish this panel so that we can start after the lunch break with the next panel to maximize time. So I'll go to Councillor Clark.
Great. Thank you, Executive Committee, for having me. Thank you for all the speakers to talk about this hugely important topic. I'll go to Speaker 1, Speaker Southwood. So you mentioned in your presentation about the small business tax subclass. and then Councillor Elliott kind of asked. So I know you've done the work on the benefits to small businesses for this. I guess the question is, the organization done the other work to see, what we'd be losing on the tax revenue side from the city? I guess I'm just asking that from a council perspective. I want to be able to kind of weigh both things and see what the benefit is.
Absolutely. Thanks for that question, Councillor Clark. So when we ran the numbers on introducing a 20% small business property tax subclass in Edmonton, we found that for the average small business, the average commercial property, they'd be saving just over $1,000 on their annual property tax bill through this, where the cost for the average residence would only be $48. So there's a couple ways that the city could introduce this without losing any revenue, either through increasing property taxes minimally for the residential base, or by looking at maybe some of the largest companies in Edmonton and seeing if there's a way to recoup some of that there. That's what Toronto and Ottawa do through their process.
Okay, so essentially shift some of the tax burden to other areas is your suggestion. Okay.
That's right.
Okay, I'll move on to Speaker 10, Speaker Janes. Todd, thanks for being here. You mentioned, the kind of the Edmonton's losing its edge to surrounding municipalities, something that I'm pretty focused on. But I want to get your opinion. Do you think that item 3.6 attachment 3, where there's an offer of tax incentives for major commercial industrial construction, does that kind of hit on what you're talking about, or do you think there's gaps there?
That's not my specialty. I would say we've noticed a number of light industrial or industrial areas have relocated out of the city. Certainly, if my colleague from Northwest Industrial was here, Alan would be able to speak of that more. But they are moving to outside of the city, whether it's Nisku, Sherwood Park, other areas. And, as Stacey Padbury said to council, not this council, the previous council about 3 years ago, that the city was losing significant amounts of their tax base that they receive from light industrial. So I think it's about, in some ways, triage. How do we maintain or grow the tax base? We know that the residential tax base is growing considerably fast. The business tax rate is not growing at that same level. And I think municipal governments in Alberta have a struggle because there are very few ways in which you can generate revenues.
Okay, thank you. And then you also kind of mentioned the 90 days or less in terms of kind of permitting and licensing, something that I've been kind of focused on as well. Do you think there's specific sectors that should be addressed on this, like retail and hospitality? Kind of what's your viewpoint on getting something like that?
Well, I think we've seen success in economic development and urban planning on how quickly residential can be built. So I think that process can happen. And yes, I think specifically for food and beverage, for retail, I mean, there's an issue that happens. I don't think any main street or any BIA needs, say, more daycare or more pharmacies or more convenience stores. So there should be additional mechanisms when we look at our business mix that the city should be playing a role in that issuing of business licenses and permits. And that isn't there right now. But I think what we often hear from small businesses is they're getting their business or their development permits. The issues are, how long does it take fire services to get there? Or how long does it take other areas? And business-friendly Edmonton, there is some really good work being done there.
Thank you.
There just needs to be more.
For your time. Councillor Tang.
Just want to circle back to Renee. I hear you talk about wanting to be engaged as an economic partner, but what is there anything specifically in the strategy that you feel could be added to improve? Because I'm inclined to agree that there is a lack of that creative economy.
Yeah, thank you for the question. I absolutely think the specific actions around some of the items around park spaces, LRT stations, things that we're actually starting to do a little bit right now already with downtown revitalization. Those are definitely areas that the Edmonton Arts Council and potentially my colleagues with Arts Habitat and Edmonton Heritage could be a little bit more involved. I would also like to identify under Action 2, specifically thinking about the shop local piece and thinking about the BIAs, but also some of the work that we do in that space, how we might be able to support with some of the smaller theater organizations and things like that that we support in Edmonton.
Live music.
Yes, live music absolutely is another one, and things we're thinking about already as it relates to our next 4-year cycle and how we might better support not just nonprofits, but are there things we can put in place for for-profit organizations that might realize some economic benefit as well. So those are just a couple of the examples, I think, of things that we could easily start working on.
Okay, great, thank you. And I will also say, just because we didn't ask everyone questions, we will probably redirect some of that to administration as well for all the speakers. Punita, I'll just come to you because I did think you said something really important here about the economic development enablers, attachment 4. Because quite frankly, I feel like that's probably the most important thing we can do to create that environment for business. I don't even need a strategy that we're talking about. I want us to do really well on those 4. But you talked about lack of accountability. Can you just tell me what you want to see to strengthen that? Is it about embedding economic development KPIs in those other departments' work?
I think so. Yeah. Thank you, Councillor. It often felt like, just, going back to my previous role, it often felt like other departments weren't required to or didn't want to. It wasn't in their mandate to think about economic impacts. And I think you saw that pretty clearly with what played out with the patio fees is a great example. That was not UPE. That was obviously city operations. That's their territory. And I don't think enough rigor went into really considering what is this going to do, not only to individual patio closures, for example, but overall sentiment. How are people going to feel about the city? How are people going to feel about investing in the city if this decision is made? That every decision that has an economy impact, I don't know if UPE should have a veto power. I don't know what the right mechanism is, but there's clearly a disconnect with a lot of those kinds of decisions.
I guess, ever since council approved our priorities, for me, it's how does every service intersect with those 4 key priorities and the principles? Perhaps that could be a framework.
Exactly.
Thank you. Coyote, if I can come to you just really quickly. I know, property tax and that shift, that ratio between res and non-res is really important to your organization. I mean, the entire point of the Industrial Investment Action Plan, a big part of that is about shifting the tax base. Do you have any thoughts on that? Because I didn't actually hear you speak to that piece.
Yeah, I think when we're looking at shifting the tax base, it's definitely something that CFIB has recommended in the past. I think going down the route of the subclass provides Edmonton with a little bit more flexibility in terms of how they can come about giving that reduction to small businesses while.
But do you have anything on the industrial piece that's mentioned in the strategy?
We don't have any work on the industrial piece, so I can't comment on that.
No, that's okay. Thank you very much. And finally, Todd, just trying to squeeze this in. I hear you and Luan talk about take BIAs more seriously. Create another body, but isn't there a BIA council?
Yes, I mean.
Or is that not enough?
A BIA council is a collaboration at this point. We are looking at formalizing that as an entity. Is that your question, or?
I mean, I don't, sorry, I am out of time, but I was hoping Luan could come.
You got one more question, then we
Okay.
gotta take a break, because everyone's got, yep. Did you have that? Yep.
Just Luan, if you want to add to that.
Oh, yes. The BIA Council it's not a formal organization. It's an informal organization where all 13 BIAs meet regularly and address issues that impact all of us. So we are looking to creating a nonprofit organization that is under federal jurisdiction and not the Municipal Government Act, so that we can advocate as well as access support for.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So it's 12:04. We're going to be on recess until 1:30. Before we go, just very quickly, so folks know, if I called your name on panel 2, be here a few minutes before. That's Kira Innes, Brendan Turcott, Brady Harris, Ann Nguyen, David Plamondon, Eric Estrada, Andrew Hui, Lauren Virabo, Al Chapman. If you can be here a few minutes before, if you're in person in particular, just so we get you seated. 9 speakers times 5 minutes each is at least 45 minutes. If each person takes 5 minutes, some could take less, some, nobody can take more. Questions of them, then we still have questions of administration, then we still potentially have motions. So for those here for Alberta Avenue, I think realistically the very, very, very earliest we would get to your item is probably 2:30. And again, I think that's generous potentially at this point, based off the number of speakers still left. We would still have a presentation on that item. Then we would hear from what is currently set aside about 20 speakers based off the time of day. That might take us already to the end of the day. So there is a possibility if every speaker in each of the remaining panel, and I don't want to discourage people not to take their 5 minutes, but just to be clear, if every speaker on the remaining 2 items takes a full 5 minutes, chances are we will not finish the Alberta Avenue item today. There will be not enough time in the day to finish that. We would have to move that to a future committee meeting. So I just want to set expectations and not keep anyone off guard. And if there are people on those items who are like, maybe I can defer my speaking to another day, or I want to send that in an email over the lunch break so that we can try to finish things, you're welcome to do that, but don't feel obligated to do that. I would never want to discourage public participation. I just want to flag where we're at in our timeline based off the amount of time available to us. So we're on recess until 1:30. Thank you very much, everyone. here, Councillor Parmar is here, Salvador is here, and Councillor Elliott should be here soon. Yes. In the meantime, online we also have, yes, Councillor Elliott mentioned he'll be be here in about 15 minutes, but I think is online. In terms of other councillors in person, I have Councillor Clark who is here. Online, I see Councillor Paquette, Councillor Rutherford, Councillor Morgan, Councillor Principe, and I think I got everyone. Perfect. All right, before we go to our next panel, we do have some additional speakers for item 7.3. Councillor Parmar, you want to move that?
Yeah, I'd like to move that executive committee hear from the following additional speakers for 7.3 Alberta Ave Arts Development Expression of Interest Results. Shrila Chakbadi, Council of India Societies of Edmonton, Randy Ritz, Arts on the Ave Society, Mark Henderson, Theatre Prospero, Nathaniel Tesfaye, in person, Ali Foster Balloon, in person, Malivika Venkat Sabaya, Thousand Faces Festivals Association in person.
And apologies, we just have one more, Darcy Morin, Arts on the Ave.
And
Okay.
Darcy Morin, Arts on the Ave.
Thank you. Please vote to add those speakers to item 7.3.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Elliott. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 5-0. So those 7 speakers have been added. Since they were all in person, if you all are here, I'm just going to be real blunt. Almost no chance we'll get to you today. That's okay. But we have the time set on June 30th. The executive committee meeting is not light, but enough that we'll just continue our work. So what we'll do is when we get to 7.3, once we're finished these items, we'll hear from as many speakers as we can. Almost certainly won't finish all the speakers. This will then get moved to the next executive committee meeting, and then we'll continue with the business at that point in time. So again, no worries. This is the beauty of committee. We want to hear from people, and hear from them we shall, as there's a lot on the list. And now we're going to continue on back item with 7.1 and 7.2. All right, and we're going to go online to we'll call our speakers. The only ones in person I had seen were Brady Harris and Andrew. Oh no, Andrew's online now. Perfect. So we'll see if Lauren Vrabo is here, Al Chapman. Everyone else, I think, is online from the looks of things. I see Kira, I see Brennan. I think I see Ann Nguyen is online. Ann, are you? David Plamondon is online. I see Erica Stradica is online.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm online.
Yeah, perfect. I see you there. Okay. Perfect. We're going to just work our way through everyone. So first up on this panel is Kira Innes. Please go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council, and Administration. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Kira Innes. I am co-owner of an independent game studio called Dream Piero. I'm speaking today as yet another voice amongst those representing our local games industry here in Edmonton. My small studio is Edmonton born and raised. We're currently working on our first major title, sourcing all of our talent locally, working with other creative professionals from Edmonton because we believe in fostering our local industry as much as we can, even at our current limited size. Like other local independent studios in an early stage, our primary concern has been acquiring the initial funding needed to allow us to develop our projects. Game development faces unique challenges, and for the massive amount of upfront dedicated hours and the breadth of technical and creative professionals needed for our development cycles, we require different supports than tech or film does. Like others in our community, we've come up against a lack of funding opportunities locally. The existing EDA supports are seemingly not made with games in mind and are often difficult to navigate and gauge our eligibility for. The best support and only local support we have received so far has been given to us by Interactive Arts Alberta, who recently facilitated a 6-month studio accelerator program called Baby Ghosts Alberta that we were selected for and completed. In addition to funding, which has been crucial, we walked away from the program with necessary knowledge and resources to grow our business, and both things have been invaluable to us in our early stage as a startup. Through Interactive Arts Alberta, we've been introduced to Edmonton's vibrant local independent games community, as well as made connections that have brought contracts into our business, allowing us to grow and collaborate all locally. These benefits afforded to us by IAA are not replaceable by or even comparable to other existing programs offered by the city's EDOs. In the future, I would love to see the city offer more economic support to the games sector. Companies like us need grants and programs to be organized and judged by people who understand game development and its needs, as well as its vast economic potential, and have a vested interest in fostering our local games industry and independent games community. I would love to see what could be accomplished in terms of economic growth if the games industry is given proper consideration and organizations like Interactive Arts Alberta are given more support. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Next speaker is Brendan Turcotte.
Hello, my name is Brennan, and I am a co-owner of Dream Hero. Thank you for this opportunity to speak today. We started our studio in Edmonton, as we're born and raised Edmontonians, and while there are bigger game design hubs in the country, we choose Edmonton because it has a great indie game community and is generally more affordable than those other places. Our studio and studios like us want to make our living in this city. We have the talent and capability to contribute to the city's economy, but are generally lacking support from the city to accelerate our ecosystem. We don't want to go elsewhere, but it is hard to ignore this. Edmonton's EDAs are quite broad, lumping us in with other industries like arts and film and tech, but our industry and the needs of individuals in our industry are different to film, arts, and tech individually. We're at an intersection of all three. In my experience, it seems that the current supports are put together with legacy industries like film in mind, and we're often included as like an afterthought. I've noticed a general attitude from other developers in the community is that Edmonton's local grants may not be worth the effort to apply for the low chance that will be selected for them amongst the other types of media we compete with, coupled with the lack of understanding we go up against in the selection process. Interactive Arts Alberta has helped my studio learn how to better run our business. Through the Walkthrough Collaborative Center, we've found a sense of community and local work opportunities. There are many more developers like us locally that have been helped by Interactive Arts Alberta. Organizations like IAA need local support from their city in order to help studios like ours and grow larger communities. Our local community has a lot of talent and could generate more economic and cultural value from our city with direct support. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Next up is Brady Harris. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mayor Knack, City Council and Administration. My name is Brady Harris. I'm the Director of Operations at the Downtown Business Association. The ADBA is pleased to see Council's recognition of economic development as a strategic priority and appreciates administration's work to refresh the strategy in response to changing market conditions. We are encouraged that several important realities facing Edmonton today were acknowledged in this refreshed strategy. We do support the strategy's focus on building a business-friendly Edmonton. It's not a secret that we hear from our member businesses about this sentiment frequently. We encourage the city to approach business friendliness holistically and consider what it means in practice, not just in policy. It is reflected in day-to-day experiences from our member businesses, their employees, and customers. It includes how efficiently permits are processed, how construction impacts are managed, whether public spaces feel safe and welcoming, and how easily people can actually access a business, either by transit, bike, car, or on foot. Perception matters, and it influences customer spending and Edmonton's reputation as a place to do business. Supporting existing businesses must be a central component of this work around being business friendly. Protecting and strengthening Edmonton's current business base preserves jobs, maintains economic activity, and demonstrates a commitment to long-term economic growth. Retaining and growing existing businesses is more effective and cost-efficient than attracting replacements after businesses have left. A strong focus on business retention sends a clear message to current and prospective investors that Edmonton values its business community and is willing to work collaboratively to address challenges. We do strongly support the strategy's focus on strengthening Edmonton's brand. Though downtown serves as Edmonton's front door for many visitors, investors, and talent, Edmonton's strengths extend across the entire city. Strengthening Edmonton's brand will require collaboration among many groups to ensure Edmonton is telling a compelling and unified story, helping improve perceptions, again, and getting Edmontonians on board with championing their own city. We support the strategy's emphasis on investment attraction and non-residential growth. Downtown Edmonton remains a key destination for commercial, residential, institutional, and mixed-use development. We support efforts to leverage Edmonton's land, infrastructure, and talent advantages to attract private sector investment and expand the non-residential tax base. We strongly support the continued implementation of the Downtown Action Plan and the Community Revitalization Levy programs for downtown and the quarters. These initiatives have helped catalyze private sector investment, attract new residents and businesses, and strengthen confidence in downtown Edmonton. Revitalization requires long-term commitment and predictable funding to maintain momentum and support for continued growth. The EDBA welcomes the inclusion of economic development enablers within the refreshed strategy. While the strategy identifies these areas as complementary to economic development and notes that they are being addressed through other city strategies and government initiatives, our member businesses experience them as direct drivers of investment decisions, customer activity, and business confidence, which you have heard earlier today from others. Public safety, improving access to major employment areas, construction coordination, clean and welcoming streets throughout the year. We believe these enablers are fundamental factors for economic development. We encourage council and administration to clearly demonstrate how an economic development lens will be applied to the enablers across and within different city branches. We ask for more clarity regarding processes used to evaluate economic impacts and how those considerations are reflected in decisions on what services and programs are prioritized and funded, such as patio fees or construction project sequencing, for example. Downtown Edmonton plays a central role in the city's economic success. A vibrant, safe, and competitive downtown attracts investment, talent, visitors, and innovation that benefits the entire city. We look forward to continuing our work with council and administration and our economic development partners to help position Edmonton as a leading destination for business investment and opportunity. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Next on my list was Ann Nguyen. Is Ann in person or online? I don't see them on the online list. Okay, then we'll continue on. David Plamondon is next. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much. As always, I appreciate the opportunity to speak to City Council and to the Mayor and to all the speakers. I'm presenting today on behalf of the Alberta Business Association as the Executive Chair, but also as a small business owner on Alberta Avenue. I have the good fortune and the privilege to have several interconnected intersectionalities for many of the speakers today, as an Indigenous business owner, as a CFIB member, as somebody who has partnered with the Fringe in the past, and as somebody who actively works in supporting the arts. I think it's really important that the city consider the role of small businesses, as others have spoken to today, in terms of how we can help navigate some of the challenges and some of the solutions outlined in the report. The city talks frequently about cutting red tape and saving businesses 167,000 days annually, but it also acknowledges that these processes are so complex that a dedicated business-friendly Edmonton team is needed to help entrepreneurs navigate them. That funding is well-intentioned, but essentially it's continually institutionalizing the complexity and contradicting the goals of a streamlined system. I think one of our colleagues in the Stony Plain Road Area Business Association said it best earlier, in that those funds could be leveraged towards a BIA-led and BIA-supported organization that could help meaningfully with entrepreneurs in helping navigate all of the challenges, barriers, and solutions that are available. No one knows small business better than small business owners who operate within the Edmonton region. We know our neighborhoods, we know our neighbors, we know all of the things that have stood in our way of growing our businesses. And so we are in the best position to help the city and other entrepreneurs navigate it. I'll also address that I've heard a lot today about the need to drive more tourism to the city, which I do think is very important. And I think that there is a lot of necessity towards bringing new folks into our cities. But I think there also needs to be an equal amount of weight, time, and consideration given to the business owners that have already invested hundreds of thousands of dollars, years of their lives, emotions, and community building into the neighborhoods that we exist. And so when all of our focus is looking outward towards driving in new talent and new businesses, we lose the focus on everything that makes Edmonton special and unique, which is the small businesses and is the community members, the advocates, and the people who live and work in our neighborhoods and that have put the work in to help build the neighborhoods into what they are today. So I think with that, I will relinquish the rest of my time in light of all the speakers that we have. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Next is Eric Estrada.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the committee. I am the Executive Director of Alberta Avenue Business Association. And I also want to apologize for Anne. One of our board members was not able to make it, but she's on the list, so we can yield that time later. I want to echo a lot of the comments that my colleagues have made about the need for more support for growing businesses. I think the report that is in front of us is highlighting the gaps on the sector. The sector study base of retail and tourism analyzes as abstracts industry trends, and business improvement areas is a living laboratory of those trends grounded in a specific place. The majority of the businesses are not connected to the city information channels right now, and it is reflected in the reports. Closing the last mile gap to scale and retain the businesses is what needs to happen. And there is no a structure for that within the current administration that should be integrated. I think the city of Edmonton has decided already to separate economic development out and create this ecosystem of agencies that are very valuable. Explore, Global, Edmonton Global, and the screen industry, along with the creative industry now is consolidating as well. I think we haven't really put a lot of emphasis into what growing and maintaining businesses within our jurisdiction needs. And perhaps it's time to start looking at what business improvement areas are doing and empower them to push forward all the activities that they know they can deliver to retain and maintain businesses. I thank you all for your time, and I'm looking forward to the question period.
Thank you very much. Next is Andrew Huey. Andrew, there you are.
Hello, mayors, councilors, and administration. My name is Andrew Hoy, a community member of Edmonton's Chinatown, a member of the Chinatown Capacity Circle, co-founder of Chinatown Revita, and an active volunteer in many other Chinatown initiatives. I'm also a member of the Chinatown Vibrancy Fund Advisory Committee. However, all views expressed today are my own. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on Edmonton's economic development strategy refresh. I'd like to speak specifically about the Chinatown Vibrancy Fund and why it matters to me personally and to the future of Edmonton Chinatown. I've seen firsthand what this fund makes possible, whether it's summer night festivities, a community activation, or a youth initiative. These aren't just events. They're moments where people who've never set foot in Chinatown walk through for the first time, where people who drifted away from the community find the reason to come back, where elders and newcomers find themselves in the same space, where a local artist gets a stage to tell a story, a local business gets a customer. That's not something you can manufacture. The fund helps create the conditions for it to happen in a more organic way. What I value most about the fund is that it distributes decision-making. It puts resources directly into the hands of community members and organizers, not just established institutions. That matters, It means new leaders can emerge. It means something with a good idea doesn't need to be already be well connected to bring it to life. Projects like Chinatown After Dark, Together Arts Festival, Chinatown Dining Week, and many others have brought real foot traffic and visibility to Chinatown. But beyond the economics, they built relationships, the kinds that don't end when the event does. Those connections spread through word of mouth, they strengthen networks, and they create the social infrastructure that makes long-term investment possible. That said, I think there's room to grow. I'd love to see a fund that engages seniors, recent immigrants, indigenous communities, and youth more intentionally, not just through larger events, but through smaller, more frequent touchpoints that are closer to where people actually live and gather. A rolling intake process would help ideas emerge year-round instead of waiting for a single window. Multiple funding streams, microgrants, recurring programs, seed funding for new ideas, etc., would open the door for more established organizations and individuals just starting to step up. And of course, the future growth should be guided by transparency, accountability, and community representation. Decisions shaped by those who know Chinatown best. Ultimately, I hope the Varsity Fund continues to be a place where community members lead, where local knowledge is valued, and where anyone who wants to contribute to Chinatown's future has a way in. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. Our next panelist, Lorraine, and thanks for joining. Yes, and you grabbed your spot just in time. Please go ahead.
Very good. So you've heard from a lot of stakeholders today. I'm Lorraine Vierbo. I work for the North Edge Business Association. Our association has 300 members roughly, and we are in the area along 107 Avenue north of McEwen between Chinatown and the Edmonton Cemetery. The stakeholders that I've listened to, there's a certain amount of, actually I would hear it as excitement. That's excellent, because what I'm hearing is people want to participate. So now it would seem, though we may have studies and we may have plans that are not perfect, I get that. And there's lots of work to do, indicators, the whole thing, all of it. That's all good, okay? If everybody wants to participate, then our role now is to build cohesion so that people can, with various systems and processes that will allow that to occur. One of the things I wanted to just bring to the attention is there's over 2,500 placemaking bodies, including many, several thousand, over 1,500 business associations in North America. Much of the methodology, which is business retention and recruitment and expansion, is being used within those organizations. Those are very key pieces. This will work for the entire city, and I just wanted to make sure that we were aware that while we look at our institutional roles, we also need to look at the locations where the excitement, and it's excitement, but it's also the experience. People want the experience, and the experiences are occurring in many places, but they are definitely occurring in those business improvement areas. So that's why we wish to participate more fulsomely, working with the departments, working with the agencies, ensuring that we answer this question, because the places where business actually operates is the place where we need to also do the work, not just inside our institutions. And I think you all understand that, but I'm just trying to bring that as a point. I'm looking for formalized processes like a City BIA Economic Development Working Group, district-based what we call business retention and recruitment and expansion analysis. Also dedicated planning development supports so that we can fulsomely build out the business mixes that will be successful. That drives your tax base. And I know that's important to you. It's important to us too. We also want to continue developing district-level metrics and intelligence. So not just the counting of how many businesses we have, but their success levels and when they'll be successful, what creates that success. And City of Edmonton is intimately responsible for ensuring that the environment builds that success. And so that's where that partnership can lie. I think our objective then is to build Edmonton to better understand and strengthen the local conditions that drive business friendliness, its competitiveness, and its investment, employment, and growth and prosperity. I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And our final speaker on this panel is Al Chapman. Al?
Good afternoon, and thank you to Council and Administration for the opportunity to speak today. I'm Al Chapman, the Executive Director for Arts Habitat Edmonton. I'm here today to support the work that has been done on the Edmonton Advantage, the Economic Development Strategy. Thank you to date for the recognition of arts, culture, and heritage sectors as economic drivers in our economy, and thank you for including our input in the workshop discussions. That is a significant change in approach, and we appreciate that. You've heard some incredible presentations today from my sector colleagues, and they have provided many examples and economic numbers that demonstrate the importance of our sectors. So therefore, I'll try and keep my remarks brief this afternoon. The work of Arts Habitat Edmonton and our two close partners, the Edmonton Arts Council and the Edmonton Heritage Council, is foundational. We support the work that is occurring at the community level across the city in arts, culture, and heritage. We do have supportive conversations with Edmonton Screen, but to date there's been a gap in our discussions with Explore Edmonton. They've been non-existent. So that leads me to my next point. Our foundational work needs to be supported and measured well before we focus on the tourism component of our work. Without the important foundation created by arts, culture, and heritage organizations on a daily basis, it makes it harder to then attract those large-scale events or increase tourism to the city. So tourism indicators are not required initially to justify the economic impact of arts, culture, and heritage. But as you heard earlier, we have many indicators already delivered and measured by the organizations that you heard from this morning. So as we move forward, Pillar 3 really does talk about to drive the economic growth and increase the impact of tourism. So that was updated in our discussions recently to indicate that the change in wording of economic growth and then the impact on tourism. So in Pillar 2, we also look at maximizing the local expenditure, promoting advantages, and shopping locally. So looking at arts and cultural experiences. Also mentioned this morning was the Edmonton Cultural Infrastructure Plan, was mentioned by Panita McBrien, and it will also have a positive economic impact as the plan is fully utilized and activated by the arts, culture, and heritage communities. So thank you again today to Council and City Administration for recognizing the important impact of arts, culture, and heritage to the economic success of the city and for your continued support to these important sectors.
Thank you very much. Those are all the speakers on this panel. Are there questions for this group of panelists? If you have any, please click on the board. Councillor Salvador?
Yeah, thank you. I just want to pick up on your last point there, Al, recognizing that we have the Edmonton Cultural Infrastructure Plan, we have connections and exchanges, of course we have the plan we're talking about today. How do we make sure that those plans are talking to one another and are as supportive and bolstering each other? Yeah, that's one thing I'm just contemplating is how do we make sure that as this work rolls out, we're seeing the Cultural Infrastructure Plan and connections and exchanges as a vehicle for economic growth and development, and that it's clear and embedded.
Thank you for that question. Yeah, it starts with the communication between our three organizations, and as has been said publicly a number of times in the last couple months, we've never been closer in our conversations. We work together. I was just at the EAC annual general meeting the other night speaking about the ESIP and the rollout of the Cultural Infrastructure Plan, and got a lot of really good feedback. And even this morning as I was coming in here, talking with Megan Dart, she said, yeah, I've been through the plan and really happy to see where it's going and how it ties with the conversation today. So we're hearing from people in the community. We meet between the three organizations on a monthly basis to make sure that that's all aligning.
Are there any, so looking at the refresh in front of us today, do you feel like on a go-forward basis it's primarily just engagement and being part of the conversation? Or is there something that needs to change within the plan itself?
Definitely continued conversation for sure, and also bringing in other members from the arts, culture, and heritage sectors to be part of those discussions. Like you've seen today, there's a lot of passion, there's a lot of great ideas, and then making sure that the indicators moving forward, so as we move to the next level of measurement, that we have some very clear direction on what those are, and they're not always tied to beds, number of room nights, number of venue rentals. There's also some other indicators that were brought up earlier with how many people are employed in these sectors. So I think other indicators need to be added in.
Okay, that's helpful. And I just wanted to come back to our speaker from the Downtown Business Association.
one of the themes that I'm picking up on, and we heard it from our previous panel as well, is just the importance of this work being cross-departmental, being embedded across the entire organization. And it's not just urban planning and economy that holds this work. Obviously, they play a prominent role. Do you have any additional elaborations or maybe examples of how you'd like to see that showing up across the org?
Yeah, I think one of the examples that I brought up and was brought up earlier this morning was the patio fee piece. I think just being able to see those metrics and seeing those numbers of what that economic impact actually is of those changes, but also, again, what was brought up this morning about the feeling of what those initiatives have created in our city, in our neighborhoods, on our streets. I think that's really important. I did bring that piece up in a letter to council yesterday about the 15-minute parking, and just, again, what are the economic development pieces of that. But I think there's a lot of examples that we all see in the media all the time about how business owners are feeling about different changes that are made and maybe not feeling like the whole picture was really shared.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Tang?
Maybe, Brady, I'll just stay with you then, because I think you echo some of the theme from some of the earlier speakers about the economic development enablers. A lot of it is in city operations. So I hope by budget time you'll come back here and also advocate for, stable funding for city operations, right?
Yep.
Because you do see that connection to this. So I guess the patio has been brought up a few times. I know, lots of us on this side are also thinking about it. And I think the question always comes up is, is this the best use of the tax levy that's collected from everybody to support, however many patios there are? Or do we put that towards enhancing downtown cleaning, for example, in general, or, some other one of these enablers? I guess thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say that any of the enablers are more important than others, but all of the enablers come up in conversations with the business community and with the public. I don't think I need to tell any of you that. I'm sure you get very similar emails to the ones that I get. But I think just making sure that the conversation of what decisions, what the implications of decisions are, and how that affects that business environment and how that affects the feeling of this city and what people get excited about spending time in this city for.
Okay, thank you for that.
Yeah.
David, if you're still online.
The answer. Yep.
Thank you for being here. I thought you were really clear about this message around yes, look outward, but don't lose the piece that make Edmonton special and the local economy that help build the community here. So do more on the local economy side. I guess I'm just wondering, what would you like to see in this strategy? Is it a matter of elevating the, is it a matter of elevating BIA specifically? I'm thinking of a lot of businesses outside of BIAs or outside of downtown. Is it funding? Is it, some kind of dedicated program? And if it's Main Street, we have lots of various vacancy grants and storefront grants to kind of activate that. I guess what's the thing? I'm hearing a lot of you from BIAs talking about this, but I guess what's the concrete thing in the strategy that you like to see?
Yeah, thanks for the question, Councillor Tang. I think it's really about engaging with businesses directly and listening to the challenges, listening to the barriers that they face. And I think that there are a lot of avenues to do that, but I do think that leveraging the strength and the relationship that the city already has with the BIAs is a really strong place to start. Again, we not only run our own businesses, but we're actively involved in advocating for our business members and our neighbors. So we speak with the voice of anywhere from 2 to 600 or 2 to 1,000 business members in each BIA. And so we have clear insight into what the barriers are, what the challenges are. I can only speak to my own personal experiences. I think that storefront improvements are great. I think vacancy reduction is great, but there are a number of other barriers that businesses face, whether it's navigating licenses, whether it's funding is always a huge one, of course. I know that the city doesn't have a lot of leverage there, but there are many other barriers that we face. And I think that engaging with us directly, engaging with our BIA executive directors and our executive councils, particularly the BIA council, once that gets structured, is a great way to hear exactly what businesses need to continue to support the local economy.
Okay, no, I appreciate that. I feel like a theme I'm also hearing from lots of speakers too, similar to you, Al, is I think that relationship, which is one of the principles that council have approved, but I feel like it's not here. I feel like that's the thing I'm hearing. It's not so much about a specific action per se, but it's that dialogue, that relationship. I guess just over to you, Al, for my last minute. You also mentioned this gap in relationship with Explore Edmonton. You know, you are the steward of this plan that says, well, these are the infrastructure we have across the city for culture and arts. Who's using that? Like, so that's a pretty important role, right? Is that a direction that's lacking? Is it just a matter of getting you to the table? I guess.
Yeah, good question. I think overall it's us reaching out, but also having that ongoing talk with them to say it's not just about the big venues. There's other venues, there's other spaces, there's outdoor spaces. There's a lot of areas where culture and arts and heritage are expressed and where Edmontonians can go. And then when the Edmontonians are showing that support for it, then the other events come to that space, right? So it goes in tandem. So those conversations have to happen so we can kind of work together. Those who are working at one level or one focus can work together.
Thank you.
Councillor Clark.
Thanks, Mayor Knack. Al, if you want to continue quickly, go ahead, because I just have two questions after that.
No, it's great. Thanks, Claire.
You good? Okay. Okay, I'll go to Brady with DBA. You kind of reference, pretty long list of sort of actions we need to focus on, and many of which I agree with. But I guess from your opinion, from the DBA kind of lens, what should we focus on first? What do we prioritize out of that? Things we can kind of get started on right away.
That's a really big question.
It is, yeah.
Clark. I think really that what came out in the strategy as being kind of the number one was building that business-friendly perception. And I think that one is a really big one. I think that's kind of the meat of it, really, when you're talking about economic development, when you're wanting businesses to continue to invest, to stay in Edmonton. They are the cheerleaders and those champions to get more businesses into Edmonton. So if we're seen as being business friendly, I feel like that's a big piece of it.
Okay, gotcha. So signals from us that this is a priority, this is what we're doing, is sort of overall theme.
Yep.
Okay, great. David, if you're still online, because he's got a question with the Alberta Ave Association.
Okay.
You mentioned just in terms of really sort of permitting and licensing. So I'm just saying that if you think that kind of in this report, the more resources allocated to the business-friendly team, will that help in your opinion from speed and efficiency for permitting, licensing, all the needs of small businesses when they kind of start up and grow?
I mean, I think it certainly can't hurt, but I do think that there needs to be more outreach done towards businesses who don't know what they don't know. I think that's one of the biggest barriers, particularly as we start to see more folks who maybe didn't grow up in Edmonton or grow up in Canada who aren't necessarily familiar with the processes. I think that sometimes a lot of people who are endeavoring to start their own businesses don't have the questions, never mind know how to find the answers. And so I think it can lead to a lot of barriers towards finding the right information. So while I do think resources like the business-friendly team can help, I still think that the Alberta Business Association and the other BIAs that are specifically designed to help with business attraction and retention are one of the best resources that the city can leverage. We, of course, draw our levies from our business members, so we have an enhanced incentive to want to attract more businesses, but also it helps reduce some of that initial financial barrier from the city. So, I think it's a combination of things, and I think that the business-friendly team is in the right direction, but I don't think it's the sole solution to help reduce those barriers.
Great, thank you very much. I'm good.
Thank you very much. I don't see anyone else on the board for questions, so our speakers are welcome to go back and grab seats. And now we'll take a moment to take as many moments as we need to ask questions of our administration. So folks can click on, and Councillor Salvador will be selected, so we'll have the chance to start. Again, just as a quick reminder to everyone else for 7.3, we still have questions of our administration on the current item that we're on. There will be some motions. I don't know how long those motions will be debated for. They could be debated for no time or lots of time. Once that is finished at whatever point in time, we now have, we get a presentation on 7.3. We currently have almost 30 speakers registered now. There's been a number of new registrations, but I know a lot of folks came in after I said this, so just as a quick refresher to everyone who is here now, we will absolutely not get through everything today on item 7.3. So the Alberta Avenue item, we'll get through as many speakers as we can, and then whoever we don't get to will have to come back on June 30th. That will be our next executive committee meeting. So I just want to make sure I've set expectations for everyone so you all know and nobody is surprised. And we'll get to that one as soon as we can get to that one. So with that in mind, I'll start with questions. Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you so much, and really appreciate all the work that's been done on this critically important file. I'll just start with follow-ups to questions that I've been asking around our creative economy, and I think I really boiled it down to 3 things, and I want to get your thoughts on whether or not there would need to be a motion or direction provided. So opportunities to highlight this as a strategic sector, opportunities to ensure that the sector is engaged in the implementation of the strategy, and also how are we leveraging connections and exchanges and the Edmonton Cultural Infrastructure Plan as vehicles for economic development to make sure that all these plans and strategies are working in tandem.
Thanks, Councillor Salvador. So in terms of highlighting it as a strategic sector, I think there's 2 places in the strategy that are most connected. The first is under place brand. We know how important this sector is to our city, to our citizens that live here and people that come and visit. So that work is being developed. So that's a space where we'd see a natural fit. Also under Action 3.1, although not explicitly stated, in the implementation plan, would be a natural fit to also add the connection and exchanges and Edmonton Cultural Infrastructure Plan to that body of work to make sure that line of sight and connection happens. And in terms of engaging the individuals we heard from today and those that we have engaged with, that's one of the elements we use to develop the strategy, and that's when we plan to continue. So right in the strategy and the conclusion, we talk to that piece, although this is a strategy that speaks to the things the city is going to do. Our intent is how we implement will not be in isolation, we'll be with those partners.
Great. And for Action 3.1, for the implementation, being a little bit more explicit or clear in that language, I would find that valuable. Is that something that your team can do? Do you need direction?
No direction needed. That's something we can add into the implementation plan.
Excellent. Okay, I'm happy to hear that. And when it comes to the further development of indicators and metrics and KPIs, there was a question around, how do we start building those out? How do we make sure that there's a comprehensive suite of indicators in place so that I think the example that was used, that we're not just measuring hotel stays, but we're measuring overall contribution to our local economy. That work is also part of this?
So what I would say is with any strategy, economic strategy that we develop with the city, those KPIs are really important. For this strategy, we focused on the indicators first that council has given us. And so there's 8 elements there. And then we have a suite of other things in the city. So have we narrowed it down to a discrete set? Not yet. That's work that we could do. But my point is we have a lot to draw from. You heard today as well that others have indicators. So it's not through a lack of data. It's a matter of refining what's most important to have a look at to really guide decisions and where we take this.
Okay, I appreciate that answer. I want to jump over to a slightly bigger question. We heard it a few times from different speakers, but just the importance of every department and every area within the city as an organization being accountable and attuned to their impact on our local economy. And while urban planning and economy obviously plays a central role, how do we make sure that that is filtering out throughout the entire organization?
I'll start, and perhaps the city manager may want to complement this, but certainly, as council has indicated, the economic development priority for across the organization, we are looking at how that gets embedded into each of our departments, into all of our work, and it's the lens we need to apply with everything. So I think by council establishing that priority, that we are trickling that down through our department strategies, but in our work plans and how we do our work.
Yeah, and maybe I'll just couple that with the development of the budget for the 4-year. That's the lens we've taken on all assets of that plan, whether it's this part of the economic development plan itself. When we look at the work we're doing on the safety priority, on the growth management, or on the quality service front, all of those things are intended to improve our economic atmosphere, or that ecosystem. So when I heard people talk about the cleanliness downtown, yeah, that's not part of this economic development package, but it's certainly a part of our better services package that we'll be coming with in the budget as well. So all of these things are interconnected, and they're driving themselves through the budget process.
Yeah, and I won't have time for you to answer, but I'll put it out there. I think it's also comes back to like the day-to-day decision making and how that adds up, and the impact that those decisions have on our local economy. I think about how in a lot of our reports we'll have like a section on climate and environment, GBA plus. How do we weave in the ECDEV lens there? Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Palmer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wanted to ask about. Did you say something? Oh no, sorry. I wanted to ask about the game. There were a lot of representatives from the gaming industry here, and in particular, maybe talking directly to Edmonton Screen. Have there been opportunities for you to look into this, and any thoughts that we should be thinking of, not only for maybe gaming, but other industries that may be connected to film and TV?
Thank you for the question. Absolutely. I want to start off by saying that the speakers are correct. We don't have enough financial wherewithal to support everything that's happening in the city. Some of our programs are oversubscribed. We know that. However, what that does do is give us the ability, we do have the ability to fund organizations like IAA in some of their major initiatives, which then allows them to support those that they need support for. So we do review our grants on a yearly basis and ensure with industry and community to ensure relevance of the programs. We work with the post-secondaries and industry through our Trailhead and Summit programs to ensure new content creators have support from when they get into the sector to the point where they're in the largest convention in the world with opportunities for commercialization. Edmonton Screen, head of digital media and technology, understands the sector intimately. From indies to foreign direct investment, and leads our initiatives with industry consultation. He's a huge supporter of the indie sector here. We advocate for the sector across all sizes and scopes, and that can be seen in grants like to Hope, who spoke here this morning, who received a market access grant and education grant. There is no competition between the funding for film and digital media. They are unique and distinct and treated as such. The overall process is that anything that we engage in, we ensure there is consultation, we ensure it's a collaborative environment, and ensure that the value that we're bringing to the ecosystem is not just about return on investment being financial. It's also the social impact it has and the development of the sector, and ensuring that we're working with everybody within the sector and giving them a voice to understand what their needs are. And then as we do our advocacy work at the provincial and federal level on incentivization and other opportunities to support the sector, we have everybody's voice at the table.
That's great. And do you think that we would, do you see parallels to where we are now and where Montreal was in the conversation of their programming?
Absolutely. Montreal brings something to the table, though, that we do not have in this province. They have one of the world's most comprehensive incentivization programs that allows for foreign direct investment to come into the marketplace, which then allows for the growth of the independent marketplace. So they have the wherewithal to come in and support infrastructure like what was being discussed this morning in a variety of ways, provincial, municipal, private sector, and incentivization. We have some of those lackings in this province, which we're trying to advocate for, and hopefully over the next short while, we'll have something on the table that will be palatable to either this government or whoever the next government is.
Okay, I appreciate that. I'm looking at the infrastructure event plan, and it looks like in the report that it'll be starting in a couple of years. Wondering if there are other ways that, some of the other agencies can help us with that development so that we aren't starting in 2 years. We already know from a city perspective that we are behind in a lot of this infrastructure, and so the later that we wait for it, the more expensive these things do become.
So when we put together the implementation plan, the first thing we need to do is plan. And so what happens, or when that will happen, is when we have the 2027-30 budget. So that's part of the delay, is the planning will start, and once we've got a good sense of the entire ecosystem, not just individualized or certain spaces in our city, that's when we can come back and say, this is the best way to keep us in that #1 spot in Canada, and the places where Edmonton will see the best return for their dollars invested. So we've got to do the work first and move into that other space.
And there are some other areas, like I think about Jen Flaman's area, who are doing some of this work already. You are working together to make sure that that moves forward that will serve both of your purposes, correct?
Absolutely. That Action 3.1 we actually co-created, and we will leverage everything we currently have within the city, and then make sure we're focusing in on the areas where there are gaps. So not intending to duplicate or redo work that's been done.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mayor. I have several questions that are going to be bouncing all over the place, so I'll try to keep this quick. You mentioned nighttime economy. Was there a study conducted on nighttime economy a couple years ago? I just want to verify. I've heard that, but I'm unsure.
So it was it was grant funded. It had partners involved. We had a consultant do the work for the city, and yes, that did come to council.
Okay, and not to take up time here, would I be able to get a copy of that just to see if we can move forward?
Yes, we'll get that to you.
Okay, thank you. And I'm just going to reference 7.1 attachment 2. It says Edmonton economy by the numbers. And this is for 2025. I'll just take a moment if you can pull that up if you have it there. And this is a couple of things I just want to verify or confirm. So I know there are 2022 numbers. So for example, it says 19.1% in the downtown office vacancy rate. How do we compare from previous years? Are we trending up, trending down?
So the vacancy rate is trending down, meaning we're getting better. And so we've reached pre-pandemic levels. So we're definitely headed in the right direction in Edmonton.
Okay. And those percentages, do those include like city-owned buildings as well, or is that separate?
That's a good question. Tom Gervin, do you know that
Tom
answer?
Gervin, Director of Downtown Economy, Councillor. The trend is down 1.64% year over year. That is an average of the four largest brokerages who report on this, and this would be that would include all office on the market.
Okay. And thank you for that. And is that also, and I just want to see where we're trending, like the downtown rental vacancy rate, 9.3. Are we trending up or down on that one as well? But these are questions I can take offline as well.
Yeah,
Mayor.
we'll follow up on that, Councillor Elliott.
I just want to follow up too. I know the Chamber of Commerce has been advocating for full-time return to the office for city employees. What is our current corporate capacity right now then? I'm not saying that we're looking towards that, but I just want to know for information purposes.
I'm going to look to real estate or infrastructure if they're online or available to help with that question.
Hi, Councillor Elliott. I'm working on getting an answer on that, so we should be able to answer that later this afternoon.
Okay, and just to let you know then, Sarah, the other question I would have related to that is how many dedicated office spaces do we currently own or lease as well? That would be the other one.
I'm working on it.
Okay, thank you. And for my information, I'm not familiar with it. If you can give me a quick summary, what is the Brownfield Redevelopment Grant Program?
So it's a program that helps us improve contaminated sites in our city. They're primarily former refueling sites, or fueling sites, not refueling sites. Tom Mansfield, do you want to supplement?
Yeah, sure. The Brownfield Redevelopment Grant Program is designed to help remediate and redevelop former brownfield sites. Alyssa's correct; those are former refueling sites, whether those be commercial gas stations or industrial sites where refueling took place in the past when they left the ground contaminated to a state where it couldn't be redeveloped as is. So we provide grants to help provide a study to the property owner to confirm what the contamination is, to come up with a remediation plan, grants to remediate, and then grants to also redevelop it into a higher use, which increases the value, the utilization, and the tax revenue from it.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to pause, Mayor, for a second round because my next question may take up some time.
Sure, that sounds good. Okay, thank you. I'll go next. Thanks so much for the work, and again, thanks to all the speakers. Just in the interest of time, I was going to try to ask as many questions of administration instead of the speakers. So let's go through a few. So in the document, it identifies we have a local net promoter score of -34 and a non-local net promoter score plus 23. I guess the big question is, whose responsibility is it to fix that? Because I'm not sure it's Explorer based off their current mandate, but I'm not sure it's us, and therefore I'm not sure it's anyone's.
Yeah, I'm not sure we have a clear answer for you, Mayor. That's something we'll have to take away and work on.
Okay. Can I ask Arlindo, because that's not currently within Explorer's mandate to like sort of work on something like that. You're focused more on external, which is fine, but there isn't really that internal target. You can hit that mic.
Yeah, certainly you're keeping an eye on it and tracking that data, both from a visitor perspective and citizen, and recognize that there is a gap. Certainly, it is a gap that exists.
Yeah, you want to come slightly closer to the mic? Sorry.
Actually, who's accountable for trying to drive that?
Okay. So yeah, I guess that would be a question I'd want to know, because I think it's been tracking that way for a while now, and it feels like nobody's responsible for it, and therefore I don't think it's ever going to get better because it hasn't for a long time. So is it something we need to identify in here? Do we need to have we're having a conversation about, do we need to have a mandate conversation so that, what is the right way to think about moving on that?
Mr. Mayor, that's something we'll take away, put some thought to, and look at how, between the Team Edmonton partners and ourselves, can look at what actions need to be done.
Okay. I might ask just for like a memo follow-up, but I'll think about maybe if that's needed just to keep line of sight.
We can definitely share what we have found to inform next steps through a memo.
Thank you. And that, I think, ties a little to my next question, which, if we're thinking about the tourism market, do we have that clear focus on who's responsible for really supporting the local tourism, the Edmontonians going to Edmonton festivals? I think Explore, again, does some level of support for local festivals, but it's not necessarily truly in their mandate to be supporting. So, and our civic events team provides event support, but I don't know if anyone's actually owns that, and this probably ties into the net promoter score piece. So
yeah, so under 3.1 again, part of the implementation is pulling together the pieces of our ecosystem while addressing the gaps, and Mayor Nack, you're highlighting an area that we also see as a missing piece. So you'll see that right in the implementation plan where we talk about the ecosystem, and that's exactly what it's intended to do, is to get those pieces working together.
Great. For the event infrastructure plan, is that just solely on sports, or will that include things like music infrastructure, other areas, festival infrastructure?
The intent is to be broad, so arts, culture, sports,
Okay.
all of the above local.
Lovely. In a question you had to Councillor Salvador, or an answer to Councillor Salvador earlier about the KPIs, I think, just wanting to close the loop, I think I heard you say we're still working to refine what the KPIs are. You've got some high-level outcomes as identified by council, but you have not yet finalized that, and we will be finalizing that in collaboration with the folks that are here and helping to decide what the right targets are.
Exactly. At a minimum, we'll be reporting on your council priority indicators. And similar to what you saw in the annual report, the 2025 annual report, there's a suite of indicators we can bring forward. So we'd be happy to get that feedback from the ecosystem in terms of those things in addition to what we currently have, which is extensive. So yes, we will work on that.
And perhaps another place, I'll just note that we can follow up with where we land on those indicators through a memo to council to ensure there's clarity there.
Absolutely. Okay. I have more, but I won't have enough time on this round. Councillor Tang?
I guess just on that, because I think a lot of these indicators sits with our partners like Explore or Screen or Edmonton Limited. Not to boil the ocean, but like, will you integrate them all?
In terms of reporting them all in one place? Of course.
Yeah, I mean, this is a pretty big picture. I think especially on the ones related to arts and culture. I imagine the Arts Council tracks their own KPIs, your own performance indicators. But I think this is kind of where that relationship comes from. I just want to kind of go back to Luke for a second. I referenced, I feel like there's a perception that Edmonton Screening is just about film and TV. And you know that's not true. And so I know there has been a lot of work done in the past few years to activate the digital community and support there, and it's not enough. But those grants that was launched a few years ago, I was there for the launch. Are they still going?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And we're in the process right now of fundraising so that we can diversify the capacity to increase those grants.
Okay.
And ensure that we can have long-term support of the sector. We're very cognizant of the fact that there is a direct relationship between film and television inherently, but they are treated as separate entities within our organization and how we support them because they have unique needs.
Yeah, and I don't know if it makes sense to kind of pull that out separately when we already kind of have so many agencies to oversee, right? And I don't know if it's a matter of people not hearing about it, and I mean, that is a problem, and I hope, you can promote that. I did a bit of a just like Google around the Montreal model, but they still fund like structured program through a separate entity rather than sort of direct. Okay, but I think you highlighted that. I was curious, like we talk a lot about sports, but Sport Edmonton isn't here. And I know they're not like a big player necessarily in the economic development agency space. So I just want to ask Explore a few things. I think you heard some of the commentary around the gap in the relationship with Explore, whether it's from the arts and culture sector, the creative economy. I'm hearing, I'm curious about the Sport Edmonton relationship. I guess any thoughts on that? Or do you feel that's not in my mandate, so we don't have to, or is that something we must course correct?
Well, I think ultimately, when I think broadly, we engage across sectors and across the city, so it's not specific to individual. So that means we're open to having conversations with all components of our economy. And I wasn't sure if you were asking specifically about Sport Edmonton or...
I think it's just a consistent theme I'm hearing that comes up quite a bit.
Yeah, so we work, certainly we collaborate with Sports Edmonton regularly on events to ensure we're providing meaningful legacy in our work, that we collaborate with the city as well. With Arts Council, we do have a member that meets with them regularly. I think what I'm hearing today, and I appreciate the opportunity to be able to hear all of the speakers and the feedback that we'll take away as well, and look for opportunities to actually engage in some areas that maybe feel like they're lacking, and look for ways that we can collaborate and work together.
Just on the nighttime economy, because I remember this came up during the budget adjustment when we were talking about stabilizing our funding. And one of the things I asked was that if we did that, will you do something about the nighttime economy strategy? And the answer was yes.
So I'm trying to recollect the nighttime economy strategy that was created. I know that Explore Edmonton was involved from securing funding for the
Yeah.
hiring the consultant. And then we
You were very
partnered-
instrumental in it, yeah.
And we partnered with the city on the report, which did ultimately get presented to council. And I don't know if you have better information, but I thought then there was no funding to continue that work back then.
That's correct. We didn't have direction or funding to
I
implement.
understand that.
Yeah.
That was a report at a committee, but I'm talking about budget adjustment when we were talking about stabilizing Explore Edmonton's budget. And at that time, I had asked if we stabilize your funding to the tune that you're asking for, can you take a leadership on some of this nighttime economy work?
Yeah, I think obviously take the question back, and I think we can work with the city to see what the opportunity is.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
I'll come around.
Thank you, Councillor Clark.
Great. Thank you, Mayor. Thanks, Kim and Alyssa and the entire team for the updated action plan. I think there's some great focus and actions detailed here. And I think some of the comments I think were brought up through council myself is kind of shown in this report, so I appreciate that. I just have a couple kind of clarifying questions. I'm going to get specific to action 3.6, which you're following along, 7.1, attachment 3, page 14. I just kind of want your early thoughts on what this tax incentive could look like, and basically, would it be competitive enough to retain businesses within Edmonton, so they don't cross the street, as it's called, to neighboring municipalities with more aggressive tax plans?
So thanks for the question, Councillor. Yes, that is the intent. We're going to have to develop out what it looks like, because I understand we've got to balance tax burden, fiscal sustainability, and then making sure it's an incentive. Just for hip pocket, since 2009, Edmonton has maintained 40% of industrial development in the region. So there's a little bit of a myth that all of the new industrial development is going into the region. That's not entirely true. Do things that come to Edmonton end up in the region? Yes, because we don't have on the shelf for sale what companies are looking for. But we've maintained our proportional share within the region. And so that's something that this incentive on industrial and in commercial, we're hoping will make Edmonton even more competitive.
Okay, so if I had a hypothetical business in the West Industrial, they're looking to expand, maybe next door, maybe down the street, but stay within Edmonton. You're confident these incentives will be kind of enough for them to want to stay, or at least kind of to look at it serious thought instead of going to whatever?
Yeah, so we'd want to be building an incentive that makes it competitive to Edmonton over the long term, as well as can be defined enough so it's not going to just serve one unique or niche purpose. So I want to give us the time to make sure that what we're bringing forward will actually be able to do that. But yes, the scenario you're talking about, this incentive, this type of incentive should serve that purpose. The specific details, that's what we'll have to come back with.
Okay, it's positive, it's good to hear. And then kind of my next question is just in terms of the new resources and dedicated staff for kind of business friendly and really entire to this whole plan. So how is that specifically going to kind of, speed up timelines when we're talking about licensing, permitting? Is it more just kind of helping them navigate the system? Like how does that get to somebody from application to open the doors faster?
So there's two ways. So under taking care of business, this is the business licensing and permitting, the speed in our regulatory framework that is targeted at businesses. That's the space where we get more efficient. Business Friendly Edmonton serves businesses of any scope and scale, and so it will help on the permitting and licensing side, particularly our small businesses that get stuck or don't know where to start. We've got a team that will sit down with businesses one-on-one and help them get through that process. So it helps them in terms of tailoring the services that they receive from the city. The additional resources are really important for Business Friendly Edmonton simply because we're seeing 20% year-over-year growth in the businesses coming to the city through that channel for support. And it's not just business licensing and permitting, it's access to grants, it's referrals to other agencies in the ecosystem. It's helping navigate other city processes, whether it's parking or cleaning or other things. And so this team is here to help and help navigate. And so that's really what it's intended to do, not only just help with speed, but then to help with that business-friendly experience with the city.
Do you think there's a way, kind of when you come back with more detail, to get to like specific timelines, like kind of like how we have with the 4 days industrial development permits? Like, is there a way to get that for other sectors so we can kind of have sort of those guidelines, what we need to hit?
So right now we have all of our service levels posted online. And so we're working with, through the program to see where do we need to improve service levels to provide that predictable, stable environment. But part of the supports through the Taking Care of Business initiative is really about how we can shorten timelines and ensure that businesses have the support they need through the process.
Thank you very much. Councillor Paquette.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you for the report. I guess obviously the very first question I would have is, and it's been a little bit touched on, is just out of all of this, all this potential work, what I didn't see, and maybe I missed it, was what the expected outcome would be fiscally for the city and the region and the investment and all of those great things that we want to see, and what would be the timeline for those things if we were to implement. And I'll just leave it at that because I've got lots of questions that maybe are too wonky. Go ahead.
Great question. And some of that is contingent upon the investment and the budget available. So that will be coming back within our service package to articulate and show what is expected with what we're proposing for a budget to implement specific items.
Okay, sure. And did you think about, because there's 25, what are we calling them? Sorry, I didn't write it down. I just wrote down the number 25. Let me see if I can find my notes. Okay, so one of my concerns is that we've got all of these potential actions and levers, but I didn't see how we would tranche them or implement them in stages in which we would prioritize and how we would like timeline that.
So where you'll find that, Councillor Paquette, is in attachment 4.
There it is, Edmonton Advantage List, right?
And then you'll see the year in which elements would start. That doesn't mean they're completed that year, but this is where we'd start taking action and start to move those items forward.
Okay, I see. So really, am I to be taking these reports as here's a bunch of information? Depending on your direction and the budget, we can do something with parts of this information, and then we can bring you all of that other detail in the future. Is that how I'm reading it then?
I think, Councillor Paquette, yes, this is the strategy and the plan, and the budget will inform how fast we can implement the plan.
Okay. I guess what I'm looking for is just some kind of information on that would take this less from like a feeling of like, well, let's try that out, to here's some like good and solid advice. You put this in, this is what we will do with it, this is what you get out. And I know that you're not at that stage, but it's really hard to determine a budget for you without understanding what we would get for that budget, what would be the return and the timeline in order to make that proper budget decision. Do you see the conundrum there?
Yes, Councillor Paquette, we can provide that information in advance of budget so that can inform your decision making in terms of perhaps more clarity on timelines related to the implementation plan, along with the expected outcomes in terms of jobs or assessment, like what you get in terms of a return on investment. Is that
okay? And yeah, no, that sounds good. And one thing that I didn't really see in there, which I've been noodling around with, is just like we have got a lot of really excellent folks in our ecosystem currently, like principles of economy, I guess you could say. And we don't have them assigned to anything. And I guess what I mean is what I've seen in other jurisdictions is that you've got leaders of business, and in many cases, if you're talking about $100 million deal, the principal will want to meet with the principal in another city and have that dinner and have that conversation. They don't really want to just go straight into like a mid-level administration conversation. Do you know what I mean? And so we don't have an organization. We don't have a spool up. We don't have um, a task force, an advisory committee or something where they do that actual work rather than just sort of like everyone puts in 2 bits and hopes something comes out of that with their opinion. Do you know what I mean?
I think.
Yes, but you gave them 5
Yeah, I'm
seconds
out
to
of time.
answer, so you can come back around.
Yeah, thank you.
As I said, ruthless on the time. Next up, I think we're back to, we're now to the second rounds. Councillor Salvador.
You can answer that if you'd like.
I think what you're trying to get at, Councillor Paquette, so if I get this wrong, I apologize. I think you're looking at, so at this stage of the game in the strategy, you don't see a working group or those individuals identified. That will come through implementation. So what we don't want to be is, what we don't want to do is exclude anyone when we move into that implementation. We want to move this forward as an ecosystem with those that are interested in working with us on implementation. And so that is going to happen in terms of the next phase of this work. We're at that strategy, that high level action level. When we go to implement, then we're going to get into those details of those in the ecosystem that will be working alongside us and who, up to this point, have been informing us.
Great, and it's thanks for the answer on Councillor Paquette's behalf. But wanted to loop back to a question that I had left open just around day-to-day decision making, adding up, and being able to embed an economic development lens into the conversations that we're constantly having around this table. I'm wondering if any structural or process improvements have been contemplated, even to the way that, or like sections and reports, to ensure that that's top of mind administratively, but also for council, given that it's a priority.
Certainly when we're in the midst of navigating our 27 to 30 budget preparation, everything that is put forward before council applies the council priority lens and how does it align or not and why. So that rigor and analysis is part of the work we're doing to prepare the 27 to 30 budget.
Right, and I appreciate that on the budget side, but I'm just thinking even about decisions that we might be making around city operations or infrastructure decisions, or even conversations about community safety and well-being, referencing back to some of the enablers. How do we make sure that we are talking about those changes, those programs, decisions from an economic development lens?
Yeah, I think I can probably answer that question. But we are certainly looking at it from a global perspective. I think we're looking at things even as far as our capital program goes. You know, we do a lot of A, B, C, D, E, F condition, but maybe we're going to reorient some of that because of the economic impact we can have from an implementation of using our capital budget in a different way. So we're looking at things like that. We are looking at, you know, obviously this ecosystem I'm talking about, all of the priorities that you have as council are really all economic development priorities. You know, cleaning up the downtown is part of the operations lens of it. The safety in downtown, but for the whole city itself, has an impact on our business environment and what we're doing there. So they're all interconnected. And when we look at the plan itself, it is one cohesive plan that focuses on fostering good business development in the city itself. So I think that what you're talking about is something that will develop. I think Kim is right in terms of how far do we go is really a leverage of the funding and what we're moving around in the budget itself. And I think we get a lot of that narrative over the next couple of months as we start rolling out all the other facets of that plan.
Okay, thanks so much for that answer. So just going to jump around here. So the identified gap around mid-stage scale-up and business retention and expansion, like recognizing admin's response to that is not necessarily to create a new agency or to expand scope, but you feel that that is covered already in our overall ecosystem. I wonder if you could just elaborate a little bit on that, because hearing from speakers, it does sound like that's a gap that they're feeling as well.
So I think there are things we've built into the new strategy for business retention and expansion to address that piece. When we're talking about some of the other things that were identified in the ecosystem, and I'll just use the example of workforce supports or business planning. Business Link is an example. They do business planning for businesses. So although the agencies with me today and the city of Edmonton proper doesn't do that, there's others in the ecosystem that do. So what we're suggesting is before we go and build these types of resources within the city of Edmonton, let's leverage the ecosystem and make sure what we're building in the city of Edmonton or with the agencies are things that aren't duplicated elsewhere. That's the intent of what we were talking about there.
Okay, thanks so much. I'll maybe come back for one more round.
Thank you, Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mayor. The question I have is Speaker Southwood, when he was talking about for smaller, medium businesses, I asked him a question about potentially using an alternative method to try to help out medium to small businesses. Instead of making an assumption, I've got to ask, because you've talked about a 20% reduction or 15% reduction to try to offset some companies as they were doing in Toronto and Ottawa. Has administration looked at potential proposals such as this?
You're talking about the tax
Yes.
piece?
Yep.
Okay, I'm going to look to assessment and taxation. I think Kate or Anton is on the line.
Hi, Councillor. Yes, Kate Watt, your city assessor here. There are obviously ways that City Council could explore to provide relief or tax relief in various forms. Usually, as administration, we recommend grants. We are limited on the tax side by provincial legislation and by our technology. That said, we do have the ability to impose a small business tax. Under provincial legislation, we have been very hesitant to dive into that in a serious way because the government has put some quite strict conditions around when and how we could institute a small business tax. But suffice to say that there is facility in the Act to do something. It would require some work to explore further.
Okay, but if I heard you correctly too, grants is one way to, I guess, do the workaround for such a tax?
Yes, we do a lot of grant work in the sort of paying back taxes. We did for affordable housing, for example, and in some of the industrial space. So there's always a grant solution.
Okay, thank you. My next question is in regards to Edmonton Global. From all the accounts of my time in here, Edmonton Global seems to be doing very productive work, and it's much appreciated. And given that it seems to be productive, and I know I think there were 14 in total as part of Edmonton Global. Now we have 5 municipalities departed and 2 are leaving. Are you able to provide any context? And I'm guessing, and I don't want to guess, because I know 10 out of 13 projects have been hosted in Edmonton, and does that play a factor into it? Are you able to elaborate?
Councillor Elliott, I'm not sure if Edmonton Global is still online. Darren Edgar was virtual.
No,
I don't see them
I think
online.
we've lost Darren.
Yeah. So
Okay,
we'll have to follow up with you on that.
Okay, no problem. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Petrin, maybe Mr. O'Barr, as I'm just thinking about the sort of budget piece. You've got these implementation plan with a number of key actions there. I think there's obviously been other things that council has put out in the form of motions. We're going through a prioritization conversation. I think one of the questions I'm wondering about is how we, you've already done some great engagement. Lots of folks are here. Wonderful. Have you thought, is there value? I lean towards yes, but I want to get your take on, as you're going through these tough trade-off conversations, because we still won't have enough money to do everything in the economic development portfolio. I wish we did, but I just can't see it happening. Do you have a plan to bring together all of these partners who have been a part of this leading up to the budget to say, hey, just so you know, this is our pocket we're thinking of increasing in economic development. Here's what's made the cut. Here's what hasn't made the cut. And doing that sort of in advance so that folks they're not going to love, the people who didn't make the cut aren't going to love it, but at the same time maybe provide some insight as to the entire ecosystem change versus waiting for the budget to get released and then each partner coming and saying, we need more money.
Yeah, I think that's certainly something we can take away. We have to build a service package to best implement what's before you today. So we could follow up with our partners that we've engaged through this process to share what we are putting forward. So there is that clarity and transparency and line of sight around what's going forward. We won't know what's funded or unfunded until later in the process, but definitely that's a commitment we can make.
Okay. Yeah, I think it's worthwhile because I just think there, understandably, each of the organizations represented today are going to want to see their particular piece funded. Being able to see it across the spectrum of things that we are doing and understanding why X and not Y, obviously, it's going to be really valuable for council when we make the decision, but also might help inform the feedback we get when a budget public hearing comes and folks aren't left feeling like they're scrambling to provide feedback versus like, I don't love that we didn't get the cut. I might still come and speak and try to convince council to find some extra money somewhere, but they're starting from the same place, so.
Yes, we can take that away, and certainly with what goes forward, there's an opportunity the council could scale up or scale down in terms of the budget that gets allocated.
Great. I could ask a million more questions, but I think a lot of this will come at budget, so maybe this would be a good time if folks are okay with it. I'll put one of my two motions on the floor, and then folks can also ask questions on that. I think we'll do the one that's titled Motion 1, which is the BIA one, because that does start perfect. So I'll move that administration work with BIAs to develop an unfunded service package with options to strengthen city supports and service coordination for BIAs and Main Streets, with consideration including but not limited to new or revised funding models, service delivery approaches, or granting frameworks. Next is opportunities to improve the integration, delivery, and coordination of city services. The third bullet point is reducing administrative burden, and the fourth is best practices from other municipalities, with a goal of supporting clean, safe, and vibrant main streets that attract, retain, and grow businesses and investment. And I'll take less than 2 minutes to introduce this, because I only have 90 seconds anyways. Lots of actions already in the plan. Excellent plan. I think I've heard pretty clear over a while now from our BIA partners that they'd like to be a little more involved in this, and I think I've also heard a great commitment from Urban Planning and Economy. We've had conversations today about where are the other departments in these conversations. So part of this motion is both work that would happen within UPE, but also I actually think a heavier impact of this motion would be talking to the other departments that have a role in economic development, but maybe haven't seen that. I know a number of you have asked questions about that here on council and committee, and I'd like to see if we can come up with a bit of an action plan in partnership with them on where that is. Again, very much in similar to what I was just asking questions on. I'm going to be putting the challenge out to our BIA partners to say, I know there's 10 things you want. We're probably not going to be able to do 10. Let's focus on the areas that we really want to lean into. Let's see if there are areas and processes on the operational side that are just causing headaches or time. And by fixing those, it's essentially the equivalent of increasing the budget in a certain area. So this work is not necessarily new. I think both administration has had a number of conversations with our BIA partners. We had a roundtable from the mayor's office on this with our BIA partners. So I think we already know a lot of what will likely come forward in this, but it's just nice to include this as part of all of the other implementation plan items that administration is going to be comparing and contrasting against one another to inform where we recommend what I'm expecting will be an increase overall to our economic development work. But BIAs need work, our partners here at the table need work. We're all looking to see how we can best divvy up those resources, so I want to make sure that's captured. So that'll be it for introduction, and feel free to ask questions on that as well. And Councillor Tang is next.
Yeah, thank you. I will have questions on this motion, but I think I just want to maybe start a bit high level. I think the 3 pillars are great. I think they're important. I think that's what we should do. I think what I'm struggling with is the pace. A lot of the pieces identified in the implementation plan has to do with hiring of new staff. 2027, and I get it, we gotta wait for the budget to come in the fall. Could we do it faster? Could we have a plan to even, let's say, second folks from other parts of the city? We talk about this cross-disciplinary team. Could we actually form a cross-departmental team to start working on some of this? Because I actually think it will answer a lot of the questions that came up. You know, could we not wait 2 years to strike that up? I don't know. I'm looking at Eddie. I'm looking at Kim.
So Councillor Tang, I would say we're here to present the plan, have that endorsed by council, and then we will mobilize to implement the plan. The challenge we have in this moment is we don't have new resources to do some of these programs and things, but we can certainly use the time between now and budget to get ready. Because this is certainly a plan that is scaling our investment and opportunity in economic development. So there's a bit of that needs to be done. But certainly, you know, between the city manager and myself, we can, and the executive leadership team to look at, you know, if there is some shifting of resources that we could be able to mobilize things sooner rather than later. But it is our intent to move as fast as possible. That's generally, you know, we want to move at the speed of business. We want to make an impact. And we're grounded in the relationships we have with industry to do that. But certainly there's a budget aspect.
There's a budget aspect. I guess I'm just, you know, do we have, once the budget hits, do we have the plans to say, let's form the team with a mandate to double industrial land readiness within 2 years and just go when things hit? I think I guess I'm maybe impatient, but also I feel like a lot of this is like, I think we can roll out a lot faster.
Yeah, I think there's obviously stuff that we're not just sitting on our hands waiting for a budget to happen. I mean, there's a lot of things that we're doing already, whether we're renegotiating what the city looks like, getting that set up to be faster, leaner, meaner on this side of the fence, but also looking at even our 2026 budget plans are related in what does it mean to generate lift in the city? What does it mean to deal with the problems that we have in terms of our non-res tax base? How do we improve that situation, that scenario throughout the whole organization? Like the example I gave earlier on the capital investment that we're looking at, making sure that we're looking at it from a lens of economic development as well as asset condition and life cycle. These are things that are happening as we speak, and we're moving the organization in that realm. That conversation about how do we look at our economic development, how we do operations is something we're already doing. You know, things are happening behind the scenes. The stuff we're talking about here obviously is a lift on top of the things that we have the ability to do. I mean, right now we're looking at I think we pay just under $12 million for our economic development portfolio and a $4 billion budget. So
I'll just share one more thing I'm struggling with. Yes, we've heard people who want more grant opportunities, but we also have heard from groups like Chamber to say, why don't you condense and really focus on the ones that are strategic? And I think when I look through this, I think there's actually more grant than what we currently have. I worry about this scattering approach. Are we doing that? How assure me that we're not doing that?
We share that concern, Councillor Tang.
Sorry, because I actually think I worry about what's on the table right now is contributing to that.
I understand. As part of the implementation plan, we're actually going to review the program. So not only what we have, but what is being proposed. What we're not suggesting to do is put a halt on everything while we do that work. A lot of the grants that are in place, we review on an annual basis, and we've got all signals telling us that they are the right things to do. What we don't have is a systems view and a competitive lens applied. So that's work we are going to do.
Okay. I'm out of time. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Paquette.
Thank you. So I think if, so I've got two thoughts. I'll ask the first question first, obviously. If the instruction was, we need to triple our economic strength within the next 10 years. Is this the report that would be on the table, or what do you need from council if, there was some kind of, here's our goal, here's your timeline? Would that help to focus some of the efforts?
I think what we're bringing forward to you here, Councillor Paquette, is our best approach to moving forward on economic development and your economic development priority. So recognizing that there are a lot of really, really great ideas and a lot of folks in the ecosystem who are passionate about this work. And so what we've presented to you here in 11 actions is a streamlining to what we had in our previous strategy, which had 24 actions. It's incorporating the things that we heard were most important and most urgent by our ecosystem. And it put a lens on the actions that we've put here and we'll be bringing forward to budget that are going to have the greatest impact on your non-residential tax base, as well as the other indicators underneath your economic development priorities. So there is way more things we could do, but in a space of scarcity, these are the things that we believe are going to have the greatest impact and move us forward over the next budget cycle.
Yeah, no, that's of course, like if you can't do everything, don't try to thinly fund everything to failure. Pick your specific strategic things and fund them fully and appropriately and move forward. But my question is, I just feel like we do not have a conception of what our goal is beyond we want to strengthen the economy. That's a great goal. But do we have a goal of by X amount in these sectors by this year, and this is why?
So I think what you're looking for is a target or a forecast in terms of if we do these things, this is the result, or these are the results we are aiming to achieve.
Not really.
Okay.
What I'm looking for is, and I don't expect you to have the answer, right? That this is a political question where we would say, okay, listen, we need to triple our economic output. We need to triple our economic situation within the next 5 to 10 years, right? If that's what the direction was, I feel like we would have a different report. And so I'm saying, like, what do you need from us in order to move aggressively and comprehensively and boldly that takes away some of the bureaucratic risk that you might feel?
I think our message really hasn't changed from the beginning. We're looking to solve a non-res tax issue in the city. So our single most goal here is to make sure that our non-res tax base grows in the city of Edmonton and starts to keep pace with our non-residential tax base.
Yes, but by how much and by when, right?
It's a long-term.
That's how we that's how we set goals and achieve goals, right?
For sure. It took us, 10, 15 years to get into the role that we are, and it's probably going to take us 20, 25 years to get out of it. But
let's say we didn't have that time. What would you need from us?
We do have that time.
I don't believe we do.
So, Councillor Paquette,
I think we're in an existential state, frankly, and I'm not sure if everyone understands and sees that. Okay, that's it for me.
Thank you very much. Councillor Rutherford, questions? Please go ahead.
Yeah, I guess just a question on the motion to administration. Given the plan that you've presented today, given the conversation about finite budgets, and I always think about we make a plan and then do we plan the fund to implementation? Would this motion on the floor divert funding from other things that we want to implement within the plan potentially? Or is it complementary? And I'm going to go to Mr. Robar for this one.
Yeah, I think we have obviously we have a finite amount of resources. So anytime that we're talking about opportunities to invest in other places or grow the scope of that, it could take from other places in the organization. There's no doubt about that. Again, holistically, when we start talking about budget and the 4-year budget, I think that's the balance of equations that we have to look at, is the investment in what we're looking to achieve as an outcome and whether or not these improvements make that change or that investment worth the value of the implementation.
But this would not be a recommended service package that administration would bring forward out of this plan.
I don't think this is in the budget currently. However, we would look at, obviously with this motion, would come back with something that represents the ask.
No, I know you would represent the ask based on the motion, but I'm asking, like, again, I think other counselors have kind of hit it on the nail. Like we kind of have to be saturated and concentrated and focused. And one of the things I've been struggling with the tension with this plan is it feels very scattershot in a way. And I also don't think it links things like, you know, the investment we should be making into day spaces is improving those vibes downtown that we talk about and those complementary pieces. So I think there's a lot of work there, but I'm just, I guess when I just think about how much funding over time has been invested in downtown, has been invested in specific areas of our city at the expense of like our industrial base. And if we only have so much funding, what are we going to do? I'm not going to debate the merits of this here. I just, if it is coming to budget, we can debate it then. But I guess I'm just also curious to the mover why you would specifically call out BIAs to make this route. Like, I understand the intention of main streets and main streets more broadly. I'm just also acutely aware that like the north side of Edmonton does not have a BIA. So when we start to just zone in on BIAs, which are valued partners and partners we need to invest in, and we do invest in already as a base, what about those businesses that are around Northgate that are struggling and feel left behind? How do you see them being reflected in this plan or in your motion, this motion?
Great question. So I think particularly on bullet points 2, 3, and 4, which are less about funding and more about operational changes and administrative changes, is that I could see a huge opportunity where if there are actions that are done in those 3 bullet points, that those could absolutely be ported over to other businesses, all small businesses across the city. I don't see these as mutually exclusive to BIAs.
Yeah, but also what Main Street do we have in the north side?
Sorry, and I'm not even just saying Main Street. I'm talking all small businesses. So whether that's north.
That is definitely, and I guess to administration, is that how you read the motion? That it's all businesses, all small businesses?
The motion does refer to working with business improvement areas. So I think in developing this unfunded service package, that is who we would be engaging. But I can appreciate maybe the mayor suggesting there, other businesses can benefit from what results in the motion.
Yeah, but it also specifically says coordination of BIAs and main streets. So do you read that as all small businesses? What do we define as Main Street?
I think we don't have a clear definition of main streets other than what our BIAs, in the areas that they encompass.
Okay, I'll leave it there for now. I guess I would have a couple questions in private, subject to Section 29, from some of our already in private conversations that I'd want to just clarify a few things.
Sure, we can.
But I'm not on committee, so leave that to the discretion.
No, if folks on council have questions on that, absolutely. We'll finish all the in-public questions and then we'll take a motion to do that. So, but first I'll go to Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thank you very much. And sorry to be in and out, just out celebrating a very exciting tourist addition to our tourist economy with the Edmonton Explorer. Maybe just picking up on Councillor Rutherford's points. I've been hearing from other businesses as well who are really, I think, articulating this gap that, city plan talks about nodes and corridors. And so there are small nodes. Again, those could be strip malls, those could be single businesses that are serving an area. I know we have the Cornerstone program that I think really helped in those geographies, but just wondering again how we expand our broader economic strategy to reflect nodes and corridors more broadly in our investments.
So, Councillor Stevenson, I think there is an action that refers to looking at our priority growth areas as part of how we may further drive investment into those areas. Some of these grants are applicable and some of the programs are applicable to all businesses or certain business sectors that are not limited to BIAs. And certainly, enabling a strong business environment and the actions associated with that would be applicable, and marketing the Edmonton Advantage would be applicable to all businesses in Edmonton.
Yeah, and what about opportunities? I know, again, I think folks just struggle sometimes with eligibility. So they want to hold a community festival. The businesses in the area are coming together. But if they're not a formalized BIA, they can sometimes have challenges accessing those. So any thoughts on again, how we're making those more widely available?
I think that's some feedback that we can contemplate when we're looking at the grant program eligibility. I think, how we enable the strong business environment, market the Edmonton Advantage, and how all businesses can benefit that. And then when those grant programs or incentive programs are delivered, we'll look at ensuring that can be flexible in terms of its eligibility. So as we develop those programs, that work will also come to council or to committee for feedback and direction.
Okay, great. Thank you. Just some more general questions, and this may just be my ignorance or my lack of understanding. So when we're looking at the economic sector studies, I was surprised that a majority of them seem to focus on geography rather than sectors, I guess, or types of the economy. Can you just talk me through, like, what would a BIA do with that market study? What does that help them do?
So the intent of any of the market studies, and maybe market study isn't the right term, but the intent of them is to use data, either sector level data or district level data in the case of BIAs, to really understand what is the makeup, what's driving them, and what is going to help in terms of growing that area, growing the businesses in that area. For BIAs in particular, they are different. And so some are looking for assistance with land and land development. Others are looking to fill their commercial property space. Others are in industrial areas and are looking for assistance in that space. So the intent is to do a more intentional dive into the particular area and determine what is the best path forward. One of our challenges is not doing the work before we come forward with actions. And what this does is it does the work to come back with the best recommendation on what the path forward looks like. So the items identified in market studies were those that were seen to have the largest impact in our economy and in our non-residential tax base that we haven't already done some work with. So industrial and downtown, we've done work in that space. Looking at retail commercial, that's the next biggest grouping under our non-residential tax base. Tourism is a priority, and we've heard about arts, culture, and the impact there. BAAs are a unique area of our city representing 5,000 businesses. And so it was in scope and magnitude.
Okay, great. Well, maybe I'll just come back for another round. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I see Councillor Principe has questions. Councillor Principe, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Knack. I just had a question, and I'm not sure if it was asked already. I apologize for joining late. I was just doing city business. I'm just wondering, and I'm not sure if this would be to the city clerk. There was a similar motion that was made not that long ago. So I know the other motion that was made did have a dollar amount, so it was somewhat different. But just want to make sure that this motion is in order.
It's up to the chair to make that ruling, but there's no concerns that I'm seeing.
Okay. So to the chair, then I guess obviously you see this as in orders because you are putting it forward.
I'm just not necessarily recalling the other motion on the BIAs that you're referring to.
Oh, I apologize. This one is not for the
Oh, the next one, yeah. So that one's not on the floor yet, but
oh,
yeah, happy to take that
I
question when I do that.
apologize.
No need to
Well,
apologize.
yes, okay. That's great. Sorry about that. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you. Councillor Tang.
Just some final quick ones about parts of the report. The taking care of business is, I think, a good initiative. If we do everything in there and you get the resource you need, are we going to elevate our commercial permitting system up to the standards, say, for the housing permitting system?
That's the intention. Same approach, same analogy, technology, et cetera, that we use to be #1 in Canada on our housing will be the same approach applied for the taking care of business.
Okay. The Economic Opportunity Fund, what is that? Is this on top of the EDGE fund? Is there parameters set?
So no parameters set yet. This is work that we need to scope out.
Okay. I know previously council would try to find random funding source to fund businesses that approach individual council members. Is this the plan?
This is intended to fund that gap and give you the ability and a source of funding should opportunities within defined parameters that will come forward to make those decisions, those strategic investments.
And I'm sure you're going to be considering equity in that and not just access.
Correct.
Okay, and then just back to this question about the net promoter score that the mayor raised. I know we're doing the place brand. I know we regularly bring agencies together. I feel like that's art, but if we do all the enablers well, which is city's role, wouldn't that increase how Edmontonians see ourselves?
I think so.
So I feel like we should own that, I guess, is what I'm trying to say. But everyone contributes, but I feel like we should take that leadership role.
Yeah, and as I committed earlier, Councillor Tang, that we'll take that away and put a little bit more rigor and thought to it and follow up with council.
Great, thank you. Just on the collaborative economic development framework, this is where you gain, you pay, you gain, everyone pays into it, and you kind of reap the benefits of the portions that you pay for, right?
Sort of. It's a tool that's available when we have investments that are available for shared investment for shared benefits.
That's the language.
It's a tool that allows multiple municipalities to invest, and then it defines what their payback would look like, even in areas outside of their boundaries. So we have a tool in Edmonton that enables us to do that.
Have we had a lot of success with that?
We have had a lot of success in terms of interest. We haven't had a lot of success in terms of projects going through it.
Okay. It hasn't been that long, hey?
Ian, do you know how long since it's been launched? It's been a couple years.
It's been about 18 months since we signed on to the MOU to participate.
Okay. What do we currently do for business expansion support?
Tom, do you want to articulate this one? Mansfield?
Yeah, it's pretty wide-ranging, Councillor. Business-friendly Edmonton services are a big part of that in terms of helping companies navigate the permit and license pathways they need to take, helping them selecting properties that are zoned correctly.
So more just like one-on-one support, more like the one-on-one support that we kind of provide to any business.
One-on-one support is probably the most common, Councillor Tang. The Edmonton Edge Fund is also another one where we saw that direct investment. But given that is a pilot project and through this plan, we're looking to recapitalize it.
But not all of them were necessarily.
That's correct, not all.
Okay, okay. Yeah, would like to see that expansion particularly focused during this refresh. Okay, I think I will leave it there for now and save the other questions for in private.
Thank you very much, Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thank you. And sorry, I'm going to jump all over a little bit, and I apologize if some of these questions have been covered. Just want to focus in on, I think, sort of a gap that emerged around the local promoters, so promoting Edmonton to Edmontonians. I know that that's a challenge. I know that that's not currently within the scope of any of our agencies, but just wondering how we take that away and how we support that work. Again, is that an opportunity with the shop local resources to be doing more of that local marketing?
Councillor Stevenson, I think the place brand work is a really important aspect of that, along with the shop local, but I'll also reflect in the council priorities under quality services. One of the actions is build and foster civic pride. So another area that council will see, work emerge and how it's aligning with that priority.
Okay, great. Thank you. And, something I'm not sure I saw come through, and I think it kind of fits in pillar one, is just how the economic strategy, like how we're going to bring an economic lens to all city decisions, so infrastructure decisions, operational decisions. What's the plan in terms of that internal culture shift and ensuring that that's sort of one of our North Stars in the work that we do?
Yeah, I think some of that's already started. We look at council setting the priorities. Obviously, those priority objectives all lean itself towards that economic development portfolio and how we're doing that as a city. But building that through the organization is something we're doing through the DCM level work that we do and through our branch manager leadership meetings and then our extended ILAB meetings into the director level. So from a leadership front, we're permeating that through the whole organization from your priorities into the planned approach and then how we're driving that into budget.
Great. And I don't know if I have the answer, but I think that is such an important one to capture and to quantify to some extent, because I think that it's critical for us to look. We can make really specific direct investments in the economic development, but I think also being able to point to how our arterial road renewal is supporting economy, how our a sidewalk maintenance is supporting local economy is another way that we can show how the city is investing. I just wanted to better understand. So I believe it's in the industrial implementation section. It talks about the potential of offering tax incentives, and I don't see any specific resources going towards that. Like when it says so this is 3.6. It has the section on the new actions that will be taken, but the tax incentives aren't actually listed as a new action. And so I was just curious if we are already taking that action, if we have resources to do that work.
That's a really good catch, Councillor Stevenson. Yes, this was a piece that we didn't capture in the implementation plan, so that needs to be added. So no, the tax incentive is not scoped out. We need to add that into the implementation plan. So it doesn't change the strategy overall. We just need to make sure that we've got that included so that it won't get lost, but to be clear in terms of that work moving forward.
Great, really appreciate that. Just maybe a last one, when we're looking at building out the budget, thinking again how we're supporting local businesses. I've heard that, for example, I forget the name, but sort of credit card data that gives businesses information about who's shopping in their stores. That information is really critical to them, but it's quite expensive to come by. Are we considering any of those approaches where the city is maybe doing a strategic data buy and then making that available to businesses to support their work?
So not specifically, Councillor Stevenson, but whenever we go to do our work, if we don't have existing data within our own organization, the business census or other places, we will seek to purchase data. What we'd want to be clear is that the data being purchased is going to serve the need that we're looking for. So it's not off the table when we look at implementation.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you. So just before we take the motion to go into private, because we're going to be taking our 15-minute break anyways right away, so it's actually a really good time for this. Just in terms of keeping folks up to date, so there's still some additional questions on the motion on the floor. There may be folks that speak to it. There's at least one motion. Does anyone else have any motions on these items? No, not that I'm aware of. Okay. So once those two motions are dealt with, then we would, assuming there is still time left in the meeting, we would do, I think, probably just at this point, the presentation from administration on item 7.3. And that's likely going to take us close to, if not right to 5 o'clock. And so again, we've got a plan to bring this item 7.3, the Alberta Avenue item, into the June 30th Executive Committee meeting. So just giving people a sense of that. But I think at this point, I'm not going to say none of the speakers should continue to stay if you didn't want to, but like for sure, if you were in the second panel, you will absolutely not happen this point in time. But even the first sort of beyond maybe the first 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 at most, I'd be shocked if we got there. So I'll take a motion to go into private though.
So moved.
And then we can vote on going into private.
Just confirming if Councillor Elliott, if you are online.
I think he mentioned he had to step aside.
We'll mark him as absent. We have all the votes.
Okay, thank you. Please display the vote. That's carried 4-0. So we're on recess until 3:46. We'll start back in this room in private. So anyone in this room, I'm going to get you to leave between now and 3:46. We can continue on even though there's a queue of folks to get in, and I appreciate we'll need some team members. First, I see the lights off, so are we?
The lights off, we're live, the doors are open.
Perfect. So folks will stream back in. As we're doing that, first we'll just do a quick update to the wording of the motion, which is to change it from creating an unfunded service package to create a report on those items. So we'll get that updated and put up on the screen. Perfect.
If it's a report, can I ask what the due date would be?
Well, I mean, at the moment, we'll start with the standard. A lot of this conversation, I believe, has occurred, so we'll start with the standard, and then that'll come back to committee, and if for some reason something's different, we can change it. Great. So with that there, any other questions, either on the motion or on the report as a whole? I'm not seeing any for questions on the report or this motion, so anyone wishing to speak to it, please go ahead and click on if you wish to speak. To the motion, yes. Councillor Stevenson to speak. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Just really briefly wanted to lend my support for some additional focus on how we're working with our BIAs. I think they're great organizations and a real opportunity to leverage some of their expertise. And I didn't get a chance to ask a question about it, but just want to highlight too, I think what I've heard, we have focused a lot on vacancy reduction, which I think is welcome, but also really thinking through vacancy prevention and how we support businesses that are already open to stay viable and thriving in our BIAs and in all our business areas. So look forward to having this back and having more information about how we support these important partners.
Thank you very much. With no one else on the board, I'll just quickly close, just because I see as folks were getting settled in from our BIA community, I'll just let you know there was a slight tweak to the motion that it'll be a report, because actually most of the work is going to come into show hopefully what's changing anyways, so it probably doesn't actually need to be part of the budget. My colleagues were very thoughtful in helping to aid me in that, so thank you to Councillor Rutherford and Councillor Tang in particular for getting that corrected. So still think we absolutely need this report, because I think what I've heard from administration today, and I want to say I have complete confidence that it is going to happen, that we are working to make our processes better for BIAs. And, I've heard as a councillor, Mr. Janes would only ever reach out to me when he felt like he had no other option, he would reach out to me. And sadly, there were still, I would say, too many times that I think that occurred, where process, policy, things that were outside of the control of urban planning and economy got in the way of just trying to do good things. And so I've heard Mr. Robar loud and clear that they are working on that, and that this is a cross-departmental piece that is going to happen. I still think it's really good to get this report, because it'd be nice to make sure we can show that work. Folks can come from the BIAs to say that this is actually happening and that we're moving forward and see the impact of this. But I've heard it enough over the years that we're not where we need to be. And I think to the other caution I heard earlier, I would assume most of what will be discussed here, most of what will be done in this motion, would not be exclusive to BIAs by any stretch. This can benefit the many small businesses across the city and nodes and corridors. At the end of the day, we happen to have a BIA group that is easy to engage with and represents, I think, thousands of small businesses. And so I would very much expect whatever happens here is not just specific to our small businesses, but or our main streets and our BIAs. But obviously in our BIAs, we do have some unique considerations that need to be aware of. So that's why I want to make the motion. Appreciate all the discussion on this and the great work on all of the other reports that we have. So I'll leave it there and ask everyone to vote.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 5-0. And I had one other motion that is somewhere easy. There it is. That administration in consultation. Nope. That's the one we just passed, right? Or no, wait.
We think we had it right. Let's put it up on
Hold
the
on.
screen
Wait, which is it? Oh, yeah, sorry. No, that's the one. Yeah, yes. The administration in consultation with the BIAs, with the business improvement areas, businesses, and economic development partners, develop options for a revised patio program to begin in 2027 that supports vibrant and attractive seasonal and all-season patios, with consideration given to bullet point number 1, business experience and affordability. Bullet point number 2, review and adjustment of all patio-related fees and requirements, including encroachment agreements, encroachment fees, permitting costs, and other applicable city fee structures. Third bullet point, improve integration of city processes and cross-departmental coordination. Fourth bullet point, reducing approval timelines and administrative burden. And the fifth one, opportunities for alternative funding mechanisms such as parking revenue. So just to take a few moments to introduce and to, I think, jump in on a question that had come from one of our colleagues. Councillor Principe had a motion that was discussed by council specifically about the application fee for the patio. And I will say, I'll point to myself in error of the one thing I think I didn't quite fully appreciate is that patio fee was not the only fee that businesses were paying. I think I misunderstood that when we were having that conversation. Because I was comfortable with, I didn't love it, but I was comfortable with introducing a fee recognizing the loss in revenue that we had in the other situation. But it has since come to my attention that there were numerous other fees and charges that are well above and beyond this. I won't single out the one business. I've talked to a number of folks, but the one most, I think, significant example that came to mind was a business that reached out that on top of their $7,000 fee, was then being asked to pay another $70,000 to set up their patio this year. There's a lot of ins and outs as to, I think, why that exists, but it was something that I think I misunderstood when we had the initial patio conversation, because I thought if that was the one and only fee and that covered everything we needed to do, still didn't love it, but I was comfortable with making that switch. And so this is meant to go beyond that work because I think there were some great ideas, and I think some of that, what was in Councillor Principe's motion, is incorporated in this, and it will sort of engage on the broader overall costs, because I think that just becomes, that type of charge is way too much, well outside of what I had expected or what I thought I had understood. And so this would have a conversation starting for next patio season. This isn't looking to rediscuss the previous discussion. So that's my introduction. Questions? Councillor Paquette, please go ahead.
No questions.
Oh, okay. Just to speak then?
Just to clarify, the conclusion of this motion concludes this item.
Correct.
Yeah.
Unless there are other motions, but I don't think there are.
I just would like to speak to that overall.
Okay. Yep. Thank you, Councillor committee members first. Councillor Elliott, now that you're on the board.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to get some clarity. I don't know if administration or somebody else would do this. When we look at the rules around patio structures, and are there different protocols? Meaning, what I mean by this is administration putting, here's your set parameters for a patio, and does fire have a different parameter? Where I'm going with that is, is it amalgamated together, or do we have to, so if somebody were to apply, you've got to meet the city standards and you have to meet fire standards for a patio?
I'll just look to see if there's anyone from city operations online that can speak to the patio program. But certainly if there are aspects of the patio that are attached to the building that triggers the building permit, and we work through the safety codes for that, but is it?
Yeah, I was just gonna say the same thing. Once it's attached to the building, then it would be an encroachment. Then there's the safety codes and the encroachment team. So we do have a temporary patio program in place right now. We do also have a plan in place to do a lot of this work already for 2027. So this works out well in terms of re-looking at that and then incorporating the things like permanent structures. But the patio temporary process does incorporate the other impacts, whether it's like, say, a patio that covers up a tree or utilities or the requirements for fire. So all of those aspects have been built into the temporary patio program.
Okay, thank you, because I have heard from some business saying that there's different aspects, and I didn't know if that was a way to more centralize and make it easier for companies.
Yeah, those are built in. So in terms of like, if there's like an engineering requirement, those were built in. So there's like templates to say, here's an easy one that could be free. Here's a larger, more complex ones. Here's the guidelines in order for it to be seamless. And then if there's a design that a business would propose that would have other complicating factors, then that patio team right now has been coordinating, okay, well, is this required safety codes or fire or those types of bits and pieces.
Okay, and thank you. And since I have you on the phone, online, what if you can just tell me, is it easier? Where I'm going with this for administration, I from my perspective, I understand it's easier to approve and monitor summer patios, but when you move to those businesses that have winter patios, is that an extra administrative burden upon administration type of thing, or you built into that? Because I'm just trying to determine, are there very few all-season patios, and at what weight is that put on administration for taking care of them?
I'd say it's a relatively small program. There was just trying to pull up the numbers. I think it was 107 last year, and this year I think there's about 100 after we've included the fees. So there's some pretty strong stability in terms of those businesses keeping the patios. Of that, I would just need a minute to break down the proportion of which ones are all season, all year which ones are all year versus seasonal. But we do have that breakdown. It would just take me a minute here to grab those particular numbers, but I think they were sent to council in a memo in terms of like, here's the amount last year, this year, and then the types. So we do have all that data.
Okay, thank you. And the last thing I'll just mention, I know it's almost like speaking to this, but I like the fact that we're looking for alternative mechanisms to allow the patios. So I guess to put a question into this, will administration be able to work in the costs associated? Because if we take away revenue that can go to, say, capital, and now we're potentially using revenue to offset cost of patios, will that be provided to us to show us what the potential offset would be?
I think I'm interpreting this motion to do exactly that. So right now, patios would be anywhere from $0 up to about $19 a day, depending on the size and location and the amount of public space it takes up. Like if it were to take up like a lane of traffic where a parking spot could have been, that's where you get into that $19 a day one. But I'm interpreting this motion to relook at that. Right now, that $19 a day is a 50% subsidy. So the cost of the overall program, the staff required to review those permits, to make sure the guidelines are there, to inspect, to liaise with businesses, the cost of the overall program would be 50% subsidized by tax levy and 50% by fees. But this motion would allow us that opportunity to relook at that. Does that still make sense? And then what are those implications and trade-offs of shifting those costs?
Thank you. Councillor Brinsway.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And apologies for discussing this earlier. However, yeah, and I just wanted to make sure that we're just following proper procedure. I think this is a great motion. I hope it gets supported. I'm just not sure if the vote on the previous motion should be reconsidered because it is fairly similar, or is it in order just to vote on this motion? And I know, Mr. Mayor, I believe you're on the prevailing side, so you could technically make that reconsideration.
I don't see this as defeating the prior motion, so I think we're okay, but again, it is a chair's ruling.
Yeah, I think just to answer that, yeah, I think because the initial motion you had talked about a pause for the fees in 2026. And so this is more of a what's going to happen in future years. So that's why I didn't think a reconsideration was needed, because not necessarily looking to reconsider that specific piece, but take elements of what you'd already moved and incorporate them for the 2027 conversation.
Right. Okay. Yeah. So a portion of it, right, was in regards to 2026, but that was only half of the motion. The other half was a financial analysis outlining the full cost recovery opportunities, and there was more to it that's very similar to your motion. Again, I'm happy that this would get supported because the intention, like, will carry forward. Just want to make sure it's proper procedure. That's all.
No, appreciate that question. Thank you. Councillor Tang.
So just so I'm clear, the difference between this and the other one, is your intent here to do all this review, waive the fees, or can people still expect a fee but not create like $70,000?
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to speak for the rest of council, but I was comfortable with a fee, which is why I didn't support the original motion to pause.
Yeah.
But what I was surprised about was the additional fees that I have learned about for the other costs, and that's what I'm hoping to tackle.
And then in that case, was this additional fee like pretty common out of like the 100 or so applications, or is this like a one-off?
It seems like it's more common than I had thought. So I've heard, maybe not to that level, to be clear. That I think that 70 was a pretty on the highest end, but I've now heard from others that have faced similar costs or
to that scale.
Sorry, additional costs, but not costs to that scale, above and beyond the 3,600 or the 77,000 or so.
Okay, I guess, Mr. McEwen, do you have that information? I guess I'm just trying to understand, like, how prevalent is this, and are we taking a much broader tool to address a one-off issue?
The one particular issue that's being referred to here, there's benefit in this motion in terms of maturing the program, incorporating permanent structures, embedding in encroachment fees. This particular issue is not the temporary patio program. This is a encroachment issue because it's bolted to the wall. It then requires safety codes. There's a bylaw associated with the fees in terms of square footage. This one's run out of UPE, so although it's a patio, it is an encroachment onto public space. So this one is quite unique, but it allows us to mature the program to think of like these types of unique situations.
So it gives an opportunity to kind of think about that economic impact, similar to some of what the speakers have suggested, right?
Yeah, I would say because this had a interesting development in this particular instance, the temporary patio program was built for exactly that. Temporary patios in the summer. We then evolved it to all year round. And now this is a complicating one where it's actually an encroachment attached to the building into public space.
Right. And then you had mentioned some of this sort of additional time and resources also comes from staffing. Approve the various applications, et cetera. And, the second to last bullet, I guess I'm just like, isn't this where we can automate some of this? Couldn't we have a portal? And I'm not suggesting automatic yes, but I'm suggesting isn't this where we could find some of that business-friendly efficiency?
The short answer is we're looking for ways to automate all of our systems. This program in particular gets a lot of creative ideas with unique designs and requests. Sometimes we'll get very interesting level drawings and say we want to do this, and so in order to automate some of those nuances might be tricky, but where there is opportunity, we're absolutely looking at how do we expedite this? And this program just came up in COVID. Again, it was just a summer thing and all year round thing, and now we've got these encroachment nuances. So it's still maturing. But I think the message we're hearing is, and we heard it from the speakers, is the fees are a thing. And so this motion allows us to relook at that.
To look at something more reasonable, because I think at the end of the day we're not waiving anything, but this is a chance to revisit the program for something much more reasonable. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, I think just to the mover in general, like I feel like you've made this motion with information that isn't privy to all of council. And so I don't want to call a point of order, but I kind of want to call a point of order on that. Like I'm not on committee, but I feel like this was fulsomely debated at council. It sounds like there's information that drove this that was not shared. The motion was shared in advance, but not this context. So would you speak to that to colleagues that may not have that information? And again, and I guess first, before I even go to you, Mr. McEwen or UPE, Ms. Petrin, that fee would be charged to that business that has the attached pergola, regardless of the patio fees, based on our current bylaws.
Yeah, it was the encroachment fees, given the attachment to the building.
So if we're talking about like revisiting something like encroachment fees, that could actually be opening quite a can of worms in like our regulatory process.
Well, I think there's an opportunity to what Craig was alluding to, is to look to see how we might harmonize the patio program with other processes that are happening, like the encroachment process. So I think that's just what we want to take away, or we can take away, if should this motion be approved, to look to harmonize.
You read this as, because like we had a pretty fulsome discussion about the 50% ratio, you would revisit that to Mr. McEwen.
I mean, that's how I'm interpreting this, is a review and adjustment of all patio related fees. I would see us needing to provide options to say, hey, we're currently at 50. We've been given direction to continue with that. Here's, should we shift those costs more on the tax levy side or increase that? I would see us needing to review those fees as the motions.
How would we amend this motion to be specific that it's the ancillary fees to the patio fees that have already been fulsomely debated? Would we just strike on the second point a review and adjustment of other related fees, including but not limited to, rather than all patio related fees? I don't know. I'm just trying to. And I guess to the mayor, I'll go back to you for my first line of questioning. And then, are we trying to address a problem in this program that's actually not a part of this program?
I don't think so. The way I understand it, because it ties into the encroachment fees, there's more than one spot. So that's why I didn't share the specific examples of the one beyond in the opening statement. That one example is what kickstarted the deeper dive and the desire to sort of do a more holistic motion. So I just didn't share that particular piece because that wasn't, for me, the consideration of this motion. The consideration of this motion is about the other components that are here.
And what are those other components that are here?
Again, tying into encroachment fees, one of the things I haven't talked about yet, I would probably talk about in my closing if we had more time, is the doing the scan, because I understand that we charge quite a bit more for some of our fees on this than other jurisdictions. So just being able to have that sort of bigger picture conversation based off the various bullet points listed.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Paquette, that's just legacy from before? Yep. Yeah, okay. No other questions? Anyone wishing to speak? Councillor Paquette, you wanted to speak to this, right? Is that correct?
Yeah, but I'm happy to go after the committee members.
Oh, there's more. Oh, look, everyone just clicked on. Wow, okay. Let's do that real quick. Sorry, I had not seen other names, and now they're there. Councillor Elliott would be the first one from committee. Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate you bringing this motion forward. I know there's different aspects of it that we're all discussing around the table. I want to support economic development, and I know I've heard from various business owners of how they felt about the patio, but that's a decision that we made as a collective. But I think this is potentially an opportunity to revisit and look at an alternative method that can help businesses, and so I'll be supporting this aspect.
Thank you. Everyone else is not on committee. Councillor Paquette.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, reading the reports and having had the advantage of being able to travel to multiple cities and countries over my time on council, I can say without hyperbole that the world is moving faster and faster than we can imagine every single day. In many ways, we're insulated here in Alberta, in Canada, and Edmonton, but that won't last for long. The world is coming, and we need to be ready. Economic development covers the whole ecosystem, from the mom and pop shop to retail, mid-sized companies, major industrial. Every layer matters. Every layer supports the others. But the largest and deepest is obviously the industrial and the deep, strong commercial. That's where the most of the technological innovation, the manufacturing, the value added, and the money is. That's where our gap is. Our share of the region's non-residential base has gone from 72% to 60%. We captured 41% of the region's non-residential growth over a decade. When industry isn't carrying that share of the property tax component, households have to. And that means tough decisions at the kitchen table. It means less money for retail. It means that our entire ecosystem is at risk. Add to that the fact that 1 in 3 people who use our infrastructure and services every day is not paying into our tax base. And we have a recipe for disaster. And there is no end in sight. And that's what I meant earlier when I said we are in an existential moment. So yes, I agree with the city manager that a lot of these things, you're talking about a generational change. And it will take a generation for some of it. But the fact is also true that we do not have time to wait to start being active, proactive, aggressive, with clarity on how to proceed, because Edmontonians depend on it. Their livelihoods depend on it. Our entire region depends on it. And frankly, our province depends on it. And while we are forced to rely on the provincial government, what they do not seem to understand is that they rely on us for their very survival economically in this world. We need clear alignment, without the politics, without the nonsense, without the childishness that our people have endured. We need alignment and clear vision on economic matters with the provincial government, with our cities, and with the federal government. Without it, we are doomed. And nothing is stopping that except for political will and some measure of maturity. And we wait. This is an opportunity to transform a lot of what we do. To keep what works, have the courage to drop what doesn't, and have the vision to create what's needed. And administration can't do that alone. They are doing an incredible job, an astoundingly good job, but they cannot do it alone. They do require leadership and vision from council, which I think they will say they have, but I think there could be more clarity there. And they also need council to work with them and with our local businesses and partners to ensure that we have a vision that works for every Edmontonian, every child who's growing up, who has a dream, who wants to make this place home, for every senior who is worried about her tax bill, and for every business that wants to take a chance, not just to survive, but to thrive. So this is a good start, and I'm looking forward to the future reports. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Palmer.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to weigh in here and lend my support to this. I think we heard all day today that businesses are looking for our help to be able to increase economic development, and we need to do what we can to make it easier for businesses, including like already some of the services that we talked about, Business Friendly Edmonton, which is like a concierge service for businesses. I think having this information will be able to even increase our ability to help Edmontons get to Edmontonians faster. So I will support and thank you for bringing it forward.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford.
Thank you. I guess I'll be the wet blanket. I am actually extremely frustrated with this motion. It calls into question for me a lot of our processes and how much actual courage we're going to muster when it comes to the 4-year budget debate about making a decision and then sticking with it. Or are we going to make a bunch of courageous decisions at the 4-year budget that we're going to revisit 6 months later? So I think this is actually eroding my trust in the process of the overall budgeting that we're trying to do this year. The conversation that we had about this, like, again, I think the intention of it to like say, okay, do we want to mature our patio program, to me would look like a completely different motion than what's before us right now, and something I would absolutely want to have that conversation on. But that's not what this motion is, how it's actually written, nor what administration said that they would interpret it as. We're going to revisit the patio fees again. And yes, economic development is important. And we can do, as we just saw with this plan, 1,000,001 things for economic development, and there's still more that we could do. I worked in the service industry for 15 years as a server. I get it. I get how thin-lined the restaurant industry is. I get how people that are working in that industry rely on the tips to really actually make a living wage. These are things that I know intuitively. But I also know how lucrative patios are to those businesses and how much more money and revenue they make as a result of having a patio. And I also know that if we're not doing a 50% subsidy ratio, which I already think was a fair compromise, if we go any further in that, we're going to be continually asking the businesses that cannot benefit from stuff to pay for the stuff. I continually think about how the industrial businesses that I talk to every day in Ward and Ilmic, and there are a lot, are continually seeing their property taxes go up without zero benefit. And I can't argue with them with stuff like this. I frankly can't. So yes, it sucks for those restaurants that they have to pay a fee. But we also have to think about, we heard today from speakers, they want better cleanliness, they want more horticulture and flowers and this and this and this. And those all come with a cost too. And so the more that we keep rehashing and redebating things like this, rather than staying firm to, there is an actual operational cost to this program. That 50% coverage, when you have a revenue generating potential, is fair. So again, my frustration is not with the businesses, not with the advocacy groups, not with even maturing our patio program, because we all want vibrant streets. We all want that kind of environment. My frustration is with how motions like this are eroding the trust in my
that was already kind of tangential, if I'm being honest, about how much we're actually going to be able to hold firm to what the decisions that we make. So I'll leave it there.
Thank you very much, Councillor Clark.
Can I speak to your motion and also the report? Is that okay, or just
sort of
kind of? Or do you want me to just stick on?
No. I mean, it's yes.
Yes.
It's committee.
Okay.
It's committee. It's flexible.
Okay. In terms of the motion before us, thank you for bringing us forward. I'll be quick on it. Support our patios this summer and looking at kind of a revised program as we move on for 27 and future years. So thank you for that. If I could vote on it, yes, I would, but I can't because I'm on committee. I just want to touch on kind of the ECDEV strategy. And just say, some of the things I heard today about a new plan, what I'm encouraged with is, we're working with external partners. We're starting that. I think we need to go further on that. I think we have more targeted focus on incentives that attract and keep businesses here. And I did kind of hear that, there's a desire to be a leader in terms of permitting and licensing timelines. So as that moves forward, I think that could be really positive, and I appreciate the work that came forward today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thank you. Very briefly, just wanted to chime in. I know this has been a big topic for many businesses. I do still think that the direction we set in terms of undertaking a cost share program with these businesses is an important stance and one that I continue to support. I do think that this motion does provide an opportunity, though, for some refinement in how those fees are calculated. Thinking about, whether it's a one-time cost for some elements and ongoing costs for others, and just thinking about the scale and size of different patios, whether a flat fee is appropriate or whether there's some consideration about the different costs that are associated with smaller versus larger patios. Again, I do actually see this as an opportunity to mature our patio program rather than eliminate it or reverse direction. But appreciate the cautions and hope that this doesn't create any confusion for this year, just recognizing we're going to take the lessons, the learnings of what happens this season and strengthen the program moving forward into future years. Thanks very much.
Thank you. I don't see anyone else. So just quickly to close, maybe I just echo that point, and if there is any confusion, I'll just say very bluntly for myself, there's a reason I didn't do a reconsideration motion. I'm not looking to revisit the fee subsidy piece. I am looking to address what I've since experienced in some of the additional information. So this is more about a holistic adjustment. I think for me, it comes back to this is one of many examples. We talked about the BIAs. I've heard example now after example of where city process, whether it's on operational pieces, whether it's on whatever it is, causes a lot of additional cost, and it feels like it's, I'm going to use the term unnecessary. And so I'm wondering if there's a better way to be addressing some of these things. Are we taking such a high risk lens as an example that stops us from being able to examine this? So yeah, I mean, just maybe to put the comfort to one of our previous speakers, I'm not looking to do that. And I do want to give Councillor Principe a lot of credit on this. I mean, again, she had brought forward an initial motion that recognized that there were issues. And so I want to thank her for this. This is, while I'm not looking to revisit that specific element of the 2026 fee, I think if there's a better way forward for patios, we should look at it. And I also do think it is worth us just making sure we understand what happens in other cities. I think we are quite a bit more on a lot of our fees for certain things, and so understanding what's causing us to be more is important when we're thinking about reimagining that program. So that was really the intent here, and that's why I brought it forward. So again, thanks to everyone for this, and again, particularly I want to thank Councillor Principe for initially sort of raising this conversation as a whole, and look forward to seeing this come back. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 5-0. All right, so that covers those items. Now, a couple thoughts from an agenda management. We obviously can't get through every one, but I have heard specifically that speakers 2 through 5, if I understand correctly, which would be Vivian, Vedran, Shane, Mike, and Nicholas, are all not able to join us next on June 30th. And they were number 2 through 5 on the list, or 2 through 6, sorry. So, couple ideas. If committee is okay with it, we could actually allow those 5 speakers to come up. I hear they might not take the full 5 minutes each to get everything done. Then on June 30th, we'd have the presentation, and then the rest of the speakers would be heard. Outside of Christy Moran, who I believe is willing to let those ones go in front of them, they would be the only one who have registered earlier, and I saw a nodding head from Christy. So with that in mind, is committee okay if we just allowed those 5 speakers to speak? That takes us right to 5 o'clock, and then on June 30th, we'll get the presentation from Emin and hear from the remainder of the speakers.
I am okay.
I'm not seeing any bring forward. Okay, let's do that then. So Vivian, Vedran, Shane, Mike, and Nicholas, all 5 of you can come right down to here. I know it's a slight reverse order, but since they were registered right at the top of the list, I don't feel this is too unreasonable of a shift. So they're going to grab their seats. Do we have, sorry, I should check. So I see the 3. Do we have the other 2? Oh, Vivian just left. So, are we trying to get them?
Start with 3 then.
Oh, we got the people making calls. Because I imagine we want to go in that order, Vivian, or can the Qualico folks go first? Oh, they're literally just outside. Okay. Okay, perfect. And so to everyone else, of course, just what that means while we're waiting for those 2 folks to come back into the room is as soon as we've heard those speakers, there will be a motion to postpone this to the June 30th meeting. And then what will happen on June 30th is that we'll have a presentation from administration, and then we'll go through every other speaker. I imagine the motion will likely ask for this item to be first item of business, looking to the ward councillor, so that we have some certainty for the speakers at least. Good. So we'll prepare that motion that this will be postponed until June 30th as first item of business. And now we have our 5 speakers in here, and so they're just grabbing their seat. We are just going to hear from this 5, and as Vivian is getting seated, do we think we're going to take 5 minutes each, or is there? No, okay, good, because we only technically have 16, and I'd like to see if we can stay within that, because I can't guarantee that the rest of committee is able to stay. They might have other commitments. So who do we want to start? Which order do we want to go? We'll go Vivian and then Vedran? Yeah, and then we're going to go Shane, Mike, Nicholas. Does that work? Sure, perfect. Let's do it. Vivian, you get to go for it. You've got up to 5 minutes, and you've got a presentation.
Great. Well, thank you, Mayor Knack, members of council. It's a pleasure to be. What's that? Okay. All right. We're delighted to be here on behalf of Arts on the Avenue and excited to be speaking to you about our vision and our project related to Arts Common 118. It's been over a decade that we've been working with Arts on the Ave on this project. We've also had the privilege of being here with many other community facilities. So I spoke to many of you a few months ago about the Africa Center. And so it's my pleasure to be continuing to build joyful journeys toward regenerative architecture. This is what we do at Reimagine, and we work closely with the nonprofit sector across the city to build community. This is a project that really merits your attention and your support, because it really does build community and build on community. So with that, I'm going to go to the next slide, please. So just a little bit about us at Reimagine. You know, we're here as a 70-plus person Edmonton-based practice of architects and engineers and designers and planners. And we get involved with many projects, including, you know, the community engagement, the planning, the design, the engineering, the architecture, and all the way through into construction. And so, you know, I've had the pleasure of working with many of you, and hope that we can continue to work together on this project. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to my colleague Vedran to tell you about specifically what this Arts Common 118 project is about, and why we are very much excited about this being the right project for the community at this time. Vedran.
Thank you, Vivian. Good afternoon, good late afternoon, everyone. I first want to start with saying thank you very much, everyone, for your patience. I know everybody's tired. This is an important project, and we appreciate your attention to this. I've been working with Arts on the Ave and other groups, the larger group, for over 10 years on this project. We've gone through the small, medium, large, good, bad, and the ugly versions of it, and I can say with confidence that we have the right size and complexity of the project now. Should we be successful to win, I'll be acting as an executive architect on the job, and we're hoping that we'll be taking this to the next level. And we understand that we've been asked to provide more detail of robustness of our model, which we believe we have addressed in our proposal. So I'll be here talking to you about where we are at today, what are we proposing in terms of the vision, which also, as you've probably seen in the proposal, includes what we have been doing in the last 10 years, which also includes crunching numbers, looking at the regulations, looking at what is the future in economic, social, and environmental sense look for the Alberta Avenue. So, without further ado, about the project, this is a 1 to 3 story mixed-use building that includes 3 distinct components. The Arts Garden, which is the commercial with Carrot Coffee House and the Box Theater. So that's the half of the building with approximate footprint of 600 square meters. And the other half of the very similar footprint of 600 square meters is the residential, what we call the Artist Village, which is dedicated affordable housing for the arts community. The third component is the outdoors component, which happens to be another about 600 square meters of the site left, so it's a quite built site. The site is tight, in my opinion, and that part we call the Arts Market, and it serves as an event space. We know that this especially Arts on the Ave, have been organizing a lot of those wonderful festivals. 92nd Street sometimes gets closed for those activities, and we think this is a critical component to maintain and increase the safety and long-term viability of the Alberta Avenue. The building overall is about 2,600 square meters or 28,000 square feet big, and we think it's going to cost about $10.5 million, all included, including the design cost, including permitting, including all in. The duration is about 36 months. Again, the total duration of the project. Now, you can move to the next slide. Next slide, please. So this is how the project looks like, and we've looked at the zoning bylaw, the newer version 2001, and the upcoming version of the building code, which is more stringent. And this is sort of like where our creativity also lies, is how we separated the building into 2 different buildings with a firewall that allows us to keep it with no basement, no sprinklers, and allows for combustible construction. With that, we are able to keep the costs under control, and to, if we are able to secure more money that we planned, then we can go aim higher, but now we think we have a realistic model. There is one component in terms of the zoning bylaw, which is that this mixed use the zone requires a commercial frontage. We meet absolutely every other requirement. Commercial frontage we meet in 50%. The other 50 we're proposing live-work units, so it's sort of commercial. However, in the new zoning bylaw, there are modifiers that allow us to go through a kind of a more expedited version of a rezoning process, and we have budgeted that in our 36 months of the duration. Next slide, please. In terms of, you may not see the floor plan, but it's developed to a conceptual level, but it includes all the urban components, including the parking. So we are proposing that we will easily secure 18 to 20 stalls there, with potential expansion in 20 additional stalls in the alley. All of that meets the zoning bylaw requirements. And we think it meets the demand of the project. We will maintain the trees and landscape. We will meet those requirements, as well as the needs of the program as well, for the box theater and so on. Next slide, please. We're almost done. You're doing great, guys. This is how the one version of we're developing for the housing looks like, and this is where our partners Qualico comes in. They have experience in building these. They'll talk more about the residential component. It's a stick-built frame. On the commercial side, we will definitely explore the local know-how and locally manufactured, show transportation routes, security of materials delivered on site on time, which also means that we will explore dimensional lumber and mass timber for the even commercial parts. Next slide, please. Penultimate slide on my side. This is showing our timeline, that it's divided on a critical path that includes the land acquisition timeline. It includes planning and design. Now, planning and design
is your 5 minutes. Sorry. Okay. We'll get through the rest and see if anyone can catch up and make up that remaining. So I'll go to Shane Erickson next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the committee. My name is Shane Erickson, Senior Vice President with Qualico. Qualico, we're celebrating 75 years of successful building in Western Canada, and indeed has been a part of building Edmonton since 1955. And we've learned successful communities need more than just buildings and infrastructure. They require a complete social fabric, including arts, health, education, social safety nets, and on and on. Qualico has assumed a corporate responsibility to support these and other important components of that fabric. We seek opportunities to contribute to organizations and projects that add value to the community. And in addition to our extensive list of charitable contributions and donations, we've learned to leverage our knowledge and experience to help other such projects come to fruition in the city. We took the lead in building such facilities as the Wellspring Cancer Support Center, Kids with Cancer residents, and currently West Edmonton Kidney Care residents. We've committed to donating our time and expertise to see this project through. We've applied our knowledge of what it takes to make a project financially viable and applied those principles to the design of this project. Arts on the Ave has been contributing to Alberta Avenue and indeed the whole city for over 20 years. When we were approached, we recognized that Arts Common 118 would be an outstanding addition to Alberta Avenue. We knew that the organization, with such rich history and roots in the neighborhood, could bring great benefit to the community. They had put in the hard work and effort to develop a vision for an arts hub in the heart of Alberta Avenue, creating a wonderful opportunity for neighborhood revitalization along 118th Avenue. Their 21-year history of running seasonal festivals and the Carrot Community Arts Coffee House indicated to us that they had earned the community capital to make this project successful. What they needed, however, was some expertise and support in the areas of construction and finance, and we were delighted to get behind the project. The first principle was to ensure that the project was manageable in scope. Maintaining affordable rents while servicing the debt on the capital costs meant that we needed to properly scale the project. Amenities such as underground parking and elevators are nice, but they substantially increase the capital costs, which would put pressure on rental rates beyond what is affordable. So the same principle applies to the theater and the cafe portion of the project. And if the business plan cannot demonstrate the financial viability to operate the project in the long term, then the lenders and insurers that are required will not approve financing. We believe we've found the balance with this design. Our multifamily residential development team, along with our commercial development team, has been engaged with Reimagine to develop a successful business plan for the project that you have in front of you, or will have in front of you June 30th. We're confident that this project as proposed will be financially viable and manageable by Arts on the Ave into the future. Now, just off script a little bit, we've all seen proposals and initiatives of this style with an intent to try to achieve an outcome of commercial success and neighborhood viability. But we've also seen a lot of those initiatives come forward with great ideas and lots of imagination. But at the same time, we've seen a lot of those proposals come and go. And in fact, on this particular site, we've seen that activity take place in the past. We have done our homework on this. Had Vedran been able to finish, I think it's pointed the fact that we've gone through this. And I'm going to turn this over to Nicholas Carrols, our Vice President of Streetside and Broadview Homes, and also Qualico Properties. This team knows how to build this stuff. We know how to stay on budget. We've looked at what Reimagine has put forward, and we found a viable way. And I can't stress enough that if we want a project that can and will get built on budget and actually activate this site that I think we're trying to achieve, then this is the team that can get it done. So with that, I'll turn it over to Mike Saunders, our Vice President of Qualico Properties.
Perfect. Just before we do that, I need to check in with committee. If each of them take 5 minutes, that does take us to 5:08. Are members of committee able to do that? You might be virtual. Okay, very, yeah. Okay, everyone else is okay. All right, Mike?
Mayor, I will not be able to. Sorry, just to let you know.
Okay. Are you okay if we continue, Councillor Elliott, just to hear the final two, or is that okay?
I will have I will have to cold stop at 5 o'clock, just to let you know, Mayor.
Yeah, but are you comfortable if we were to continue to 5:08 to hear those final two?
Oh, yes, please.
Okay, thank you. All right, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll talk double time if I could. Good afternoon, Mayor and members of Executive Committee. Thank you so much for allowing us to speak today. My name is Mike Saunders. I'm the Senior Vice President of Qualico Properties. As Shane mentioned, Qualico has chosen to support Arts Common 118 because we believe great cities are built around more than buildings. They are built around places that bring people together and create a sense of belonging. Over the course of my career, I've had the privilege of being involved in various transformative projects in Edmonton and across Western Canada. What I have learned is that successful placemaking can have a profound impact on a neighborhood. When you create destinations that attract people, support local businesses, and encourage community gathering, the benefits extend far beyond the boundaries of a single project. We have seen this in downtown Edmonton through projects such as Station Lands, where the creation of vibrant public spaces, residential development, office uses, retail amenities, and community programming are helping bring new energy and investment to our core. Arts Common 118 has the potential to create a similar impact along Alberta Avenue. What excites me most about this project is that it builds on a already strong foundation. Arts on the Ave has spent more than 20 years in investing in this neighborhood, creating festivals, programming, and community spaces that have brought together people and strengthened the corridor. This project provides the permanent home and infrastructure needed to build on that success. The Carrot Community Arts Coffee House and the Box Theatre will create destinations that attract residents and visitors throughout the day and evening. They will provide opportunities for artists, entrepreneurs, local businesses, and community organizations to connect and thrive. The result is increased activity, greater vibrancy, improved perceptions of the area, and ultimately greater economic vitality for the neighborhood. A timely discussion based on today. This is more than a building. It is an investment in people, culture, and community. It is the type of project that helps create resilient neighborhoods and strengthens Edmonton's identity as a city that values creativity, inclusion, and local leadership. Thank you.
Thank you. And finally, we'll go to Nicholas. Please go ahead.
Hello, Mayor and members of Executive Committee. My name is Nicholas Carls. I'm the Vice President of Streetside Developments and Broadview Homes. As Shane has mentioned, as a Qualico company, we seek out opportunities in the communities we build to add to the social fabric and achieve our goal of helping build better cities. Streetside has become Edmonton's largest seller of multifamily homes by creating spaces that balance and maximize livability, desirability, and affordability. That innovation has resulted in the most attainable price points in the region, making home ownership possible for more Edmontonians. Those efforts have also put us in a unique position to be of assistance to groups like Arts on the Ave, where we can leverage our proven and established plans to deliver certainty on construction costs, build schedule, and quality of product. The residential portions of this proposal will feature our established Urban Flats product line, a collection of homes specifically designed to minimize both construction and ongoing operating costs through pragmatic design. In other words, there are no added frills, but rather an approachable, appropriately scaled building with strong housing fundamentals. We have built 19 of these buildings totaling over 500 units, fine-tuning our approach to design, cost, schedule, and quality along the way. It is this approach, using this product, that gives us confidence that we can deliver on this concept and ensure the financial viability of this project. We believe the project presented by Arts on the Ave is the ideal use for this parcel. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Councillor Salvador, did you want to make a motion to postpone this item?
Just for clarity with the clerk, do we need to make a motion? I'd love to provide that clarity, just to ensure that this is the first item on the 30th.
Yeah, we can put it up on the screen to postpone to June 30th as first item.
Excellent. So I'll move that the June 10th, 2026 Infrastructure Services Report, IS 03142, be postponed to the June 30th, 2026 Executive Committee meeting as the first item of business.
Thank you. Any questions from members of committee? No, please vote.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 4-0. And again, just as a quick refresher, what does that mean for everyone? So on June 30th, this will be the first item of business. The way we will proceed is when that meeting begins, administration will give the presentation. Then we will continue through the list of speakers. We've had 5 of what looks to be around 30. So there's still going to be 25 speakers who have the opportunity to speak that day. Just putting that in perspective, we had 25 speakers for the first item, and based off questions, it could be a full day. So be prepared to be here for a full day. If for some reason, because I appreciate some folks took today off, if you can't make it that day, you're always welcome to send what you wanted to say via email, so we can get that as part of official council correspondence. So for those that might not be able to make their opportunity back here. And I think that pretty much clears it up. So the only other thing I have to check on in terms of ending this meeting is any notices of motion or motions without customary notice. There are none, so we are adjourned at 5:04. Thanks, everyone.